The name sounded too familiar, like an echo of old stories that people preferred to keep quiet about. He had once been a master swordsman, but now he was just an uncontrollable madman, imprisoned within four walls, where his own inaction and rage were driving him insane. Everyone knew him as the useless eldest son of Count Berdium, Gislon Berdium, the disgrace of the family, whose name was spoken with contempt. But could anyone believe that this worthless degenerate had managed to defeat the strongest knight of the North? The very thought seemed absurd and impossible. Approaching, the hero quietly but sarcastically asked if the man enjoyed the warmth and comfort he cherished so much. After all, he had spared no expense, spending a fortune on creating an elaborate trap. So, did he like the result of his efforts? The hero repeated mockingly. Jumping up, the interlocutor exclaimed indignantly, "Was this really the same Gislon? What kind of trap was this? Was he implying that he had foreseen their plans and prepared everything in advance?" But it soon became clear that the guy knew much more than it seemed at first glance. He was aware not only of the conspiracy itself, but also of the exact number of people who would appear here that night. He knew who was spying on whom, who had betrayed their positions, and even who had tried to send help. It was as if he had been pulling the strings from the very beginning. He knew absolutely everything. The wounded man cried out in despair, claiming that this couldn't be, because he always had an ace up his sleeve, a saving move that could turn everything around. How then could such an insignificant, talentless piece of shit, as he considered Gislon, have managed to surpass him? But the hero wouldn't listen to him. With cold determination, he kicked him with all his might, interrupting his pathetic excuses. The hero coldly ordered him to shut his mouth immediately, otherwise he would silence him forever. Let the enemy try 1,000 times to raise their weapons again and launch a raid. Gislon would still emerge victorious. In this battle, the next, and all that would follow. For him, war itself was like a game decided in advance. But has anyone ever wondered why this is so? The answer is simple. Gislon knows all their plans in advance, every step and every word before they even have a chance to utter them. It all began a year ago in the kingdom of Ludania, not far from the majestic mansion of the Berdium family, where the fateful events unfolded. Waking up after the fall, the main character was confused. His consciousness slowly returned, but he did not understand what had happened and why he was still alive. Was it really true? He was still breathing, even though a second ago he was sure that his end had come. It seemed impossible. Death had just reached out to him, and he had almost resigned himself to its cold touch. On the battlefield, his weapon had been knocked out of his hands and flew away with a clatter, leaving him defenseless against the blow. His body was so badly wounded that he could barely stand, blood running down his armor and burning his wounds. But that was not enough. The enemy delivered many more identical, merciless blows, each tearing his flesh deeper and deeper. His opponent leaned over him and announced with a cold smile that his journey was over. The king of mercenaries, one of the 7 strongest swordsmen on the continent, would be defeated here and now. And indeed, he was defeated by the noble swordsman Eden, who was also among the 7 strongest warriors on the entire continent. As if performing an ancient ritual, Eden asked him one last question. Did he want to say his last words? But the hero could only manage to say that he had only one regret, that he had not managed to take his revenge. And along with this regret, there burned within him a single desire, the desire for death for the one who had managed to defeat him. Upon hearing these words, Eden frowned and became indignant. In his opinion, such a response was nothing more than a manifestation of unbearable arrogance and pride. Who would have thought that standing before them was the eldest son of the once powerful Berdium family? He had left his family, unable to bear the pain after the death of his beloved sister. The young man narrowed his eyes in bewilderment. How did this stranger from another kingdom know such personal, almost secret details of his life? His interlocutor just smiled and replied that there was nothing surprising about it. He had been following his past too long and too persistently, tracking his every move step by step. After all, it was they, together with the Delphine family, who had participated in a conspiracy to destroy the disgraced Berdium family and erase their name from people's memories. The hero did not want to believe these words. They seemed so absurd and false that his spirit was torn between doubt and rage. But if it was true, it meant that Duke Delphin's people weren't the only ones behind that fateful incident. There were other, hidden participants pulling the strings of betrayal behind the scenes. Idun continued his venomous monologue. It really seemed like a waste of time to him to rant and rave, because the enemy would fall soon anyway. It would be better if he resigned himself and accepted his fate. But Gislon was boiling with hatred. In his eyes, this man was a worthless creature, and he swore that he would never forgive him for this. The enemy cold-bloodedly cut off his nose and in the next second severed his head with one precise stroke of his blade. So, right after their conversation, the main character was beheaded, and yet, now he felt alive and couldn't believe it. His head was still in place. He touched his face and froze. Perhaps it was a vision, a trick of his memory, or some kind of miracle. What's more, he even felt like he had grown younger. A thought flashed through his mind. What if his body had fallen into the hands of magicians as material for experiments? But if that was the case, they would regret it bitterly. Someday they would cry and regret leaving him alive. At that moment he heard a voice. Someone was addressing him, calling him young sir. It turned out to be a knight from the Berdium family named Ricardo. He entered the room and insistently asked the young master to come out, knowing that he was already awake. But as soon as the knight crossed the threshold, he felt the cold blade against his neck. The blade was held by the main character himself. He whispered for him to be quiet. If Ricardo answered his questions obediently, he might live. Or maybe not. It all depended on what he said. Ricardo couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't understand what the young gentleman was doing and why he was threatening him. Hadn't he gone too far? But since the gentleman had decided so, then so be it. The hero himself was also surprised by his own actions. How did it happen that he was threatening his loyal knight as if by someone else's hands? To figure it out, he asked directly, what was his subordinate talking about? Ricardo abruptly broke free and remarked irritably that his master had finally worn everyone's nerves thin with his hysterics, after which he simply collapsed into bed as if nothing had happened. And most incredibly, after sleeping, he seemed to have forgotten everything. His tantrum began when he insisted on leading the squad to wipe out the orcs, ignoring both advice and persuasion. Gislon looked at him with complete incomprehension. To him it all sounded like ridiculous nonsense that made no sense. He tried to figure out what orcs, what was all the fuss about, and who had staged this circus. But Ricardo just shook his head and asked his master to pull himself together, because people had been waiting for his orders for a long time. Seizing on these words, Gislon concluded that they were clearly going somewhere. And in response, he heard something unexpected. Their destination was the Berdium family mansion. These words instantly made him wary and tense, as if his heart had fallen into an abyss. He stopped the knight and demanded that he repeat himself to make sure he had heard correctly. Could it really be the very same Berdium mansion, destroyed and forgotten? After a while, climbing the hillside, he froze. Before him stood the mansion, intact and unharmed, shining in the sun with the grandeur of the past. It simply couldn't be. He had seen the ruins with his own eyes, where emptiness and desolation reigned, but now before him stood the same house, without a single crack or trace of decay. Ricardo, seeing his confusion, cautiously asked if the gentleman had been tormented by nightmares. After all, calling one's own house destroyed was strange, to say the least, and if the Count found out about such words, trouble would be inevitable. Gislon didn't know what to believe. What was happening before his eyes defied all logic. Was he still asleep? But as soon as he felt the cold wind on his face, heard the gravel crunching under his boots, and breathed in the scent of pine needles, he realized, no, this was too real. And then he began to piece together the mosaic pattern of what was happening in his mind. His body had become young again, his face was free of scars, and the mansion shone as it had in the old days. Did this mean that he had returned to the past? After all, he remembered himself during those years. Young, passionate, full of irritation at everything around him. He was plagued by feelings of inferiority caused by his own immaturity, and it was this that pushed him to reckless actions that created new problems. Gradually, even those who lived in the mansion began to turn away from him. Then he couldn't take the criticism anymore, and one day simply ran away from home, leaving his family and everything connected with his past behind. Soon he became a mercenary, survived dozens of bloody battles, grew stronger and harder in combat, gradually earning a name and respect even among his enemies. And then fate brought him back to the land of Berdium, the place he had once fled from. He returned to atone for the mistakes of the past, and, perhaps, to rewrite his own history. But in his past life, he found only ruins, the remains of his family mansion, razed to the ground. He lost literally everything that was dear to his heart. And now, as if by a twist of fate, the mansion stood intact and unharmed, rising proudly above the ground. Moreover, the people he had once lost forever were also here, alive and unharmed. He couldn't help but laugh quietly, not believing his eyes. His heart was beating so joyfully that it seemed he was ready to start dancing right there on the spot. But deep down he knew it was too early to rejoice. A new tragedy could be hiding behind this wonderful reunion. Ricardo reminded him of the upcoming campaign to wipe out the orcs. These words made Gislon shiver. The day of that battle was etched in his memory, and he could never forget it. Because it was on that day that most of the participants in the campaign had died, the very people whose faces still haunted him in his nightmares. In his past life, he had joined this detachment for the sake of glory. Intelligence reported that there were only 3 orcs, and Gislon, who had no experience in command, decided that this was his chance to prove himself. But the reality turned out to be worse. Once there, it became clear that there were at least 20 enemies. And it was his stubborn desire to command that cost many people their lives. The battle was not hopeless. The orcs were savage and knew little about tactics. The problem lay elsewhere. None of the warriors trusted Gislon, considering him an insufferable fool, which meant there was little chance of coordinated action. His gloomy thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a strange sight. A huge piece of a building flew through the sky, as if torn from the ground by a monstrous force. It was a fragment so massive that no human could have thrown it so easily. One of the knights shouted, alerting the others, "It's the orcs!" And indeed, they had already arrived and launched a fierce attack. Gislon froze in disbelief. Had they really appeared so early? In his previous life, enemies did not attack so suddenly. Everything happened differently. The creatures that attacked the people were ferocious and merciless. They tore and killed without hesitation, as if thirsty for blood. Amidst the chaos, an authoritative voice rang out, drowning out the noise of battle. The man ordered everyone to take up their positions. It was the commander of the mop-up squad, Skovan. His voice was firm and decisive. There was no room for panic. Everyone had to take up defensive positions immediately. But no sooner had he shouted these words than one of the orcs struck him. The commander instantly realized how bad things were. They had let their guard down, and the sudden attack had thrown the squad off balance. There were far more orcs than the scouts had reported. At this rate, none of them would survive. Suddenly, he heard someone shout his name. The call sounded sharp and alarming. Turning around, Gislon realized that a huge orc was already raising his weapon behind him, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Commander Skovan did not have time to react, and at that moment, the main character rushed to his aid. He abruptly pushed the commander aside and rushed toward the monster himself, engaging in combat. Skovan watched in amazement. He couldn't believe his eyes. The young gentleman, who was considered arrogant and useless, did not stand aside, but rushed into battle without hesitation. Not only that, but he acted with astonishing dexterity. His blade cut through the air, and in an instant the orc lost his arm, and then his leg. The knights who witnessed this were amazed. The huge monster collapsed to the ground, defeated by their young master, whom they had never believed in. But at that moment, Gislon had only one thought in his mind. The mana was still inaccessible. If he had returned a little earlier, when the power was already at his disposal, he could have done much more. Pushing aside unnecessary thoughts, he headed toward Skovan, who was still recovering from what he had seen. Gislon calmly but firmly asked him for one thing. The commander frowned, not understanding what exactly the young gentleman wanted. And then the unexpected happened. Gislon demanded that he be given command of the detachment. These words made Skovan freeze in thought. In his memory, the young gentleman was an insufferable fool, devoid of common sense. And now he was demanding command at a moment when the lives of soldiers were at stake. Therefore, Skovan firmly refused. He could not allow himself to risk the lives of the men entrusted to him by the Lord. It seemed as if the young lord took it all as a game. But even if he was the son of the head of the clan, Skovan was not going to give up power just for the sake of his whim. Gislon was beginning to get annoyed. However, he understood that if he were in the commander's place, he would probably have done the same. But there was no time for arguments. While they were exchanging words, another orc was already approaching them. Skovan sharply shouted at the young gentleman to step back and make way. He would take care of the monster himself, because Gislon did not yet have the experience to lead knights. Then the hero coldly remarked that the commander would have no choice anyway. He swung his sword and threw it with incredible force to the side, right next to the commander. Skovan cried out in indignation, grabbed his weapon and barked, demanding an explanation for what he was doing. But his attention was instantly distracted by the sight of where the blade had flown. Gislon's blade had pierced the skull of a huge orc, passing right through it. The monster let out a hoarse roar and immediately collapsed to the ground, dead. The commander was stunned. How could this boy have hit such a vulnerable spot so accurately? It was like a miracle. Gislon, turning to him, reminded him, Skovan must understand what is most important in battle. Soldiers will never win if they tremble with fear and doubt. That is why now, more than ever, they need motivation. They need a role model. With these words, the boy rushed forward without hesitation. He threw himself into the thick of battle, where orcs clashed with humans, where steel clanged and blood flowed. Without a trace of fear, he brought his blade down on his enemies, sending the monsters to their graves one by one. The other warriors stood in confusion while Gislon loudly challenged the orcs to fight, as if he himself wanted them to come to him. He shouted that he was going to kill them all, so let them come one by one, 10 at a time. Their end would be the same anyway. Indeed, the scene resembled a bloody meat grinder. The orcs' bodies were torn to pieces, their arms and legs severed and falling into the mud. Captain Skovan watched in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Everything that was happening seemed like a dream to him. Even he, with his mana and battle-hardened experience, could not always act so effectively in such a situation. And this skinny youngster was doing the impossible right before their eyes. At the same time, it was obvious that he wasn't even out of breath. His breathing remained steady, and his movements precise. Moreover, every dodge and strike seemed to be calculated down to the smallest detail. He used a minimum of movement, but inflicted maximum damage. The blade slid precisely and coolly, always finding the weak points of his enemies: joints, throat, or heart. Every strike was deadly. His movements resembled the art of a master swordsman, even though mana was still inaccessible to him. It seemed as if the steel in his hands had a life of its own. The soldiers watching the scene found it incredible that fighting alongside them was not an imposter or a failure, but a true genius hiding under the guise of a youngster. With each swing, he demonstrated his superiority, as if testing his enemy's strength and mockingly playing with their fury. The orcs, considered the embodiment of savagery and strength, looked helpless and predictable in his eyes, not living up to their grim reputation. The humans saw that all the monsters had now turned their attention to the young master, and they were overcome with confusion. The soldiers looked at Skavna with hope and fear, but he stood motionless, as if paralyzed by what was happening. The thought of what was going on in Gislon's head remained a mystery to everyone. His maneuver to distract the enemies was successful, but his next actions only surprised the observers. He rushed away. There was a steep cliff in his path, and this circumstance caused many to doubt the gentleman's sanity. However, the sequence of events indicated that this escape had a hidden purpose. Only then did Skovan realize the essence of the plan, and order the soldiers to close ranks, raise their shields, and prepare for battle. The soldiers, coming to their senses, rushed after him, forming a tight formation. Meanwhile, Gislon continued to run, leading the orcs closer and closer to the cliff. Inwardly, he hoped that the commander would be able to make good use of his plan. On his own, he could destroy only some of his enemies, but he would not be able to withstand the entire onslaught. Therefore, such tactics became a chance to change the course of the battle. The orcs, overcome with rage, did not notice the trick and followed him relentlessly. Soon, a loud growing noise came from behind. Warriors, shielded and armed with spears, advanced in a dense wall, preparing to strike. The hero watched with satisfaction. Everything was going exactly as he had planned. Reaching the edge of the cliff, he took a decisive step and jumped down, risking everything. At that moment, his order rang out to the others, demanding immediate action. The commander of the mop-up squad instantly gave the order: move forward. Their task was to drive the orcs to the very edge and push them into the abyss. Thus began a new clash between knights and monsters, which threatened to turn into a deadly slaughter. The pressure of the huge bodies was terrifying, and it was incredibly difficult to cope with them. But the efforts of the men were successful, and soon the heavy bodies of the orcs began to fall like stones falling from a cliff. The monsters had no chance to cling on or hold on. One after another, they fell into the abyss, crashing into the rocks and losing their lives instantly. It seemed unbelievable to the knights. They could hardly believe their own victory. The hordes of enemies had been destroyed. But along with joy came a new fear. What had become of the young lord? It turned out that he had managed to use his weapon to hook onto a ledge on the slope. The soldiers rejoiced when they saw that he was alive, and the commander reached out his hand, urging him to grab hold. But Gislon's fingers gradually slipped, his strength leaving him. Unable to hold on, he fell and crashed down like a stone. The men could not believe their eyes. Their master had disappeared into the abyss of the cliff. At the moment when consciousness left him again, he heard a familiar voice, his sister's voice. He found himself in a strange, vague space and asked with bated breath if it was really Elena. Fragments of memories flashed before his eyes. The girl was crying, asking if their mother was alive, thanking her brother, and at the same time reproaching him, calling him the worst for what had happened to him recently. Looking at these fragmented images, the hero realized that what he was seeing were his own memories of his sister Elena. Suddenly, the image of the girl seemed to come to life and reached out to him, as if stepping out of his memory into this strange world. She begged him to go with her, as if she wanted to take her brother to a place where there was no pain or fear. At that very moment, consciousness returned sharply, and the hero woke up. He found himself in an unfamiliar room that seemed strange and alien. Barely aware of what was happening, he realized that he was still alive. He had probably been saved somehow. Everything that had happened before now seemed like a vague, lingering dream. As soon as he tried to get up, a sharp pain pierced his body, immobilizing him. His whole body burned, as if every muscle remembered the recent battle. These were the consequences of his desperate jumps and fights, but the very fact that he had survived was already worth being grateful to fate. As he struggled with the pain, a maid entered the room. Her face glowed with genuine joy that her master had finally awakened. The hero froze, not believing his eyes. Standing before him was Valinda. The girl, holding back tears, immediately began to scold him, reminding him that she had warned him not to interfere with the orcs and to leave it to the soldiers. As her words poured out, Gislon couldn't take it anymore and jumped up to hug her tightly. Valinda was confused and asked in surprise what it all meant and if she had offended him in some way, but he just said that everything was fine and admitted that he was immensely happy to see her. This girl was his personal mentor, the only one who had always stayed by his side, despite his recklessness and rebellious nature. In his past life, after the fall of his family, she disappeared, and he never saw her again. And now, finding himself face to face with her again, he could hardly believe what was happening. Valinda just shook her head, wondering where the gentleman's violent joy came from, since they saw him every day. Gislon thought for a moment, realizing that he had to tell his mentor the whole truth, even though it might seem crazy. Summoning his strength, he asked her to listen carefully. Soon, a terrible misfortune would befall the family mansion. The girl just raised her eyebrows in surprise. not understanding what he was talking about because his words sounded like nonsense. The hero continued his explanation, claiming that he had returned to life after death. To his mentor, this seemed like a normal consequence of the beatings he had received from the orcs, who, in her opinion, had badly injured him. Gislon objected silently, realizing that it was something else entirely, but it was impossible to convince her otherwise. In her eyes, the misfortune was not supposed to befall the Berdium mansion, but only the master himself. Valinda scolded him, predicting that if he did not stop causing trouble, he would risk ending up either in prison or on the front lines against monsters. The hero realized that she did not believe him. However, he did not expect to be able to explain everything at once. The girl reminded him that the festival was coming up soon and asked what he would do if he was so badly injured that he couldn't go. The mentor emphasized that the holiday was coming up very soon. She pointed out that Elena was eagerly awaiting the day when her brother would fulfill his promise and take her to the festival. This event seemed like a wonderful opportunity for the brother and sister to grow closer again. For the hero, the thought of the festival seemed like a real chance. He clearly remembered that it was held during this period in his past life. Back then, immersed in pain and disappointment, he had been unable to enjoy the holiday with his sister. Now he wanted to make amends. The hero wondered how much time was left and learned that the festival would take place next week. Anxiety stirred in his heart. The coming week would be the turning point that would change his fate forever. At that moment, the door to the room opened slightly, and Elena appeared, cautiously asking if her brother was inside. Her appearance brought back memories that still tormented him, because he knew that in a week, his sister would be gone. The thought struck him with renewed force. Seeing Elena alive and unharmed, he immediately ran up and hugged her so tightly, as if afraid of losing her again. Neither Elena nor Valinda expected such a reaction. His sister looked at her brother in confusion, not understanding what was happening to him, and wondering if he was just playing a joke on her. In response, he only gently expressed his feelings, showing how much he had missed her. But the girl pushed him away, frightened by such a sudden change. The hero was surprised to feel the strength in her small hands. Perhaps she had always been much stronger than she appeared at first glance. Elena explained that she had come in at Valinda's request. Her words sounded dissatisfied. It seemed that her brother had been acting strangely again. She doubted that he seriously believed that what had happened would change anything in their relationship. The hero was confused, trying to understand what relationship she was talking about. Memories came back with a burning coldness. He had previously told his sister that he was tired of her, demanded that she disappear from his life and not even breathe near him, considering her presence repulsive. The girl asked in bewilderment, "Has my brother really forgotten about this, as if his memory has been completely erased?" Gislon couldn't believe his own thoughts. Had he really said those words? They hadn't been very close in his past life, and now he clearly realized how low he had sunk back then. This realization made him apologize, which was unexpected even to himself. Valinda was stunned, hearing a sincere apology from him for the first time. Elena, watching this, concluded that the orc attack must have hit her brother so hard on the head that he was behaving unusually. The hero was indignant. That wasn't how it was, because he was the one who fought and won. Why did everyone around him keep talking about a head injury? In the heat of these thoughts, his body was suddenly seized by a sharp pain, reminding him of his recent trials. Elena hastened to explain the reason for such talk. After all, he had been brought here unconscious, and therefore everyone was convinced that he had simply been injured in battle. For a moment, both girls laughed carefree, and a warm feeling filled the room, as if nothing bad had ever happened. For Gislon, this was a source of joy. Everything looked the same as in his memories of happy days. He couldn't understand why he had wasted his energy and nerves on nonsense in his past life. Back then, on the eve of the festival, he had refused his sister's request to go together, using the unsuccessful outcome of the trip as an excuse. That refusal proved fatal. It was then that he saw Elena for the last time. Just a few days later, she was found dead, torn to pieces next to the bodies of her bodyguards. The thought of it tore at his soul. He knew he should have been there, but he had betrayed her with his inaction, and now regret burned him from within. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Someone politely asked if they could come in. Elena's bodyguards entered. There were two of them, one named Jamal, the other Philip. The girl was surprised by their appearance, as she had asked them to stay outside. But Jamal explained that the servants were asking her to personally assess the preparations for the upcoming festival. The hero did not understand why she should be involved in this. The explanation was simple and bitter. Due to the Lord's constant inaction, there was a shortage of workers in the Berdium mansion, and even the ladies were forced to help with the management. Elena said goodbye to her brother and asked him to take care of himself, then left the room. The hero remained pensive. It turned out that there really was a shortage of people. In his previous life, he had not paid attention to this, and now he realized how little he had known about the family's affairs at that time. After thinking about everything that was happening, he unexpectedly offered his help with the preparations. Elena turned around sharply, struck by his words. It was unthinkable for her that her brother would volunteer to work. She was sure that something serious had happened to his head. Meanwhile, preparations for the festival were proceeding in the most serious manner. Every little thing was taken into account. Every detail was brought to perfection. The hero insisted that he was ready to help, but those around him just waved him off, saying that no one could concentrate on the task at hand with him around. This attitude upset him. His sincere willingness to help was perceived as a mere whim. Valinda simply noted that it would be more helpful if he did nothing and just rested quietly. At that moment, Gislon's thoughts returned to the fact that in her previous life, Elena's body had been found in the slums, far from the festival grounds. This could mean that she had been lured away or taken by force. To prevent this from happening, he decided to study all the paths and exits from the castle, as well as every loophole through which intruders could enter. While he was arguing with his mentor, a man suddenly ran up to him. This person turned out to be painfully familiar. Before him stood Fergus, his old servant, loyal and devoted, breathless from his haste, but immensely glad that his master was alive. Fergus said that he had rushed to him as soon as he heard the news from the squad that had been clearing out the orcs. The hero simply asked to postpone their conversation until later. At that moment, Elena appeared, noting that the old man's arrival was very timely. She was sure that her brother was behaving strangely after waking up, and that it would be better to put him back to bed, entrusting this task to Fergus. The old servant agreed, and Gislon once again felt that his reputation as an idiot was preventing him from carrying out his plan. There was nothing left to do but act cautiously. He decided to gradually gather information about the castle over the course of a week. First, he asked Fergus if there was an abandoned training ground on their property, and if so, to take him there. The old man was surprised and asked why his master needed it. Gislon considered the question unnecessary. He needed the ground for training, that was obvious. For a personal knight, such a desire sounded incredible because his master had never shown such zeal before. However, once the request had been made, he was ready to fulfill it, so he led his young master to the desired location. Upon arriving there, Gislon was amazed by what he saw. The grounds were in much better condition than he had ever imagined. This place turned out to be the perfect spot for training. In all his years as a mercenary, he'd never seen anything this convenient and well-designed. Fergus explained that the equipment was always carefully maintained in case his master suddenly decided to use it. The old servant sincerely believed that his young master's difficulties would be overcome sooner or later. The hero realized that in his past life, it was this man who had tirelessly taken care of everything, while he himself was unaware. Now it became clear to him how much had been happening before his eyes, but had gone unnoticed because of his own blindness. This time, he firmly told himself that he wanted to live a long life. Death was not for him, although the thought that he had already experienced it never left his mind. Deep down, he knew the truth. He had indeed died and been given a new lease on life. But when the knight heard these words, he didn't believe them, and dismissed them as a silly joke. The hero told the old man to leave and said that he intended to stay here to train. Fergus bowed respectfully and promised to wait for him outside. Left alone, Gislon thought about how he had treated those around him with hostility and coldness in his past life. Now everything looked different. Before he had been blind, not noticing the sincerity and devotion of those around him. There was only a week left. He remembered that in his past life, he had managed to find out that one of the neighboring lords was behind Elena's death. This marked the beginning of a great war in which the Berdium family was drawn in, and that war ended in defeat. Elena's death was the starting point for the family's downfall, a tragedy that destroyed everything. It was at this moment that the hero decided to rewrite history and start all over again. The first step was to strengthen his own body. There was very little time, but he had no intention of backing down. In this short period of time, he must at least discover the paths of mana within himself. Mana is a force that gives people the ability to go beyond their limits, to overcome boundaries that previously seemed insurmountable. Many believed that mastering it was an almost impossible task, requiring years of persistent training. But he knew that even amid the chaos of battle, he was capable of feeling and directing this energy. Now he had to focus and capture the particles of mana floating freely in the air around him. The hero concentrated, trying to catch the particles of mana in the air and carefully pull them inside, as if winding the finest threads onto a spool. For a warrior who had fought thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of battles, creating a mana core seemed like a trivial matter. But it was precisely this combination of experience and special knowledge that allowed him to become one of the 7 strongest swordsmen on the continent. At one time, he was lucky enough to come across a half-burnt book, and the method he found there became a real breakthrough. With its help, he was able to create not one natural mana core in his body, like the others, but 3. These cores were connected to each other in a single network, thanks to which their power was greatly increased and turned into a destructive force. However, each step in this process caused intense pain. His body resisted, as if it did not want to accommodate such a thing. Now, 3 cores were the limit, whereas in his previous life, he had managed to increase their number to 5. This method did indeed grant incredible power in a short time, but the price was a colossal expenditure of mana. This was the reason for his defeat by Eden. His opponent attacked at the moment when his strength was running out, and if the fight had been fair one-on-one, the victory would have gone to Gislon. The technique, despite its effectiveness, remained unstable, but now it was the best option, because time was still on his side and his body was still young. This time, he was not going to give in. His goal was to take Idun's head, and then to deal with the Dolphin clan and their allies. After all, they were the ones who had contributed to the fall of the Berdium clan, and now he intended to destroy them all, down to the last one. The days flew by unnoticed, and then the 7th day arrived, the day of the festival. Gislon was fully prepared for it. For him, it was not just a holiday, but the beginning of the battle for his sister's life. When Elena saw her brother, she was stunned. She did not expect him to actually keep his promise and go with her to the festival. This was something new. He had never been interested in such entertainment before. Now, he explained his presence by saying that he was obliged to appear at the Berdium clan celebrations at least occasionally. Her sister smiled and admitted that her brother had changed a lot. She had heard rumors that he had not left the training hall all last week. For him, this was not surprising. The heir to a great family was obliged to train, but in the past he had indeed neglected this, and therefore the change seemed extraordinary to those around him. His relationship with his father remained strained. The thought that he could become a lord without endless ceremonies and moralizing never left him. However, Elena was pleased with the changes in her brother. To her, it seemed as if the Gislon she wanted to see was returning. The hero himself had realized a lot over the past week. His new actions changed not only his behavior, but also the very course of his destiny. Realizing this, Valinda instructed Jamal and Philip to keep a close eye on the young lord so that he would not cause any commotion on the day of the festival. The knights assured her that she could rely on them completely. The hero thought that the main events would probably remain unchanged, but the details could change, and he had to use his knowledge of the future to turn them to his advantage. Therefore, he needed to think through the most effective steps in advance for each possible situation. This time he was ready for the unexpected. Together with his sister, he strolled through the bustling market, where crowds of people were enjoying the festive atmosphere. Elena laughed, rejoiced in the little things, and enjoyed a carefree day, while her brother kept his eyes on those around him, noticing every little detail. At one point, the girl admitted that she was really having fun, but at the same time, she complained about the monotony. The festival was the same every year, and she wanted something new. The hero noted that the holiday was coming to an end, and nothing unusual had happened. Perhaps it was because this time he had not left Elena's side for a moment. Suddenly, one of the accompanying knights asked if they had already visited all the places. He mentioned that a new attraction had appeared nearby, and offered to accompany the lady there. Elena was excited by the idea and agreed, hoping that it would indeed be interesting. However, this aroused Gislon's suspicion. A disturbing thought flashed through his mind. Could there really be traitors hiding among his sister's bodyguards? Jamal and Philip were trusted unconditionally, for they had guarded Elena since her birth. In their previous life, they had fallen defending her to the last. Without taking any action, the hero decided to follow them, ready to intervene at any moment. His companions announced their arrival, and their journey ended in an abandoned square, where there was nothing but silence and desolation. Elena looked around in bewilderment and noted that the place looked strange and shabby. She couldn't understand how entertainment could be arranged here. Jamal suggested that the preparations were not yet complete. He assured her that the performance would begin soon, but the young lady was only indignant, considering his words to be mockery. It seemed impossible to her that anyone would put on a show in such a depressing and empty place. Everything happened exactly as Gislon had predicted. At first glance, it was an ordinary wasteland, unremarkable and boring. But a closer look revealed barriers and partitions blocking the escape routes. Everything here looked prearranged. While the hero was thinking, Elena took him by the hand and pulled him forward. Jamal, trying to hide his tension, suggested waiting, because that was why they had come here. However, Elena objected, not wanting to stay in such a strange place. Gislon noted to himself how stubborn and strong-willed his sister was, and wondered if her own training or preparation was behind it. But the second bodyguard, Philip, blocked her way. With unexpected force, he demanded that she wait. For the first time, Elena noticed an unusual insistence and predatory notes in his gaze. The bodyguard's behavior seemed strange and unfamiliar to her, as if the people standing in front of her were not the ones who had protected her since childhood. Jamal tried to ease the tension by saying that he didn't want to scare her, but soon the truth came out. They had an order. While Elena couldn't believe what was happening, new figures approached them. Several men in wide-brimmed hats emerged from the shadows and approached the group. The leader, who called himself Frank, praised the bodyguards for their excellent work and noted that everything had gone exactly as expected. Philip confirmed his words, saying that the plan had succeeded. The young lady had been brought in, and now they were waiting for the deal to be completed. Frank's gaze fell on Elena, but then stopped on her companion. He said with surprise that he was looking at the eldest son of the Berdium family. Frank noted with surprise that he did not recall the order concerning the eldest son of the Berdiums. One of the bodyguards coldly remarked that the young gentleman would be just a bonus. According to him, it was his own fault. He had followed them and fallen into a trap. Gislon was boiling inside. The thought that his own sister was being traded like a commodity filled him with rage. How could they think that such a thing would go unpunished? Jamal just smiled, assuring them that the young gentleman himself should worry about his life. They, in turn, would be able to escape and hide anywhere they wanted. These lands, as he said, had long been impoverished and brought no joy. Every year, more and more people left the Berdium's domain, tired of barbarian raids and ruin. But while the trader continued to speak, Gislon was already preparing to strike. In an instant, the blade cut through Jamal's body before he could even realize the danger. The rest of those present froze in disbelief, stunned by the incredible speed with which the young master had acted. Gislon merely noted coldly that at least he did not trade in other people's lives. Then his gaze fell on the second bodyguard. Philip, realizing that everything had gone wrong, grabbed Elena, contemptuously calling his partner a fool for underestimating the enemy. But those were his last words. In the next moment, Gislon's blade pierced his head, and the only thing he managed to whisper was that such a thing was impossible. A moment later, Elena was in her brother's arms, under his protection. The men who had come with Frank looked at each other in bewilderment and asked if this was really the eldest son of the Berdium family. They were sure that he didn't even know how to fight properly. Frank, studying the young man with his eyes, confirmed that the appearance matched. He was struck by something else, the ease with which he had killed 2 knights. Moreover, there was clearly mana in his blows, which made everything that was happening even more incredible. Elena was confused, trying to understand what was happening and where her brother got such strength. But Gislon did not give her an answer. He himself did not know what to say, because for him it was not a time for explanations, but for action. To protect his sister from further danger and carry her away from the battlefield, the hero knocked her unconscious with one firm movement, not out of cruelty, but for her own safety. He carefully laid her aside, ensuring her a little peace and privacy from prying eyes. Frank, with obvious ironic gratitude, noted that the heir had done the dirty work himself, which they had intended to entrust to mercenaries. He and his men had planned to deal with the bodyguards, but now everything had turned out differently. The young man was not at all what they had expected. Doubt arose in their eyes. Did he have hidden skills that he had not previously boasted about? Gislon could hardly understand why these people were interested in someone outside. Now the main task was to survive the battle. It soon became clear that they would have to fight 3 opponents at once. 2 of them were already in position behind him, while the third exuded an abnormal aura of mana, as if an invisible vortex was swirling around him. All this required a quick and decisive response. The sooner the threat was eliminated, the less chance there was of an unforeseen catastrophe. Gislon tried to find out from the newcomers who had ordered this despicable deal, but they just looked down on him, not understanding why they should reveal such details to a living person. Faced with such insolence, he knew that conversation would be of little value. If they did not tell him voluntarily, he would have to force them to talk. Thoughts of coercion arose instantly. If the silence continued, actions would replace words. Taking advantage of an order from one of his henchmen, they first wanted to take his life, but the leader intervened. He demanded a living prisoner, breaking bones in order to extract information from him. For Frank, torture seemed a necessary step. First pain, then confession. According to his dark logic, the path to the true result. At his command, his henchmen rushed into the attack, hoping to break their opponent with numbers and brutality. Gislon did not stand aside and took them head on. The counterattack was lightning fast and deadly. He threw what he had brought with him, a weapon prepared for such a moment. The throw was accurate and merciless. One of the attackers treated the object with contempt, taking it as a joke and underestimating the danger. While he turned away incredulously and tried to concentrate, the blade cut him in an instant. In the next moment, the enemy's head fell, another corpse left in the path of the one who came to defend his own. The second enemy rushed to attack, assuring himself that such tricks would no longer work. He tried to strike from the blind side, but the hero managed to react in time and block the blow. With one precise maneuver, Gislon threw the enemy's weapon off balance and deprived him of his advantage. While the enemy remained unarmed, the young man used his other hand. With one powerful movement, he cut off his head as easily as before. But Frank wasted no time and launched his own attack. It also came from a blind spot, but Gislon parried it with his dagger, moving with incredible precision. Frank did not understand how the young man managed to parry the blow from such a disadvantageous position. It would have been impossible for a simple swordsman. While the enemy was thinking, the hero turned and went on the counterattack. His blade struck with such speed that it was almost impossible to dodge. Frank got away with only a minor wound, but his favorite smoking pipe was smashed to smithereens. The man, without losing his composure, continued the fight, moving with the same aggression as before. At that moment, he directed mana into the wound, healing the damage, and admitted that he was impressed. Without this power, he would have lost his head long ago. The hero watched with cold interest. Only mana concentrated in the right place could soften his blow. Frank wondered in confusion where the young heir had acquired such skills at such an early age, but he immediately dismissed his doubts. None of that mattered, because he intended to kill him here. According to him, with such a meager supply of mana, his opponent would not be able to withstand him. However, Gislon only smiled in response. With his next move, he made an unexpected maneuver, breaking the rhythm of the fight. And finally, he delivered a crushing blow with his foot right to the enemy's head. The blow increased the distance between the opponents again, leaving enough space between them for the next move. Frank reminded him with a cold smile that he had already said this. With such a pitiful amount of mana, the enemy would not be able to win anyway. But as soon as the words left his lips, a sharp pain pierced his body. It was so strong that he had to drop to his knees and spit out blood. The man couldn't understand what had happened. The young master's blow didn't look fatal. How could this be? Could he have broken through his spell even with such a low level of power? Gislon clenched his teeth and realized that there was a real conspiracy behind Elena's death. And now everything became clear. It was Frank and his men who were behind this shadow. In response, he concentrated his strength and unleashed the power of the third core. The explosion of energy struck the enemy. Where did this guy get such a sharp and strong increase in mana? The young man leapt forward, attacking with two blades at once, his movements resembling a stream of lightning. Frank merely noted his incredible speed, after which they clashed again in a fierce battle. Even under such pressure, the man managed to put up a defense. But each blocked blow echoed in his hands with paralyzing pain, causing his limbs to stiffen. No matter how strong mana was, its capabilities always had limits. However, Frank had never before encountered a way to release it in such powerful and erratic bursts. It seemed as if it was no longer the same young man fighting in front of him, but a completely different person. His weapon couldn't withstand the force of the blow and shattered. Frank's body was cut open, and the wound was critically deep. It did not kill him immediately, but threatened to weaken him to the point of exhaustion. Gislon did not stop and continued his attack. Another blow from the blade pierced the enemy's defense, sinking into his flesh. The man screamed, and the pain robbed him of his remaining composure, and the young man grabbed him by the throat. At that moment, he forced him to return to the conversation interrupted by the fight. The main character needed to find out the name of the person behind the order, but Frank did not want to give up. He pulled a dagger from his secret sleeve. His plan was simple: kill at least the girl and take her with him to the grave. However, the moment he swung, his movements stopped abruptly. Gislon became the restraining force. He held back his opponent and offered a deal. Give up your foolishness and answer questions in exchange for your life. He promised to remove the blade and let him live if he told the truth. Frank noticed with horror that his body was entangled in threads of mana. He couldn't even move. But when had the young man mastered such a technique? Gislon was sure that his opponent, hardened in battle and accustomed to licking his wounds, would be able to survive normal injuries. But if his mana core was destroyed, the enemy's entire support would collapse, and the outcome would be a foregone conclusion. Frank was stunned. He couldn't immediately comprehend what he had heard and seen. At that moment, Gislon concentrated his power and began to destroy the core, directing a cold stream of energy directly at the source of its power. The man felt something inside begin to crack and crumble, as if the foundation beneath his feet were cracking. Confusion overwhelmed him. How could this be happening? As if his very support was dissipating before his eyes. The thought of losing control made him lose his composure. One wrong move, and the escaped mana could destroy everything around him. Gislon calmly dismissed these fears, considering such concerns to be the lot of amateurs, and assured himself that he would cope. Seeing the young man's unwavering determination, Frank realized that this was no bluff or empty threat. Realizing this, he understood with fear that if he did not surrender, he would die. In the end, the words slipped out. Faced with inevitable defeat, Frank admitted that Count Desmond was behind everything. He was the one who had ordered Elena's murder, seeking to create a precedent that would unleash a war between the Berdiums and the neighboring house. Putting the facts together, Gislon realized that the conspiracy did indeed lead to Desmond's hand. In his former life, dirty work was often entrusted to executors from the Duke's entourage. Now it was becoming clear how the Dauphin had orchestrated it all from behind the scenes. Gislon demanded to understand the motives. Why Elena was needed specifically. The answer confirmed his guess. Her death was part of the plan. Hearing the confirmation, he struck again to speed up the process and end the resistance. Frank desperately reminded him that he had asked for mercy, but his words no longer had any power. Gislon, watching the suffering, only smiled with cold bitterness. Many murders had been committed before. Now it was time for answers. Frank, clutching at his last excuses, insisted that his death would change nothing, that the matter with the degrades had already been decided, and people would believe any version of events. But Gislon knew that this would be followed by a new round of war, and that the Berdiums were about to be drawn into it again. He pulled his opponent closer and let him hear the explanation that he now had to accept. The confession of rebirth after death, clenched in his chest, sounded without sentimentality. In this cycle, everything would be different. And at that moment, the final blow destroyed the last core. Frank's source of mana ceased to exist. While the city celebrated amid revelry and music, Gislon exterminated the conspirators in the shadows. After examining the bodies of the fallen, he made sure that the threat had been eliminated, and his sister was unharmed. Then he threw his weapon aside and allowed himself a brief sigh of relief. But his joy was short-lived. A sharp pain flared up in his chest again, and blood poured from his mouth. He had to bend over and spit it out, feeling his strength melt away under the pressure of losing 3 cores. Once, such a loss would have been insignificant for the Mercenary King, but now the price was different. His young body did not allow him to recover so quickly. Nevertheless, he was not going to give up. Gathering the last of his willpower, Gislon stood up and headed for the door. There were things ahead that could not be put off. The door was locked, so Gislon took a running start and kicked it open, throwing the heavy door to the side. Pieces of evidence swirled in his head. Besides Elena, another body had indeed been found at the scene. Based on Frank's confession, the situation began to take shape as a grim chain of cause and effect. Logic suggested that the victim was most likely the son of Count Berdium. Apparently, he and all those accompanying him had been killed, after which these events had been distorted in order to place the blame on the Berdium family. This was how those who knew too much were silenced. When the truth came out, it would inevitably lead to war. That was the conspirators' bet. Therefore, Gislon made the only decision that was right for him, to remove any traces and evidence that could reveal their dirty plans. He was determined to prevent these people's insidious plans from coming to fruition. Meanwhile, someone was watching him from behind, hiding their silhouette in the shadows of the street arches. The stranger did not linger in one place. He dissolved into the crowd, trying not to attract attention. At a secret meeting, the failure of the operation was discussed with concern. Someone noted that it was not ordinary people who had been sent on this mission, but the best knights, and yet they had failed to keep track of even a little girl. The observer told those gathered a simplified version of what had happened. Gislon Berdium had unexpectedly appeared at the scene. The hall was filled with confusion. How could this man intervene when he had long been considered a weakling and a windbag? Many still took the rumors, the image of Gislon as an inept, foolish heir, at face value, which is why they decided to use him as a trump card. But the narrator claimed the opposite. The reality was different, and the young man was not at all what he was made out to be. He described in detail how Gislon dealt with his attackers one by one in the square. His blows were quick, cold-blooded, and deadly. It seemed as if a different person was inside the young man's body, not the fool from the rumors, but a warrior with willpower and skills, revealed at the most crucial moment. Despite the fact that the degenerate case had been practically brought to the desired result, the messenger asked for just one more chance. But those around him impatiently demanded silence and ordered him to shut up. Whoever the conspirators encountered next, this failure could turn into a chain of troubles. Simple mistakes were severely punished here, and second chances were usually not given. In the midst of the argument, the eldest of those present, the most influential voice, sharply remarked that the room was too noisy and that the conversation should be conducted with caution. He asked the speaker what specific opportunity he was requesting, and a tense pause ensued in the room, during which the fate of the one who dared to ask for leniency was being decided. One of the attendees decided to speak up. Gislon Berdium must be eliminated. The others immediately asked how he intended to do this. Then the man in the cloak revealed his cards, claiming that he had a special trump card for the duel. His name was Cain Lodges. He had gained fame for his powerful techniques combined with his skillful swordplay. Despite his young age, Cain was considered the living embodiment of strength, and there was hardly anyone in the north who could match him. In addition, he was Gislon's cousin, which made the task easier. Bringing them face to face would not be difficult. This news aroused considerable interest among those present. Even the chief, who was watching the conversation, perked up slightly. However, his cold warning was clear. The new plan had no room for failure. If it failed, there would be no second chance. The man in the cloak assured them that he could handle it and was eager to prove it. Meanwhile, at the Berdium mansion, events were unfolding in the training hall. Old Fergus came to invite the young master to dinner. But at that moment he saw a strange sight. Objects were moving on their own. It turned out that this was not an attack at all, but someone's hand had grabbed a weapon lying nearby. The blade suddenly flew to the side, as if under the influence of an invisible force. This was how Gislon trained. He was testing his abilities, checking how skillfully he had learned to master the new technique. Absorbed in the process, he noticed Fergus only after a moment. Then he greeted him and asked what had brought the old man here. The old man apologized and explained that he did not want to distract the young man from his training. But there was genuine curiosity in his voice. How did he manage to do what he had just seen? Gislon assumed that he was referring to the unusual way of holding the weapon. The secret lay in the use of mana threads, invisible streams that could act as leashes, allowing the weapon to be guided even from a distance. In his past life, he had often used mana threads, and it had become one of his main skills. But now, with his current level of power, he had to squeeze every last drop out of himself, loading mana cores to use this technique. Still, he understood that if he used only a single thread and acted cautiously, he might be able to conserve energy and regain control to almost his previous level. Fergus, who was watching what was happening, involuntarily admitted that he considered himself a man who had seen a lot. He knew many ways to use mana and was confident in his experience. But he had never seen anything like this before. After all, not long ago, the young gentleman could not have taken a single step in this direction. He had no control over mana at all, and now, something incredible was unfolding before his eyes. The old man was amazed that he had not only mastered it, but also come up with such unusual ways of using it. Fergus's thoughts were interrupted by Gislon himself, who looked at him as if he wanted to ask something. The old man understood and nodded. Yes, he had come here for a specific purpose and had an important message to convey. Bowing his head, Fergus thanked the young gentleman for saving Lady Elena. Gislon was almost taken aback. Receiving gratitude seemed strange. After all, he had only done what he was supposed to do. Therefore, without dwelling on it, he just smiled and invited the old man to join him for lunch. Several days had passed since that event. The festival had been temporarily suspended because it was necessary to strengthen security and ensure the young lady's safety. Elena was indignant. No one believed her when she said that it was Gislon who had saved her. She demanded that her brother tell everyone everything himself, but Gislon just shook his head. It was pointless for him. Even if he told the truth, no one would believe him anyway. Valinda, on the other hand, was boiling with rage. So Jamal and Philip really had intended to kidnap the young lady. The treacherous pair. She had always suspected that there was something vile lurking in these two. But the young lady herself seemed to prefer not to reveal all the details of what had happened. For Gislon, however, one thing remained paramount. He had managed to postpone the war for a while, although he understood that his enemies would not retreat so easily. And yet he clearly saw that he could not stop the approaching storm alone. It would take an entire army to do so. At that moment, a maid entered the room, apologizing respectfully for interrupting their conversation. Gislon merely nodded, continuing to think that an army needed not only strength but also power. And to gain power, he would have to do much more than just train. Soon food was served. The amount was so meager that it seemed almost mocking. Then he asked Valinda ironically if this was already dessert. She frowned in surprise. What dessert? Had he forgotten the situation their house was in? Suddenly, a loud cry came from the street. Someone was demanding compensation at the top of his voice. It was a merchant, waving his arms angrily. He claimed that he had suffered losses due to the cancellation of the festival, and was now demanding compensation. The man was not alone. Behind him was a crowd of people indignantly booing and agreeing with his every word. The people demanded that those hiding in the castle come out to them. It seemed to them that the Berdiums were rolling in gold, while ordinary townspeople had to endure hardship. Gislon was stunned. Had the crowd really decided to take such open action? What the hell was going on here? Valinda, on the other hand, seemed almost calm. She had anticipated something like this. She reminded him that their country depended on merchants. For many, the only source of income was the revenue from festivals. Last year, the profits had been huge, and people hoped for a repeat of that success. But this time, the festival closed the very next day. That's why they rebelled. Disappointment turned to anger. After learning the details, Gislon asked if the situation was really that bad. Thoughts swirled anxiously in his head. Everything was going extremely badly, and if nothing was done, the crowd could go from shouting to a real riot. The young man turned to Fergus and asked sharply what the soldiers were doing. It seemed obvious to him. Troops needed to be deployed to quell the crowd. But the old man's answer was unexpected. There were no soldiers available at the moment. Gislon couldn't believe his ears. How could that be? Not a single one left. Fergus explained that most of them had been sent to clear the forest, where orcs and other monsters had been appearing more and more often lately. Such were the lands of Berdium. Barbarians pressed from the north, and on the other side was a dense forest teeming with monsters ready to attack at any moment. There were no soldiers or money in the castle, only ruin and disorder. Then Gislon approached Valinda and quietly said that they needed to talk. He clarified. After all, she was the one who managed his funds, wasn't she? She should give the merchants some of the money to appease them. But the governess shook her head. There was simply no money. Gislon couldn't believe what he was hearing. What do you mean there isn't any? But Valinda reminded him that the Count himself had ordered that he not be given any money. The young lord had spent it too recklessly in the past. The young man was stunned. Could all this be true? He, the heir to the family, didn't even have a penny to his name, and now he looked almost like a beggar. Out of desperation, he even asked the maid to lend him some money, but the girl just smiled guiltily and admitted that she had nothing either. At that moment, Gislon finally realized that the situation was much worse than he had thought. He had no army, no gold, and no idea what else could be considered a resource. Without a single coin in his pocket, he felt helpless. Even his knowledge of the future was of little use. Without resources, it became a heavy burden. He urgently needed to find some way to get money, because without it, everything was falling apart. Thoughts raced through his head. Maybe there was something valuable stored on the estate after all. There had to be at least one way out. But his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps. One of the knights rushed in, clearly agitated. It was Ricardo. The young gentleman immediately asked him what had happened and why he was in such a hurry. Ricardo was almost shouting. They had a serious problem, and Lord Kane himself demanded to see Gislon. The name confused the young man. Why did Kane need him? Meanwhile, it became clear that Skoven had been involved in a fight. Someone had attacked him and beaten him severely. Even with serious injuries, the squad leader was still holding on, but the stranger kept hitting him again and again, as if he wanted to break not only his body but also his spirit. When Gislon arrived at the scene, he saw the warrior being lifted into the air by another blow and thrown to the ground. For a moment he was confused, not understanding what was happening. But soon everything became clear. The attacker turned around and, noticing him, smiled. It was as if he had been waiting for this moment. Standing before Gislon was his cousin. Finally, the source of all the trouble had appeared, and now there was no point in hiding. The boy looked closely at the familiar features and remembered that insolent face. Before him stood the heir to the Lodge's family, allies of the Berdiums. His name was Kane Lodges. Once, in a past life, he was considered Gislon's only friend. But in reality, he had never been a friend. Rather, he was a rival, and at times an enemy, hidden behind a mask of friendship. And now it was he who had beaten Skoven and, without hiding his malice, was heading towards Gislon himself. Gislon glanced quickly at Ricardo, demanding an explanation. What the hell was going on here? The knight hesitated, unable to find the words. Only after a moment did he admit that they had been informed of disturbances in one of the local taverns. When they arrived, they found Kane surrounded by his escort knights. He clearly had no intention of hiding his curiosity and began to ask questions. Were the rumors about the young Lord Berdium true? Skoven seemed to want to be honest and began to recount everything he had heard in detail. But before he could finish, Kane grabbed him sharply by the head, squeezing his fingers like a vice. His voice sounded defiant. How dare this soldier lie so brazenly to the heir of the Lodge's family? And that was exactly what led to the scene Gislon was now witnessing, a beaten commander and a smug cousin basking in power. Kane, not hiding his irritation, shouted that if Skoven had decided to speak, he should tell the truth. After all, there were amazing rumors going around, that Gislon, who had barely completed a couple of training sessions, had managed to deal with the orcs with his bare hands, and then exposed the traitors. That's why he decided to bring the poor guy to his senses, with a blow to knock some sense into him. In his opinion, none of this would have happened if the man hadn't spread ridiculous tales. For Gislon, however, none of this came as a surprise. He knew perfectly well that this was how Kane had always been. Since childhood, his cousin had treated him like his lackey. Every time Kane came to the Berdium lands, it turned into a real mess. And even when he went too far, no one dared to object. Even Gislon used to bow his head submissively. No one dared to look down on Kane, especially the former Gislon, consumed by his own inferiority complex. His cousin's confidence and brazen arrogance were perceived as the innate right of an heir. It was precisely because of these comparisons that criticism of the young master only grew stronger. Now, seeing him in front of him, Kane frowned. Usually just one glance from him was enough to make Gislon tremble and give in before the conflict even began. But now, for the first time, a shadow of doubt flashed in his cousin's eyes. Shortly before these events, something curious happened at the Lodge's estate. A mysterious man in a mask appeared before Kane and whispered an offer to kill Gislon. The mask hid his features, but his words sounded confident. If Kane succeeded, a certain influential person would provide his family with enormous support. Kane noted that the task was certainly not difficult. But still, Gislon was also the heir to his lands. How could he simply be removed from the picture? The masked man calmly explained how to pull it off. All he had to do was provoke his cousin into a duel and then make it look like an accident. From the outside, it would look like a typical quarrel between young heirs. The masked man promised to accompany Kane under the guise of a knight and control the course of events, so there was no cause for concern. For Kane, it seemed like a pretty convenient opportunity. He was even surprised at how easily he was offered to get rid of his own relative. Who would have thought that one day he would be asked to kill his own cousin? And yet he agreed. The decision was easy. They could get started right away. Deep down, Kane suspected that the reason was that someone had noticed changes in Giselle, and that bothered him far more than his former reputation as a worthless idler. Remembering this, he asked mockingly what his cousin was doing right now. If he had come, it was time to bring everything due. Gislon cautiously asked what exactly he meant. Kane reminded him of the interrupted festival, and he suggested livening things up in his own way. A little drink, a few women, just like in the old days. Or perhaps his cousin had suddenly decided to pretend to be a righteous man. Gislon remained silent, watching him with a cold gaze, as if he did not understand what he was talking about. Only after a minute did he pretend to understand. Of course, Cain always demanded entertainment as soon as he set foot on Berdium soil. Women and wine were his eternal companions. Once, Gislon danced to his tune, fearing another beating, but now everything had changed. He wasn't going to spend a penny on him. Moreover, the Count had recently forbidden giving him money, because he thoughtlessly spent it on trifles. And, remembering this, Gislon thought for the first time, there had always been a source of income nearby that he had not thought about before. The thought caught his attention so much that he forgot about his cousin for a moment. Images of a future in which money could be spent not on Cain's drinking binges but on his own plans flashed before his eyes. But his thoughts were interrupted by an irritated voice. Cain demanded that everything be brought here immediately, as if he were talking to a servant. Couldn't he see that the elder lodges had been waiting for a long time? According to him, if Gislon understood correctly, he should obey immediately. Of course, Cain promised that everything would be paid for, but there is always a but. But as Gislon coldly pointed out, the old bills had to be paid first. Cain raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. What accounts were they talking about? The guy calmly explained. His cousin knew perfectly well that he had been living off him all this time, and if you added up the interest, it amounted to no less than 1,000 gold pieces. These words sounded so serious that Cain almost laughed. He was indignant. How could anyone demand such a ridiculous amount when all his fun wasn't worth hundreds of gold coins? Moreover, he had been treating his own friend. Didn't friendship imply such debts? Let Gislon consider it payment for their friendship. But the young gentleman only smiled. What friendship? All this time, Cain had only wiped his feet on him, treating him like a servant. And now it was time to pay. Let his cousin repay the debt willingly, or Gislon would collect it himself. He needed the money right now. The atmosphere was tense to the breaking point. A tense silence reigned in the room, as if the silence itself was waiting for an explosion. Ricardo, watching this, was at a loss for words. He understood perfectly well what consequences awaited his master, and he was horrified to realize that he was saying this out loud. Cain suddenly burst out laughing. His laughter seemed to reflect not joy, but contempt. He decided that his cousin, whom he had tolerated for so many years, had suddenly imagined himself powerful and dared to be insolent, hoping to get away with it. Or perhaps he believed his own false rumors of victory. In Cain's eyes, he remained nothing more than a plague, a disgrace to these lands. That's why they consider him a piece of shit in the north. After all he does as an heir is laze around and engage in idleness. Therefore, for such words, he deserved a blow. Cain raised his fist, heavy as a hammer, and swung it forward with force. But Gislon unexpectedly dodged to the side with ease, as if he had anticipated the attack. Those who watched what was happening were stunned. After all, the Gislon they knew before would never have dodged like that. Cain felt his irritation turn to rage. This boy was beginning to annoy him more than ever. He attacked again, but once more, his target slipped to the side. The next moment, Gislon struck back. Cain couldn't believe his senses. The force of the blow was too great. While he was trying to recover, another powerful blow followed, knocking the wind out of him. This time, the heir to lodges managed to react and put his huge arm in the way of the blow, taking some of the force. But instead of the expected steadiness, his body betrayed him and faltered. Cain staggered, collapsed to the ground, and with a muffled cry, spat out blood. One of the accompanying knights immediately rushed to Cain, asking anxiously if his master was all right. But Gislon coldly told him to stop whining and get up. After all, everyone had seen that Cain had managed to block the blow. The accompanying knight turned pale and shouted for the young master to step aside, indignant. What was he doing? Those in the hall could not believe their eyes. Had Gislon really defeated Cain? No one had even seen the moment of the blow. It seemed unbelievable. At that moment, Gislon realized what was happening. It had all been staged in advance. Cain leaned over to his companion and whispered, "Was I convincing enough?" His companion replied just as quietly that everything had gone perfectly. It looked as if Gislon had started the fight. That would be enough to justify a challenge to a duel. Cain rejoiced inwardly. The opportunity to enlist the support of an influential person did not come along every day. He had to make an impression and seize the chance. He remembered the mysterious man's words. If he succeeded, the lodges would gain a powerful patron. This was an opportunity to get rid of not only his cousin, but the entire Berdium family. Cain took a blue glove out of his pocket. Standing up to his full height, he proclaimed loudly, "How dare this man, who disgraces the honor of the aristocracy with his tall tales, attack him for merely attempting to establish the truth?" With these words, he was about to challenge Gislon to a duel. But before he could finish, the glove had already struck him in the face. It was Gislon. He himself had challenged Cain. His cousin was momentarily speechless, unable to understand where the brat got such confidence in his own abilities. Gislon calmly explained. Cain had unjustly insulted the heir to Berdium right in front of his men. Moreover, he had cowardly attacked his subordinates, thereby disgracing his own name and aristocratic dignity, and it was unlikely that Cain would dare to deny the obvious. A tense silence hung in the hall. Kane remained silent. Then, a crooked smile touched his lips. He muttered that he had always known that Gislon was a fool, but to voluntarily dig his own grave was truly astonishing. However, so much the better. He accepts the challenge. Let him not regret it, even if he dies. The main character turned to Ricardo. He asked him to bring all the protesters from the merchant's castle gate here. Tell them that Gislon will get them their money very soon. The festival was cancelled too suddenly. As a result, the festive atmosphere, which had been reaching its peak, suddenly subsided, leaving behind dissatisfied people who were unable to let go of their regrets. They remained in a state of agitation because they were unable to celebrate and spend their money. In such a situation, a good show would help them let off steam. That is why the crowd was now cheering in anticipation of the duel. The duel between young Mr. Kane and young Mr. Gislin was declared open. Some bet on Kane, because it was high time to teach that fool Gislin a lesson. And the merchants were happy because the duel had once again attracted people to watch, and thus goods began to sell more readily. The leader of the protesters was also pleased. He said that everyone should be quiet and line up. Most people bet on Mr. Kane, because they were sure that the bet would pay off without fail. In fact, Kane was outraged. How dare this scoundrel Gislin turn an honest duel into a cheap show? Let him say it straight before they start fighting. His sword will not stop even if he begs for mercy. The main character understood this perfectly well, because this man's main goal was to kill him. Gislin suggested they begin, since quite a crowd had already gathered, but a friend in a hood shouted for them to stop. Personally, he thought the bet wasn't entirely fair. The men present also thought about this. The one who was taking bets noted that this was true. After all, no one was betting on Mr. Gislin. To be honest, everyone thought the outcome was too obvious. The boy didn't stand a chance against Mr. Kane. Everyone needed at least one fool who would bet on the opposite side. Kane laughed at this. Even at the market, no one valued Gislin. Someone suggested changing the bet. They suggested betting on how long he would last against Mr. Kane. Suddenly, someone came up to the bookie and threw a whole bag of gold coins on the table. It turned out to be the wounded Skovan. He bet on Gislin's heir. The main character was glad that at least someone still supported him. But that wasn't the only bet. After one bag of gold coins, another arrived. It was the young lady Elena, who also wanted to bet on her brother. Even Gislin did not expect this, and the other men present also did not understand why she was so confident in her brother's victory. The girl asked if this was enough for the bets. It turned out that it was not enough. Valinda repeated that she should remember that she had tried to dissuade her from this venture. Kane was indignant that he was being forced to give up without any good reason. But in the end, the participants were asked to get ready. The hero noted that he was older than his opponent, so it was a little unfair for him to go first. That's how he felt. That's why the guy immediately took his weapon out of its sheath. Then he suggested that his cousin attack. At first, the latter was in no hurry to do so, thinking that this was some kind of trick. Then he asked if the guy thought he was late in acting like the elder, and after these words, he immediately rushed into the attack. Although his blow was quite strong, the main character blocked it well. It was really hard for him though, because his opponent was much bigger than him. Kane shouted that he had sunk too low to try to save face. After these words, he managed to push the main character away. He then tried to attack him with the blunt end of his weapon. Gislin handled this without any problems. And then his opponent still did not stop, trying to attack with his foot. The crowd cheered, as expected of the young Lord Kane. This weakling, who is his rival, won't even withstand a single blow. The hero thought that someone would just look at that face. She was very pleased and confident. Valinda and the others were worried, asking the young lady what they should do. Should they stop this fight? The masked man thought it was already too late. Anyone who decided to cross swords with Kane was doomed. Such an enormous advantage in strength made a counterattack impossible, so all they could do was dodge. And as soon as the opponent ran out of steam from endless turns and opened up, he would meet his end. Kane has always won in exactly this way, and now everything was going according to plan. Cousin noted that Gislin was as nimble as ever, but it still seemed that he had improved his skills a little. In principle, it was understandable, because he always runs well. Once again, Kane managed to catch the main character with his attack, hooking him with his sword. And thanks to this, the big guy was able to send the guy flying. Those present froze, not understanding what might happen next. At that moment, the man in the mask was pleased because he thought that Gislin was finished. In fact, many thought so because the guy was hanging in the air and was an easy target. Kane was already prepared to attack. Suddenly, the hero used his mana to coordinate himself in the air. Because of this, he controlled the situation and noted that he had been lenient with the enemy until now, but the enemy had already crossed the line. With these words, Gislin attacked, rapidly closing in on the enemy. He managed to deliver a powerful blow directly to the side. The masked man was confused. It seemed that this guy had managed to regain his balance by concentrating his mana in his legs. Gislin said that Kane was quite poor at swordplay. He probably imagined himself to be the strongest simply because he intimidated his opponents with his own strength. Let him allow the guy to open his eyes to everything. The big guy was indignant. What did he think he was, and how was he going to do that? He tried to strike again, but the protagonist blocked his blow. Then, thanks to his unusual maneuver, he was able to move upward, and from there, he counterattacked his opponent. Cain was very angry that he couldn't hit this guy. So, without thinking twice, he continued to attack with his sword. Suddenly, Gislon made another maneuver and grabbed his enemy's weapon, stepping on it with his foot. Then he immediately attacked his unarmed opponent. At that point, he had already suffered quite a few serious wounds. The crowd froze, watching the situation unfold in Gislon's favor. Some did not understand what had just happened. The heir to the Berdium family had made such progress. What was this? Had he really won? Many had bet on Cain, hadn't they? Elena was pleased. This was definitely her little brother. But the man in the mask was, of course, very unhappy with this turn of events. The big guy saw that the wounds were deep, even though Gislon had the opportunity to strike harder. Was he doing all this on purpose? But when did this idiot learn to wield a sword so well? The main character continued to stare coldly at his enemy. Suddenly, he took his weapon and threw it aside. It fell and landed on the floor. At that moment, he said that such a big difference in strength didn't look very spectacular. That's why he was now going to fight with his bare hands. Cain was furious at what he was saying. It turned out that Gislon had to take advantage of this opportunity to teach him a lesson, and his fists would be enough for that. The big guy asked in surprise what he meant by teaching a lesson. The hero explained that Cain was no match for him in fencing, so he was going to give him a head start. He suggested fighting with their fists, as that was where his opponent would have the advantage. Also, if he leaves another 2,000 zlotus, which is twice the initial bet, he will win. The crowd was confused by this turn of events. It was supposed to be a fair duel. The man in the mask also did not understand what was going on. It seems that Gislon really dared to challenge Cain to a fistfight. He never thought that the day would come when he would be grateful for this guy's stupidity. Luck is clearly on his side today. The head of supplies immediately began to fuss. He said that additional bets were being accepted. A fistfight between the heir to the Berdium family and the young Mr. Cain. Many began betting on Cain again because it would be a fistfight. It would be foolish to try to defeat him with brute force alone. Although some had already decided that they would like to bet on Mr. Gislon after what they saw in the fight. Cain laughed. So this guy was going to fight with his bare hands? That made him laugh. But if that's what he wants, then he doesn't mind fighting him with his bare hands. The only problem was that he was going to keep his sword. Valinda was outraged. It wasn't fair. Let the gentleman raise his sword too. While the girl was chatting, the big guy decided to attack again. The main character noted that everything was going as he had expected. It seemed that it was time to kill his opponent's stupid head and common sense. The guy was quite happy to easily dodge the sword again. Then he quickly moved to the side. He was unable to deliver a strong blow directly to the body. But that punch wasn't the only one, because the second fist flew straight into his jaw. With this blow, the guy knocked his opponent off his feet. Cain was once again confused. What the hell was going on here? Where did this scoundrel even learn such moves? The audience noted that the intensity of the fight was growing stronger and stronger. Young Mr. Gislon was indeed capable of winning. Gislon told Cain to get up. He hadn't even warmed up yet. His opponent was very angry. He immediately got up and rushed back into the attack. Furious blows rained down one after another, but Gislon dodged them with ease. During the fight, Cain thought that this guy still didn't dare to even look at him. Fearing for his life, he bowed his head in his presence. But now it was the opposite. This guy was fighting very well. Cain thought he had to kill him for the sake of the future of the Lodge's clan. But he was getting hit harder and harder. Each blow the main character delivered was quite powerful, and there were more and more of these blows. The strong man could not resist. In the end, badly beaten, he didn't understand why this was happening. The main character approached him and grabbed him by the head. Then he said that he felt sorry for this guy's father. Count Lodges helped the Berdiums when they were on the brink of ruin only because he and their father were friends. It was a pity that his son had turned out to be alien to his father's ideals. Cain thought about this. It happened several years ago. The guy was outraged that they were going to support the Berdiums again. Even if they were friends of the Lodges themselves, they had enough trouble as it was. So, why get involved in these bogged-down lands at all? It was like trying to scoop water with a sieve. It hadn't even been a week since his father's return, and he was already planning to rush to the aid of the Berdiums. Cain was outraged by this. Suddenly he asked his father not to leave. Everything was already stopping him, so why did he want to help again? The answer came quickly. He replied that it was because they were friends. There was no other reason for it at that time. Cain braced himself for another blow to the face, but it didn't happen. After all, Gislon thought that this guy had already learned his lesson. He simply held out his hand and offered to help the big guy up. The guy bowed his head to Gislon and said he admitted defeat. Those present froze, realizing the whole situation. The most dissatisfied and surprised of all was, of course, the guy in the mask. Wonderful. The winner was young Mr. Gislon. Those who had bet on him were very happy because they had won big. Those who had not bet were disappointed at the money they had lost. Elena, like everyone else, was happy about her older brother's victory. The man in the mask immediately ran up to Cain. He then indignantly asked him how he could give up so easily. It was no big deal if he had been clearly beaten. He had trusted him so much that he didn't understand what he was doing. The big guy got up and told him to back off. The other guy just walked away. The man in the mask was confused. Everything was very bad. The damn weakling couldn't do it. Suddenly, the main character approached this man. He noted that it was time to take everything that was his. His companion asked what he was talking about. Gislon suddenly attracted the attention of the crowd. He said that the man in the mask had volunteered to pay for meat and drinks for everyone who had come. The man was taken aback. The crowd was delighted and thanked the gentleman for finally allowing them to feast. At that moment, Kane's companion shouted that he had not given his consent and told him to take back his words. The main character approached him and put his hand on his shoulder. He said that this was her defeat. He thought it was worth at least fulfilling it, and for clarity's sake, he wanted to say that this would not count towards the bet. Let him not forget the 2,000 gold pieces on top of the 1,000 he had bet, and if he decides to strike, then he probably understands what will happen to him. The man in the mask saw that this guy's strength was several times greater than his own, and that he was not to be trifled with. That is why he agreed to do everything, after which Gislon left. The very next day, a chest appeared in the main character's room. The guy opened it and saw a handful of gold coins. With that amount of money, he could hire a small squad of mercenaries. That's great, it's really a lot of money. But it would take them a long time to earn it back, so this method was not suitable. To carry out his plan, the guy needed to finish his preparations quickly. In addition to him, there was a personal tutor in the room, as well as Elena. Seeing their happy faces, the guy asked what they wanted. His sister asked where her brother was going to spend all this money. He asked if there was anything they needed, but she replied that she was just asking. Valinde, on the other hand, knew exactly where he was going to spend it. Lady Amelia's birthday was coming up very soon. He had deliberately organized this show in order to buy a particularly expensive gift, it seemed. Still, he was really too predictable. Elena was not thrilled with so much showmanship, so as not to please him. The main character didn't understand studying, they both said. Did he really have a fiancé? That's why he asked the girls about it. The maid couldn't understand how he could say such a thing without shame, or whether he was pretending to have forgotten. Amelia turns out to be the daughter of Count Reifold. The name sounded very familiar to the guy. It seems that this is the very woman, Amelia Reifold. She was a noblewoman and aristocrat who was loved by the people for her kind nature and actions. These went beyond what was considered normal for her social class. However, in the future, she would lead a rebellion and become famous as the Witch of the North. And it was she who assisted the Duke of Delphine in his plan to overthrow the Berdium family, so she is a traitor. Gislon thought for a moment and asked Valinda when his father would return. Without hesitation, she replied that he would be back in about a week. The young man decided that if that was the case, a week would be enough. Then he got up and said he had to go to the Reifolds. His personal tutor asked him to wait. After all, it wasn't the lady's birthday yet, so why was he going there? Gislon replied that they wanted to collect debts. Amelia put a pair of shoes on the floor and asked him to take them. Right in front of her was an orphaned girl. She was confused by the fact that people were going to help her. The lady explained this action by saying that if anyone should walk barefoot on her land, it should be her. Let the guards immediately provide these people with shelter and food. They obeyed the lady's order and began to unload the provisions. Of course, people began to thank the woman for her actions. Later, Amelia was in the garden in Reifold County. Her personal bodyguard named Bernard washed her feet. He noted that she had indeed worked hard. The girl said that her father always demanded absolute obedience from people. The stupid gray masses are more willing to follow those who provide them with warmth and bread. The bodyguard said that in that case, she had certainly won the hearts of many people. He would definitely be able to turn the race for the inheritance in her favor. Amelia glanced at him. Then she kicked him with the same foot. She asked, "What about his duel against the swordmaster from the north?" Bernard had to apologize. He was trying to avoid unnecessary attention. If he had won there, he would have attracted it. Now was not the time to bare his claws. His sword would always serve her. The girl asked if that was how she had raised him. She lifted his head and said that he must not be weak. It was also interesting to hear about the trade guild. The man replied that if it was the Actium Guild, there was nothing to worry about. They had successfully purchased all the materials needed to rebuild the checkpoint in the wild forest near the Berdium lands. It had been half destroyed by orcs. In this way, they would recover all the funds that Count Reifold had sent to the Berdiums every year as support. They also bought out all the soldiers and knights who had left the Berdium lands. Among them are many trained fighters, hardened by battles with barbarians. So this is a good investment. Amelia noted that this was good, and that they should continue to maintain the image of an ordinary trade guild. Until they were ready, everything had to remain secret. Suddenly, the butler approached and apologized for the disturbance. Barnard said that the lady was resting. Then why was he disturbing her peace? The butler said he had a message from the gatekeepers. His lordship Gislon Berdium had arrived for a visit. Amelia was alerted. I wonder what this walking problem has forgotten here. The servant was a little confused. Then he said that the man had stated that he needed to discuss something concerning the trade guild. Amelia decided to receive him, and soon they were in the living room. The atmosphere there was not particularly cheerful. First, the main character greeted Amelia. The cat, and the girl herself, did not react to this in the best way. She asked if he knew that showing up unannounced was bad manners. Had he lost even the last of his manners? The guy asked if it was her birthday soon. He decided to give her a gift early. Putting the item on the table, he said that he had found it in front of the guild and that it smelled wonderful. He thought that from now on he would only buy flowers there. He had forgotten the name of the guild, which he thought was Actium. Amelia stood up and said she didn't quite understand what the guy was trying to tell her. But his gift was accepted, so he could leave, and that was that. Gislon called her by her full name and asked her to sit down. The girl felt that the atmosphere in the room had completely changed. She didn't understand what was going on before. It definitely hadn't been like this. Was this really the same guy who used to just stare at her? The main character said he wanted to explain everything briefly. He needed money now, and it was only 10,000 gold coins. Amelia asked what he was talking about. Had he really come to borrow money from his fiancée? Should she take this as the will of the entire county of Berdium? It turned out that the main character's father had nothing to do with it. He was asking for the money for himself. Besides, she wasn't going to marry him anyway. Most likely, she would marry the knight standing behind that door. Once she took her place as head of the family, it would be possible. But if anyone found out that she was secretly gathering strength to win the race for the title, it would be bad. Amelia's cat began to yowl furiously. The girl herself said that such words should not be spoken aloud, even in jest. Gislon said she shouldn't worry. She would keep her secret, unless she left him empty-handed, of course. Amelia replied that this would not happen. Then she called Bernard, who entered the room. The girl's personal bodyguard greeted the main character. The main character knew that Bernard was Amelia's powerful support at all times. At this stage, he already possessed strength comparable to that of the swordmasters of the north. Gislon said that if he died here, a land war would begin. I wonder if they can handle it. The girl replied that it goes without saying. The walking nuisance was killed by a bodyguard for unexpectedly disturbing the lady's peace. That's what the headlines would say. Therefore, Amelia ordered him to be disposed of. Bernard obeyed her order. He would do whatever she commanded. Gislon realized that she was going to go that far. In that case, he also needed to become more serious. Both rivals grabbed their weapons, but Bernard did not attack. He stood still and smiled. But the hero realized that something was wrong, and suddenly he felt something move behind him. Suddenly, an assassin jumped out of the knight's equipment, which was standing in the room. He intended to kill Gislon secretly so as not to attract attention, but the main character managed to react, using his speed. He immediately counterattacked the one who intended to kill him. He sent the guy in the chair straight out the window onto the street. Bernard and Amelia did not expect him to react to this attack. The guy noticed that they even used an assassin's surprise attack under the guise of politeness. What terrible hospitality they had. With these words, the guy began to attack Bernard, and they clashed in battle. They clearly don't teach manners at the Ryfold house. The bodyguard apologized to the lord, but he was the one who was rude in the first place. He barged in here without warning and upset the lady. And for that, a warm welcome is not appropriate, is it not? Following this, the man attempted to deliver a serious blow. As usual, Gislon used his speed and agility to dodge. He was also able to counterattack with his foot. This widened the distance between the duelists. Bernard thought that his opponent was known as an arrogant fool with no abilities. However, judging by their fight, he was clearly not an amateur now. Amelia wondered what Bernard was doing. He needed to be more serious. He needed to get moving and bring her the head of this scoundrel. Of course, if his sword was still intact, it would serve her well. The bodyguard immediately replied that he would not let her down. So it was time for him to start being more serious. Gislon was surprised. How dare an ordinary knight give him orders? His opponent noted that it was only an invitation, but if he wished, he could think so. Bernard immediately closed the distance to strike. He was much faster than before, so the guy had to try hard to dodge. He was really fast, so the guy even got a small wound. So the battle between them escalated into a faster and more dynamic one. Lady Amelia watched what was happening and couldn't understand how this worthless bastard Gislon could fight on equal terms with someone like Bernard. But he definitely wouldn't win. The battle continued. The opponents seemed fairly evenly matched, with one attacking and then the other. Bernard caught the moment when Gislon tried to strike him. He immediately grabbed his weapon and blocked the blow. And when that happened, he counterattacked with his sword. The hero wondered, was he really going to fall for the same trick again? But when the guy tried to dodge, everything went according to plan. The man waited for him to start doing something. After all, it wouldn't work twice. Bernard managed to grab Gislon and slam him right onto the floor. Then he closed the distance and was about to deliver another blow, but the guy managed to react and knocked his enemy's weapon away with his foot. Then he used his speed to increase the distance between them. It seems that Bernard used mana to counter his move. Bernard told the lord that he was indeed very different from the rumors circulating about him. It is true that you can get to know a person by their actions. His fencing indicates that he is hardened by real battles, not systematic training. This is probably due to his frequent skirmishes with barbarians. In the chaos of the battlefield, such techniques work well, but not against him. Therefore, it is now all over for the Lord. Just as I thought, the main characters are too much. These precise strikes with minimal openings and deadly lunges aimed at the head, combined with perfect timing and a sense of distance. In close combat, it is definitely difficult to overcome the difference in physique with technique alone. It seems that this guy wasn't worth messing with right now. But he must know that the guy doesn't have much time left. So the main character used the thread of mana. His bonds immediately rushed past the enemy. With the help of the threads, Gislon grabbed his weapon, which was lying behind Bernard, and struck him on the head. As a result, the man lost his concentration and bent down. At that moment, the main character closed the distance and delivered another blow to the head with his knee. Bernard did not understand what had happened, or how that man had been able to do it. Amelia was frightened for her bodyguard. The main character, while in the air, was about to deliver another blow. But Bernard managed to react in time and blocked it, fortunately for himself. Although this result came at a cost. Even so, he managed to knock the guy aside. After that, the fight between the opponents was supposed to continue. The bodyguard informed the lady that she had better leave. From this moment on, he could not guarantee her safety. At this point, he would have to lay all his cards on the table in this fight. Gislon said that he understood everything correctly, that this was exactly how he should fight him. He hadn't had a worthy opponent in a long time. The girl had to flee the room, grabbing the cat with her. On the way, she was indignant that this Gislon dared to humiliate her. Who could have been such an idiot as to dare leak information about the trade guild to this madman? Otherwise, he would never have known so many details. These rumors that he killed an orc, saved his sister from assassins, and even defeated the heir to lodges in fair combat. Judging by how stupid he was, she thought it was either luck or fabrication. But could all of this really be true? If so, that was indeed a problem. And what were the guards she had posted doing? Suddenly, the girl saw her guards being defeated, and it seemed that the girl in the cloak standing in the middle had dealt with them. It was Valinda, and she greeted her ma'am, saying they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Amelia saw that she was Berdium's maid. Who was she anyway? Valinda quickly closed the distance between herself and Amelia and held a blade to her throat. She told her to be quiet. It seemed that she was still carrying that creature on her lips. The girl thought it was all because of the engagement. She recalled overhearing a conversation between Count Ryfold and their lord. Her brothers constantly teased her for the creepy spiders that constantly followed her around, so she took it upon herself to raise a brood of twisted spiders to get revenge. Valinda doesn't even know if it's because of trauma or for self-affirmation. She apologizes for saying this, but it's not appropriate for a lady. Valinda simply destroyed the spider that was sitting on Amelia's face, and then she asked if she could ask her to cooperate. At that moment, the battle between the boys was about to begin. The main character felt that even the air in the room had become heavier. This man has such a large amount of mana. Bernard suddenly asked, did Gislon really say that he was a worthy opponent? That phrase was worthy of a pathetic mercenary. How dare he call himself an aristocrat on par with Milady? He probably meant that it was self-evident that he was an aristocrat. He did not understand such a claim coming from the mouth of an ordinary guard. Bernard became angry and rushed into the attack. He wanted the young gentleman to stop defaming the honor of the aristocracy. That is why he accelerated his attacks several times over. At that moment, Gislon had to defend himself. He couldn't counterattack because of the barrage of attacks. The young man thought this guy was very fierce. Suddenly, he shouted that he had had enough and blocked the enemy's blow. After that, he tried to launch his own attack, but his opponent skillfully parried and blocked the blow. After that, he was ready to strike his own blow. The bodyguard told the young gentleman that this would be his last attack. Then he closed the distance and inflicted a wound. Blood spurted out, which surprised Bernard even more. Incredibly, the young gentleman was ready to get hurt, and deliberately used his shoulder to deflect the blade. That's exactly what happened. After that, the main character continued the fight. The bodyguard felt that with this opponent, he could not let his guard down for a second. But he had to see the difference between him and someone who was just waving a blade around for show. With these words, the man used the trick again and threw the guy aside. Everything was exactly as Gislon had thought. It was addictive. His overwhelming speed, reach, and consistency of attacks allowed him to control the course of the fight. Any attempt to close in or counterattack was immediately neutralized. In a direct confrontation, he created the illusion that their blades were locked together, trying to make him believe that they could no longer be separated. With his current mana and stamina, he cannot defeat this man in strength, but that only applies to the mana he currently possesses. It's a pity, but it seems that he will have to stop there. Bernard is overlooking one thing, and that is Gislon's unique mana cultivation technique. He used it to release the third core, and as a result, it became much faster. In the process, the guy focused on the enemy's blade, and thanks to a skillful hook, he was able to throw it far to the side. Bernard did not expect the young gentleman to do such a thing. But what was this? Where did such destructive mana come from in the middle of battle? Gislon stopped his blade just at his opponent's forehead. All this marked his victory, and Amelia saw it. The girl cried out, wishing he would disappear from her sight. The main character said that she had caused him trouble. Was it really impossible to give them to him right away, when he had politely asked for them? Valinda said that this could not even be called a quarrel between young lovers. It seemed that they simply did not agree. Gislon had some unpleasant news for Amelia. It was that, at the moment, the young man would only settle for 20,000 gold pieces, no less. The guards were defeated, and the room was in disarray. The cat that Amelia had been holding so carefully in her arms had hidden somewhere under the bed. The girl was actually very angry and was smashing dishes. At that moment, Bernard apologized to Madame. If he turned out to be much stronger than the rumors said, it was his mistake for not testing the waters. It turns out that the guy already knows how to release mana that surpasses even a high-ranking knight. Amelia was actually angry that this Gislon Berdium had changed so much. The personal knight asked if she wanted to report this to Duchess Delphine. In response, the lady slapped him in the face. He should watch his tongue. Does he realize how terrifying the Duke of Delphine is? Their heads will roll if today's events become public knowledge. The reason she had formed an alliance with the Duke of Delphine was that she had not told her father about this secret agreement. She would help him get rid of the Berdiums, and he would support her plan for rebellion. Her brothers would kill her if this were revealed. The same thing will happen if the secret behind the trade guild is revealed. Therefore, they must find a way to kill Gislon immediately. The man replied that he understood everything. Amelia asked how he was doing. The knight noted that he had a deep wound on his shoulder, as well as several minor cuts. He had also used a huge amount of mana, so he would need time to recover. But you can't use your knights if they don't want to leave traces. Was the girl aware of this? That's why they would need the hunting dogs they had raised separately for such situations. The knight was horrified. Could she be referring to those wildcats? Amelia confirmed his guess. They were orphans of war, without family or status. Should they be sent there? Let them gather a dozen who are good at controlling mana. The man saw that the target was definitely a good one. There is a valley between the territories of Berdium and Reifold. Almost no one goes there, so it is a closed area that is perfect for covert operations. In the end, the man said he would prepare them properly. Amelia was happy if we had to pay dearly for him humiliating her. He was on his way home. Sitting in the carriage, he bandaged his own wounds. The knight asked if everything was all right with the young gentleman. He replied that the old man should not worry about anything serious. He was fine. The wound was not particularly deep for such a risky act, that was for sure. The 20,000 gold coins he took from Amelia were more than enough for the initial capital to rebuild his own lands. It could save him years of time. Of course, it would be nice to turn Amelia's attention to territorial wars, which he did not need at the moment. Therefore, he could not allow his emotions to endanger his territories. They are already desperately fighting to defend themselves from the barbarians, so it's better to get by with as little bloodshed as possible right now. The fact that he knows the secrets of the Arcanum Guild complicates the game. This time, the main character is going to use Amelia. Valinda saw the pensive face of the young master, and soon asked if everything went according to plan. He looked at her in surprise. The girl explained her question. He told her to take care of security if she heard sounds of a struggle, and to take Amelia hostage if she tried to escape. Gislon said that was correct. That was the plan. But was it just his imagination? Or had he asked Fergus for this in the old days? Suddenly, intense pain washed over his body. Those present worried about him as he coughed up blood. So, what are the consequences of activating the third core? It's not as serious as last time, but it could cause problems over time. The guy needed a safer way to quickly build up his mana. Suddenly, the girl grabbed his hand and started doing something. She said that the master's mana flow was severely disrupted. Then she grabbed a needle and started piercing his palm. The main character realized what had happened when a rush of air suddenly filled his mouth. He exhaled it. The flow was so great that the guy couldn't hold it back. Wow. The stagnation in the mana pathways cleared up a little. Such treatment is only possible with deep mana compression. Valinda said that his mother had brought her, so he didn't think she was an ordinary servant. But now, he was even more curious about who she really was. Why would such a gifted person work as a head servant in their remote area? Still, the more powerful allies he had behind him, the better. The talented people he had met along the way were just the beginning. Valinda told the young master that she believed in him, and she would always be ready to help him, no matter what he undertook. He asked her to tell him why he had taken such a large sum of money from Lady Amelia. At first, the young man did not answer, but then he said that he needed the money now. Amelia was the only one who had that much money. His subordinates asked in surprise what he meant. Had he gotten himself involved in such a dangerous business, and even gotten himself arrested just for that? If Count Reifold found out, it would be a huge problem. The guy asked her not to worry. Amelia would never tell anyone about it. I wonder if the girl believes him. His personal mentor said she believed him. Perhaps then he could at least share it with the person who had risked everything with him. How should he use this money? In response, the guy said that it was about the monster forest. It turns out that they need resources to clear the forest of monsters. Fergus shouted that this was unthinkable. Attempts to clear this forest had been made since his grandfather's time, but none of them had ever been successful. Gislon interrupted the old man and asked about the request he had made before leaving. The old man hesitated, but replied that the person he had asked to find was exactly where the young man had mentioned. But is this really the case, given that this person is in poor health? The main character explained that the only thing that mattered now was that he was alive. He was going there immediately. Valinda objected, suggesting that he return to his own lands first. What would he achieve by wandering around in such a state? The guy asked if she thought Amelia would just let it go. Gislon understood that, knowing her, she would obviously try to kill him to silence him forever. Valinda shouted that she was a good fighter. Besides, old Fergus was also a knight, so if something went wrong, they would fight. Gislon said that was wonderful, of course, but that wasn't her job, and she had to understand that. Circumstances had changed. At the moment, they needed a responsible commander, and very soon they would get one. After a short time, the main character and the others arrived at the location. The knight knocked on the door for someone to open it. Valindi thought the place looked somewhat abandoned, but the old man said that they were indeed where they were supposed to be. Suddenly the front door swung open and an old man came out. He was unkempt and only asked who was there. Those present froze at the sight of him, struck by his cold gaze. The personal mentor asked the young gentleman if he was really looking for this man, and in what position was he a responsible commander, looking rather shabby. What could he possibly do in battle like this? Gislon replied that it was him. The old man turned his attention to Gislon. He did not understand what had brought the young aristocrat here. He should not waste his time and go away. Just as the man was about to leave, the hero introduced him to the captain of the mercenary group, Ratatosk Gislon. He noted that he had been looking for just such a man. The knights couldn't believe it. Was he really the mercenary captain? Ratatosk is a well-known group of mercenaries that only true masters skilled in all kinds of weapons can join. This group broke up a long time ago, but it was so famous that even foreign knights knew about it. And Gislon was the leader of this group. The main character came here to see him. After the guy spoke, a small hatchet immediately flew in his direction. Of course, he dodged it, and the weapon only slightly scratched his clothes. The old man, who did not want to communicate, noted that the young man seemed to know him. The knights immediately came to the gentleman's defense because they saw that this man was dangerous. Gislon asked the young aristocrat what he wanted from him. Valinda told the main character to step back. She didn't think this man was in his right mind. Suddenly, the young man uttered the phrase, "endless punishment." This immediately caught the old man's attention. It turned out that Gislon knew how to cure his daughter's incurable disease, so he asked if the young man wanted to talk about it. Fever, coughing up blood, and red rashes on the skin, similar to petals. It is an incurable disease, and those who are afflicted with it will writhe in agony like a tortured criminal. Such is endless punishment. The hero and his men went inside and saw the wounded girl. She was writhing in pain, and Gislon was very worried about her. Noticing the girl, Gislon realized that it was not too late. He had tried to hire Gislon in his previous life, but Gislon had left this world. After his daughter's death, he gave up everything and took his own life. The state of his house. It was obvious that he was spending all his strength and savings on his daughter's treatment. The only thing left here was weapons. The girl kept screaming to her father that she was in a lot of pain, that she just wanted to die, and begged him to let her. The guy understood that he had no time to hesitate, and so he declared that he would begin treatment immediately. But Valinda stopped him, taking him by the shoulder. She suggested they just leave. The girl didn't know what the young man was up to, but how could they help her if even the priests had failed? They say it's some kind of divine curse. The young man objected that he could help, but Valinda still did not believe him. Then the young gentleman looked at her and asked if she really didn't believe him. The girl understood everything from his gaze. After that, the gentleman handed her a piece of paper and asked her to take it. She should buy and bring him all the medicines listed on it. The ingredients surprised Valinda. For a mercenary who is not tied to any particular place, knowledge is the basis of survival. The endless map is considered incurable, but in the near future a cure will be found. It was such a hot topic that the guy remembered all the details of how the medicine was made. After all, the method turned out to be pretty simple. The only problem is that the ingredients are incredibly expensive. For example, there is an ingredient called Fairy Blessing. It needs to be ground up and mixed with other herbs. Transfer to a bottle and pour in alcohol. Shake well to mix everything together and let it steep. Then add the remaining herbs and mix again. And soon, a bottle of medicine appeared before Gislon's eyes. The guy said the girl should drink it. The old man clung to the small hope of curing his daughter, so he did everything as Gislon said. And then, to everyone's surprise, after just a minute, the wounds began to heal gradually, and soon they seemed to have disappeared completely. Those present simply could not believe what they saw with their own eyes. It seemed impossible. The marks literally faded away. Gislon also saw that Rachel was fine. Could the medicine have really helped? The main character said that she could see that it was really working. The old man did not understand how this was possible. Even healers with sacred powers could not help him. The guy noted that their power was limitless. The defect greatly depends on the health of the body itself and the will to live, which can break the disease. This is not the same as real treatment. Gislon fell to his knees before his savior and asked if his daughter would really be healed. Gislon said that it would take 1 or 2 months. During that time, she would definitely recover. The old man was truly grateful to his savior. He bowed before him. Then he asked the young gentleman to tell him what he wanted. Surely he had come all this way because he wanted something from him. He could say right away that the only thing he had left at the moment was this useless body. If the gentleman ordered him to become a dog, he would become his slave without hesitation. If he objected, he didn't need a slave. He needed Gislon, the true leader of the Ratatosk mercenary squad. Gislon immediately looked into Gislon's eyes and became curious about what they were looking for. Suddenly he stood up and cut off his thick hair with a sharp hatchet. After that, a large bunch of his hair fell to the ground. Those present found what they saw before them incredible. After all, he no longer looked like the man they had seen before. After what had happened to him, Gislon went to get his weapon. And then he asked the gentleman if there was anyone else with him. Perhaps there were enemies outside. Gislon replied that everyone he had brought with him was here in this room. Then the leader of the mercenaries asked if he had any enemies. The guy confirmed this, and also said that there would only be more of them in the future. Gislon understood everything and decided to take action. Grabbing a large spear, he swung it and threw it straight through his dwelling. The spear quickly pierced the wall and flew into the thick forest. After that, the old man grabbed the rope to which the spear was attached. He managed to hook some enemy, whom he quickly dragged into the building. The mercenary captain grabbed him to get information. He asked the captured enemy who had sent him. The man was confused, not understanding how this was possible. Gislon asked the young master what to do with him. The latter replied that the scoundrel could continue to remain silent. He had long since guessed who had sent him. The young man did not want to get his hands dirty today, but there was nothing he could do about it. Just as he was about to draw his weapon, Gislon stopped him. He said that he didn't need to get his hands dirty. He could handle everything himself. Thus, the scoundrel who had been watching the house was destroyed. After that, Gislon obeyed his new master. Valinda noticed that there was not a hint of doubt in this man's movements. I wonder why his young master needs such a dangerous person around him. Turning to the Grand Duke Gislon Berdium, Gislon said that from now on, his life belonged to him. The hero realized that now a significant part of what he needed for his future plan to restore the territory had been obtained. He was counting on this man. Somewhere on the outskirts, in an abandoned hut, was the refuge of those who threatened Gislon. It turned out that the reconnaissance unit had been completely destroyed. What fools they were. The leader of the gang of wild cats was Viego. He told his people to be quieter and turn down the volume. The subordinates apologized to the captain. He stated that, according to Mr. Bernard's information, with the current strength of the heir to the Duchy of Berdium, he could not kill them, let alone find them. Was the reconnaissance squad so incompetent, or was the information incomplete? A subordinate stunned the commander with his answer. The fact was that they seemed to have hired Gislon. Viego became angry and grabbed the person who said this. Was what he had said earlier really true? The subordinate replied that it was true. He had seen it with his own eyes. Viego couldn't believe it. Finally, Gislon had shown up. After all, he was the commander. A short time later, Gislon was driving the carriage that carried the main character and the others. Valinda felt that it was now a little cramped inside. Was this guy an arms dealer by any chance? Why did he need to carry so much iron with him? In her opinion, one sword or axe would have been enough. Because of this, they had to hire a whole wagon. The gentleman told her not to pay any attention to it. Either way, they needed the strip to transport Rachel. Old Fergus and Ricardo were currently riding behind them. The girl should be patient, as all of this may still be useful. After all, they still had to find a way out of this canyon. The personal tutor asked the young gentleman about the man who was following them. It could be a spy sent by Lady Amelia. The boy confirmed this, saying that it was definitely him. Valinda thought that if that was the case, it would be quite problematic. He was wearing a mask characteristic of the Wildcat Guild, and they were quite influential in Ryfold. It seems that this is an illegal guild of wild cats. They are involved in smuggling, murder, as well as human and drug trafficking. They are the scum of society, willing to do any dirty work. Among them are often experienced retired mercenaries. It's a pretty powerful yet shady guild. The guy was curious how Valinda knew all this if she was always in the castle. She replied that she had a life before the castle. Now she just wanted to tell the guy to be as careful as possible. After all, these people are extremely persistent. The main character replied that there was nothing to fear. After all, Gislon was with them at the moment, and just recently the untouched ground suddenly began to rise, and something unknown immediately rushed out of it, and after the main character's cart. Gislon immediately noticed what was happening to their group. They were being attacked by enemies. So, grabbing his weapon, he shouted that they were being attacked from underground. The man easily and effortlessly repelled the attack from both sides. After that, he also killed these enemies very easily. He did not hesitate at all and is a true professional in his field. But of course, these were not all of the enemies. Some of them cut the ropes. As a result, something huge began to fall onto the cart from the mountain. This was another trap, and Valinda even thought it would crush them. Gislon, without hesitation, immediately stopped the horses. And thanks to this, he was able to save everyone, because that huge fish did not fall on them. The guy noted that everything happened as expected. It was another ambush. He noticed this after looking to the side, where enemies were already waiting. The chief of the cat clan, Viego, approached the former mercenary commander, Gislon. He said that the former leader was a coward who had broken up the mercenary squad because of some girl. Gislon went down to him but said he didn't understand what he was talking about. Viego explained that it was because of him that he was not living the life he wanted. Had he completely lost his mind, not even remembering his former subordinate? The former leader of the mercenary squad stood motionless and just stared at him. Did that anger his interlocutor? It seemed like he was pretending not to remember, but that was okay. He was going to make him remember. So he ordered his new subordinates to attack Gislon. Gislon asked his new subordinate if he needed help, but he replied that it wasn't necessary. It seemed that this guy had some business with him, so the young gentleman should just relax. The old man was going to take care of everything himself. After saying this, he literally destroyed everyone who attacked him with a single blow. The rest of the cat squad was outraged. How dare this old man do such a thing? They also began to attack one after another, but only death awaited them. Because Gislon was a very skilled fighter and easily destroyed weak opponents, Viego noticed that the rumors were true. The old man's mercenary skills had not disappeared. But at the moment, he was alone, so the leader ordered his troops to spread out, let them drive the enemy from both sides. To avoid being put in a difficult position, Gislon used a horse. This stunned his enemies. While they were confused about what to do with him, the man attacked. Now he was much faster and more maneuverable, so he could easily use his powerful blows. Thanks to his speed and horses, he headed towards his enemies and knocked off their limbs. The enemy squad realized that there was no way to get close to him. Someone shouted that they were idiots and should just aim at the horse, but they had no chance of getting close to the horse, because Gislon was such a dangerous enemy that he killed everyone within a 3-meter radius. At that moment, the main character and the others could only watch what was happening. In the heat of battle, one of the assassins hiding in the shadows decided to attack from an invisible area. But Gislon had a special treat in store for him. He skillfully defended himself from the lurking killer with his shield. This assassin turned out to be Viego himself. He said that when he destroyed someone's life, he could at least not interfere. The leader of the cat squad decided to kill him himself, and his first attack was not aimed at the old man himself, but at the horse. He pierced its neck. As a result, the animal immediately lost its concentration and fell, leaving Gislon on the ground. When this happened, Viego immediately attacked. The former leader of the mercenary squad shouted that he was not the commander of Ratatosk's mercenaries. As a result of his attack, he managed to increase the distance between himself and the enemy. Viego, confused, asked what he meant by saying he was not the commander of the mercenaries. He should stop talking nonsense. If not him, then who? At that moment, Gislon used his mana. He said that he was no longer that person, that he had left his past behind. Now he was only a loyal servant of the young Lord Gislon. These words greatly angered Viego, and he rushed into the attack, shouting that he would kill him. Thus, the battle between the former allies continued. Viego proved to be a worthy opponent for Gislon and put up a good fight. During the fight, the leader of the cat squad said that after Gislon left, the mercenary squad fell apart. Because of him, this man had lost his purpose and was forced to lead a miserable existence. Gislon was not interested in these words at all. He just continued the battle. After another attack, Viego dodged. At the same time, he tried to deliver a kick, which his opponent defended against. But his shield was completely destroyed after this attack. Viego continued talking. He was ready to devote his entire life to making Ratatosk's squad the best in the world. Was that the only reason he left them? To become the henchman of some noble thug? He could never forgive this man for what he had done, and so he threw several daggers at Gislon again. Gislon had to defend himself from these daggers with his sword. But thanks to this, they were all deflected and simply stuck into the ground. While the man was focused on repelling this attack, Viego again closed the distance to attack. But once again, it was unsuccessful, thanks to the excellent skills of the former mercenary commander. Now it was Viego himself who was under attack, and he had to defend himself. The man was really angry because of the situation. Gislon may be the strongest, but too much time had passed since he was a commander. While he was busy treating his daughter, Viego grew stronger in endless battles. So now this man was no match for him. He tried again to attack with daggers from a blind spot. Gislon had to take all those daggers, defending himself with his own shoulder. At that moment, the enemy closed the distance again to attack. The former mercenary leader knew this would happen, but attacked anyway, even though he missed. Viego dodged with a good maneuver and was now going to kill Gislon. But his blow was not destined to come true as the man defended himself. Using literally his bare hand, he grabbed the tip of the dagger that was trying to kill him. And he did it, of course, thanks to mana. After that, He asked why Viego wanted to take revenge on him. The leader of the cat squad was surprised at how he had blocked his blow with mana. Had he been holding back in the fight with him all this time? Lost in thought, the man was struck directly in the head. As a result of this powerful blow, he was simply knocked away. He hit a tree and fell to the ground, but he was still alive. Gislon approached him and said that he didn't quite understand him. If he had also been working together, then the opportunity was there. That's why he didn't understand why he hadn't come for him earlier. He smiled and said that there was something he didn't know. He had already visited him once, but had not found the commander. There was only a worthless old man who didn't even deserve to die. Where was the Gislon he admired so much? The former leader of the mercenary squad asked him to listen carefully. At the moment, he was serving someone else, but now he was going to pay his former comrade the highest honors as commander of the Ratatosk squad. Viego rejoiced and suggested starting the real fight. The opponent's swords clashed once again. Viego smiled. This was exactly what he wanted. The newly minted enemies exchanged a long series of blows. They attacked each other simultaneously, one defending, then the other. During this fight, Gislon managed to strike his enemy directly in the body with his blade. But even though he was in great pain, he continued to attack. Continuing the battle, Gislon asked him to remember something. He named his former comrade as the commander of the 5th unit of the Ratatosk squad. His name was Viego Villanos. The man was very happy to hear that the commander still remembered him. That smile was his last. He was killed in the end. Gislon picked up the blade the man had been fighting with. Then he said goodbye to his former comrade. At that moment, the main character arrived. He said that his subordinates had done an excellent job, and with the sale of trophies from this battle, they would be able to earn some extra money. Gislon apologized to his master. They had stayed longer than they should have, but he replied that everything was fine. The young man reflected on how Gislon had exceeded all his expectations. When he was just starting his career as a mercenary in his past life, the stories of his older comrades from Gislon helped him lay the foundation for becoming king. It was good that they had hurried and found a reliable ally. After thinking for a moment, the young man asked if Gislon remembered who he had fought against. He confirmed that it was Viego, his old comrade. The words about his former comrade made Gislon think again. I wonder what his former comrades are doing now. Before meeting him, each of them had their own life. Was he planning to bring them all together again someday? Then the young gentleman asked what they would do next. Would they really look for something valuable, as Valinda had suggested? The girl was in favor of her idea, letting Gislon lead them further. And so, 2 days later, they were already in the lands of Berdium. Valinda was happy that they would soon be there. Gislon had never been to this place before, and wondered if this was really Berdium. The main character confirmed it. It was great to have a place to return to. When he left home, he thought he could come back here at any time. The guy asked his new subordinate how he liked their lands. The latter replied that they were quite good. But Gislon could see everything perfectly well, and it seemed to him that it was complete crap, and the man casually confirmed this. The guy said that all the houses here were old, and there was no question of renovating them. And if you looked at the fields, no one was working them. Everyone who could do it had been taken into the army, so the land was lying fallow. This fallow period allowed the land to rest before the next sowing. Gislon had heard that Berdium was constantly at war with the northern barbarians. But the situation seemed to be worse than he had thought. Valinda wondered why the young gentleman had not been so well informed about the state of affairs in the domain before. The young man stunned her by saying that he was going to solve all these problems, and to do that, he needed their strength. Still, it would be a long battle, a struggle to destroy everything connected with the Duchy of Delphin, and to secure what was taken for granted. The young man believed that he would raise these lands, no matter what it took. When the carriage with the young master and the others drove inside, Valinda drew the guy's attention forward. He looked there and froze. The silhouette in front seemed painfully familiar to him. Could it be his father? The events then moved to Berdium Castle. A meeting was held there, at which it was announced that the troops would have to be reduced. Not everyone was thrilled about this. One brother pointed out to another that if they reduced the size of the army, it would be difficult to hold the front line. In that case, perhaps they should ask the Reifold family for help. The old man said that they had reduced their support. He had heard that they were gathering soldiers and stockpiling food. His interlocutor found this unbelievable. There was nothing to be done. Berdium still needed to rebuild the outpost in the Forest of Monsters, which had been partially destroyed during the last purge of the oracles. Only by reducing the Night Corps would they be able to hold out a little longer. But wasn't cutting back on troops too risky? The main character sat and calmly watched what was happening. It seemed to him that everything was as usual. The commander of the Knights, Randolph, was present at the meeting. Treasurer Albert was also there. And the administrator, Homer. Take off the main character, I haven't seen him in quite a while. Several months as heir apparent. And also several decades as the king of mercenaries. The guy asked his father if the campaign had been difficult. His father confirmed this. The main character's father's name is Walter Berdium, and he is the current count. As a child, the main character hated his father for his strictness and indifference. But now he sees everything, and everything has become clear to him. It is the endless fatigue on his shoulders that is the burden of a ruler. Svalter heard that his son had been away from the castle for a week. I wonder where he was all this time. Gislon replied briefly that he had gone to take possession of Reifold. The man hoped that his son had not done anything wrong there. He replied that everything was fine. Albert told the young gentleman that he found that hard to believe, but they say he won some money in a duel with Cain. The man could only hope that it wasn't all for the sake of gambling. The young man wondered what other gambling games there were. If he had gambled, it would have been only as an investment. Therefore, he objected, saying that he simply had business with Amelia. Homer also joined the conversation. He pointed out to the young gentleman that he always says that before doing anything, one must remember that he is the heir to Berdium. Gislon replied that he understood this, so he shouldn't worry. Homer didn't like this answer. Here was this scoundrel ignoring his words and not thinking about propriety at all. Suddenly, the Count told them to stop this nonsense. He had heard that the young man had caused a small commotion in his absence. They say he personally dealt with Jamal and Philip, who were trying to sell Elena. Could that really be true? Randolph asked in surprise. Does the gentleman really think that he personally eliminated them? Probably. They fought among themselves, and the young gentleman simply finished the job. The hero knows this man very well. He is Randolph, commander of the knights. Even if they are traitors, he must be upset that his knights died at his hands. Perhaps he should sugarcoat the pill. So the guy replied that he seemed to be right. Randolph was pleased with this answer. That was what he had thought. At that moment, Svalter said that the guy had done the right thing. It doesn't matter how he did it. The main thing is that Elena is alive. The main character was surprised because it was the first time he had heard praise from his father. Then he asked if he could ask something. His father was surprised. Homer told the young gentleman that if he wanted to ask for the content to be restored, he would say right away that it was impossible. Randolph also said that it was impossible, especially after what he had done. He sold military supplies and lost money gambling. He set fire to the castle gate because he was in a bad mood and slaughtered a warhorse for meat. He also melted down knight's armor to make some kind of legendary sword. Gislon himself understood that he had done many bad things. The guy just wanted him to give him permission. He wants to be a pioneer in the forest of beasts. After a while, the hero said that his father had refused. He got angry and started yelling at him. Valinda noted that he would, of course, do it. This place is full of monsters and offers no benefits. Next, Gislon asked if Jillian had heard about his plan from Valinda. The man confirmed this. He believes that the guy just wanted to scout out the beasts with the money he got from the Reifold's daughter. The Forest of Death, from which no one can return alive. That is why nothing is known about this place, and everyone avoids it. Its reputation is already well known in other regions. The gentleman noted that his subordinate was well aware of this. As he said, there was nothing to be gained from entering this place. But in any case, it was necessary to start. Did the girl shout for him to stop? The young gentleman said that he had not received permission, but still wanted to continue. The guy explained that it was not necessary to obtain permission, but rather a matter of courtesy. Nevertheless, what he had planned must be carried out. The girl didn't understand what was there that he was so obsessed with. Gislon said that there was something there, and he would tell her about it later. If rumors started again, he would have problems. If the development was successful, they could make a lot of money. Not far from the entrance to the forest, there was a huge vein of runestone. Runestone is a mineral that contains magical power. It is an extremely rare mineral that magicians go crazy over. Various magical tools, barriers, magic circles, and magic scrolls. Alchemy, magical research, and everything else. It is used wherever magic is applied. In the protagonist's past life, it was found by Duke Delphin, but now only the protagonist knows about it. Valinda was not thrilled in any case, but at the same time she believed that the young master had everything figured out, so she obeyed. Jillian said he would simply follow him, and the member asked the girl to go to the guild of the neighboring lands and hire about 200 warriors. Valinda was surprised. The money came at such a price, and he didn't save it at all. The former mercenary commander also asked if the young master was sure. Mercenaries were a rough bunch, and it would be difficult to control such a large number of them. They would surely try to turn against their employer. Gislon said he was right, so they would go with him personally to find suitable people. Among the small mercenary groups, there was one in the north that was the strongest. The man asked if he meant those madmen. They are strong, but if something goes wrong, they will tear anyone apart, even their employer. We are talking about the Cerberus mercenary group. It's time to go and put a collar on these mad dogs. At that moment, on the outskirts of the Zimbar estate, all was quiet in the Cerberus mercenary squad. Someone looked through a spyglass and saw the main character with Jillian. If only someone had looked. Who had brought this poor thing here? Why had it ended up here? Judging by his appearance, he was some kind of young aristocrat. If he was lucky, he could make a pretty penny off this sucker. The next thing this man noticed was a hand reaching out to him. Then the rest of the squad heard a loud scream. Jillian approached the mercenary who wanted to rip off the aristocrat. He grabbed him, and the man shouted indignantly, asking what this bastard was doing. The man, without answering, simply threw him into the crowd of mercenaries. Those present froze, not understanding what was happening. They indignantly asked what he was doing. Had he completely lost his fear? The people were ordered to gather for battle. Soon, someone important came out. He looked like a noble aristocrat, but even aristocrats cannot behave so arrogantly. Let him not think that he will leave here alive. Gislon did not move. He continued to sit calmly on his horse. When the man came closer, he told him to shut his mouth and asked who was in charge here. His interlocutor smiled, seeing that the young aristocrat had completely lost his fear. But since he had started this, he would have to answer for it. The man's weapon flew toward the young man, but it never reached its target. And all this thanks to Gislon, who defended the young gentleman. Those present could not believe it. It was amazing that this man was able to catch the chain with his sword. Gislon knew that words alone would not help here. He simply asked his subordinate not to kill anyone, and he agreed. Then he immediately attacked the man who had tried to hit Gislon. He grabbed him with the same chain and struck him hard. The rest of the squad rushed into battle. Now even their title would not save them. Gislon easily fought them off, striking one after another. No one could handle him. The man's stern gaze made these people's blood run cold. At that moment, the young gentleman dismounted from his horse and asked how long he would have to wait for an answer. He had not come here to fight with small fry, but to talk to their leader. And now he had appeared? He was indignant. He had been sleeping peacefully and they were making a racket here. The members of the squad immediately stood at attention. It turned out that this man was the commander of the Cerberus mercenary squad, and his name was Kaor. I wonder why the young aristocrat was looking for him. The young man was surprised. Why would he need to look for mercenaries? He had come here to place an order. Kaor asked what he meant by an order. Who in their right mind would come with such a request and at the same time maim his men? After all, it wouldn't hurt for an aristocrat to learn some manners. Gislon explained that this was his way of greeting people. He thought it would be easier to tame them that way. His interlocutor smiled at the word tame. One more greeting like that, and there would be war. But in any case, he decided to listen to the proposals. When they moved into the tent, Kaor asked with interest what this important order was. Gislon said that it was about the forest of monsters. He wanted to hire these people to explore it. The members of the squad immediately began discussing the monsters. It was the very forest teeming with monsters. It was probably the forest that bordered the Berdium estate. Kaor was genuinely interested. I wonder who this aristocrat is who decided to venture into such a dangerous place. The main character revealed who he was. He was the heir to the duchy of Gislon Berdium. Those present immediately burst out laughing. It seems that this is the same insolent Prince Hooligan. No wonder he behaves like a madman, and he even set out to explore the forest of monsters. The leader of the mercenary squad asked everyone to listen to this aristocrat carefully. It seems that with his sheltered life, he has no idea what a forest of monsters is like. This place is not for snobs like him. There is no need to listen to him any further. So he signaled to his men and declared that the negotiations were over. The main characters continued to sit quietly, while Gislon was ready for battle. Suddenly he asked, had they chickened out? He had heard that these guys were a strong squad, but it seemed that the rumors were lying. Kaor put his feet up on the table and told him not to get carried away. As he said, they were mercenaries, so they wouldn't take on a job that wasn't profitable. The main character repeated that that's what everyone always says, that weaklings look for excuses. Kaor noted with dissatisfaction that Gislon had only ruined his mood. He had hoped for a calm conversation, but ended up with nothing but insolent provocations. Such an insolent puppy wasn't even worth killing. It would be better to make him pay for his fighter's treatment and send him away. But Gislon firmly objected it wouldn't end there. He addressed Kaor not just as a conversation partner, but as the commander of the Cerberus squad, and directly challenged him to confess to Moriana. Silence fell over the hall. Those present froze upon hearing such bold words. Even Kaoru, accustomed to challenges, raised an eyebrow and asked in surprise if the young man understood what he was saying. The answer came instantly and confidently. He understood everything. After all, Moriana's confession was an ancient and bloody way of resolving disputes among mercenaries. Two fighters engage in a duel without magic, armed only with daggers, their hands tied together. Stepping outside the circle is considered defeat, and in cramped conditions, where every movement is restricted, the fight turns into a desperate battle for life and death. Often, both opponents die, not only the loser, but also the one who formally emerged victorious. Gislon suggested that the loser unconditionally admit defeat and submit to the winner, becoming his dog. Now all that remained was to wait for Kaor's response. Gislon couldn't believe what he was hearing. Was the noble young man, heir to a ducal family, really willing to stoop to such dirty mercenary tactics? In their world, refusing a challenge was tantamount to admitting weakness. It could not be rejected. Kaor suddenly burst out laughing, anticipating the fight. He turned to his men and told them to listen carefully. It seemed that the noble gentleman had decided to earn recognition in earnest, and they would, of course, help him in this. Minutes later, the fighters' hands were tightly bound, and the ritual began. Now they stood face to face, each with a dagger in his hand, ready for a deadly duel. The mercenaries from Cerberus, of course, supported their commander. They wanted him to teach this cocky aristocrat a lesson and finish him off. Kaur assumed that the young man had picked up some superficial knowledge and jumped in without fear, not understanding what he was getting himself into, but it was too late for him to back out. Before starting, Kaur abruptly pulled Gislon toward him. Looking him straight in the eye, he said with a cold smile that he had already participated in this deadly ritual 5 times. In response, Gislon jerked his opponent toward him, looking him straight in the eyes. His voice sounded slightly mocking. Only 5 times? For him, such duels were a habit. He had gone through more than 100 of them in his past life. These words and gestures marked the beginning of a real battle. The blades flew through the air simultaneously, but both fighters moved aside in unison, avoiding the blow. This immediately showed that they were not novices. Each had participated in such deadly rituals more than once. Their movements became mirror images of each other. Lunges, dodges, stabbing blows. Everything was repeated with frightening precision. And precisely because their actions were so similar, not a single blow reached its target. Gislon was the first to try to gain the upper hand, fighting aggressively. But Kaur proved to be no pushover. He confidently took the blows and responded skillfully. Experience and cunning allowed him to use tricks, forcing Gislon into awkward positions, after which he attacked sharply. However, the young gentleman did not give up either, confidently dodging and responding with counterattacks. Soon the fight became more fierce. Not only their hands but also their feet were in play. The two circled each other in a tight circle like predators. Gislon understood that kicking had never been his strong suit. Kaur couldn't resist commenting. He noted that the young man was holding his own, but his words about 100 confessions were ridiculous bravado. Few achieve even one in their entire lives. If you're going to brag, at least lie convincingly. Shouts came from the crowd of mercenaries. The aristocrat was clearly inferior to the captain in strength. Let him be killed for his insolence. But under Jillian's gaze, full of cold malice, the voices gradually subsided. He understood perfectly well that in these conditions, it was extremely disadvantageous for Gislon to fight. The circle could barely fit one fighter, which meant there was almost no room for maneuvering. In addition, the rules prohibited the use of mana. Only raw physical strength was allowed. Kaur was heavier and stronger, and his bound hands further restricted the young gentleman's movements. Everything was going against him. The young master barely managed to dodge, simultaneously raising his blade to block the blows. Every movement was difficult for him, but he continued to hold on. Kaur, an experienced mercenary captain, felt much freer. He completely controlled the rhythm of the fight, imposing his own rules. Gillian, watching from the sidelines, clenched his fists. If Gislon was on the verge of defeat, he was ready to intervene, even if it meant breaking with tradition. But for now, he remained a spectator, watching every move the fighters made. Kaur seized the moment and with a deft move threw Gislon over himself. However, the young gentleman did not lose his composure. He had anticipated such a maneuver, and rolling over, landed skillfully on his feet. But at the same time, a sharp pain pierced his knee. It was the result of a blow he had recently blocked. As expected, without mana protection, even blocked attacks left their mark. The pain accumulated, gradually weakening the body. Kaur laughed loudly, enjoying the spectacle. The guy looked unimportant. Had his strength begun to wane? From his point of view, watching Gislon's pathetic attempts to resist was even amusing. However, he admitted that compared to the other aristocrats, this one was holding out much longer. But that was all he had. Kaur confidently read his opponent like an open book. His attacks were deflected by the blade or went wide. Gislon took the weaker blows to his body, trying to distribute the load. That was his strategy. But in Moriana's confession, such tricks were almost meaningless. Without mana, even a block turned into a wound. The damage accumulated slowly but inevitably. And now Gislon could already feel his legs aching, becoming heavier and heavier. Kaur saw it on his face and enjoyed every grimace. For him, it was an amusing spectacle. Let him resist longer, it was more interesting that way. After all, it was much more fun to watch a slow struggle than a quick surrender and death. The captain continued to advance, cutting through the air with his dagger and methodically pressing down on his opponent. Gislon still adhered to his previous tactics. He intensified his evasions, trying to avoid direct collisions at all costs. He continued to take weak blows, trying to save his strength for the decisive moment. But the tactic failed. Kaur managed to deceive his opponent and caught him with another trick. The mercenary captain lunged upward, intending to strike him directly in the head with his knee. Gislon noticed the danger and met the blow with his own knee. But this defense resulted in a new wave of pain. His limb felt as if it were being broken from the inside. Kaur, seeing the expression on his opponent's face, was sure that it was all over. He raised his dagger, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. His subordinates froze in anticipation of their captain's imminent victory. Even Gillian tensed, her hand already reaching for her weapon to defend her master. Suddenly, Gislon smiled unexpectedly. In the next moment, he twisted his whole body and masterfully dodged the blade that was about to pierce him. Despite his disadvantageous position, he was still able to continue fighting. Kaur was confused. How the hell did this pup manage to dodge in such a situation? But the truth was simple. Gislon had a better grasp of the situation than it appeared from the outside. It was a premeditated trick. In an instant, his dagger sliced through the air, leaving a deep wound on his enemy's body. Kaur's right side flared with pain, and blood gushed from the cut flesh. Those present froze, stunned by how the situation had turned around in an instant. Rage overwhelmed the captain. He began swinging his blade, trying to tear his opponent to pieces. But Gislon, as if gliding between the blows, evaded every attack. Moreover, he managed to deliver precise counterattacks at moments when his enemy lost concentration. The mercenaries began to look at each other in confusion. Their captain had missed another blow. The very same aristocrat, whom they considered a weakling, was unexpectedly putting up a worthy fight. They shouted at the captain to stop playing around and finally give the insolent man a taste of his own medicine. The battle continued without the slightest pause, each new exchange of blows becoming more and more fierce. Now Gislon used not only his dagger, but also his own body, putting his whole self into the fight. He delivered a series of quick, precise blows with the blunt edge of the dagger, depriving his enemy of breath and rhythm. Suddenly, the boy flipped his weapon, and the blade flashed in the dim light. The next movement, and the blade dug into Kaur's arm, which was tied together with his own. The captain roared in pain, but did not stop. His attacks became even more furious, filled with a mixture of rage and despair. The leader of Cerberus was confused. How could this be? Just a moment ago, this aristocrat could barely stand, and now he was forcing him to retreat. What he saw contradicted all his expectations. It became clear to Gislon what the secret was. His opponent relied on brute force, tensing every muscle and losing flexibility. Gislon, on the other hand, relaxed, allowing his enemy's movements to work against him. Using this principle, the young gentleman skillfully compensated for the difference in weight and strength. Gislon, realizing the significance of what was happening, even took his hand off his weapon. He wanted to watch the fight to the end. His subordinates were puzzled. What were these strange movements? It seemed to them that the captain was deliberately prolonging the fight, because it had become uninteresting. But Gislon firmly noted that Kaur really did have an iron will. Many, finding themselves in a hopeless situation, broke the rules and resorted to cheating. A flicker of doubt crossed the captain's eyes. His opponent's words began to sound true. Perhaps he had indeed survived 100 such fights. After all, even his own position had been obtained through Moriana's recognition, and he knew that if you broke the rules, you would be erased from this world. Gislon, sensing the moment, calmly remarked, "That's really impressive." Kaur reluctantly admitted that in a direct confrontation, he was beginning to lose. But he grinned and added that there was one more condition for victory. Kaur decided to take his last chance. His sudden maneuver was to yank his opponent's arm sharply and pull him along. According to Moriana's strict rules, any crossing of the circle's boundary meant unconditional defeat, and the captain was counting on just that. He was sure that no matter how agile the young aristocrat was, it would be impossible to escape the sideways push. The mercenary leader was already confident of victory, as the situation was developing in his favor. However, Gislon saw a completely different outcome in what was happening. As he fell, he grabbed his opponent's arm and used the momentum of his own body to change his trajectory. The maneuver allowed him to redirect the force, turning the attack into a counterattack. As a result, Kaur himself was pulled back, losing control of the situation. The initiative finally passed into the hands of the young master. Now he was the one setting the pace and course of the fight. With a precise move, he brought his opponent's body down, forcing him to hit the ground. The mercenary's head ended up at the very line, and touching the border, sealed his defeat. The mercenaries watched in shock as their captain broke the sacred rule of the circle. Kaur himself also realized that he had lost, and his eyes flashed with disbelief at his own feelings. Gislon reminded him with his actions that the duel was over, and the winner was obvious. His opponent's astonishment only grew. He had not expected such skill from a young man he had come to regard as an empty aristocrat. Gislon's inner pride left no doubt about his superiority. Now the captain belonged to him, having lost his former pride. Pulling on the hand that bound them, he lifted his defeated enemy from the ground, emphasizing the difference in their positions. Kaur, having lost all understanding of what was happening, was only aware of his own powerlessness. But the young master made it clear with his actions that the duel was not over for him, because he himself had not taken a single step outside the circle. The young master did not waste any time. His body tensed in a new attacking position, as if every movement was now a lesson for his opponent. The next blow landed squarely on his head, and the captain lost his balance, collapsing to the ground. The mercenary's consciousness fluctuated between pain and rage, but his strength was leaving him, his concentration slipping away. Thoughts that the rules should have stopped the fight carried no weight against the merciless reality. Before he could get up, he received another blow that made the blood pound in his temples. The contrast between his opponent's cruelty and noble title shattered what remained of Kawor's self-confidence. The young heir's gaze left no doubt. There was no place for equality here, only submission. The captain tried to resist, but his protests were instantly silenced by a barrage of blows. A series of blows rained down like hail, each new one leaving him with less and less strength to resist. The spectators, accustomed to the harsh rules of recognition, could not believe what they were seeing. Everything that was happening had long gone beyond the usual ritual. The cries of the defeated man to stop seemed pathetic against the backdrop of his helplessness. But the young master did not allow it to end. He lifted Kara to his feet, as if to demonstrate that he was still in control. Every movement and gesture served as a reminder that the fight was not over because the boundary of the circle had not been crossed. For the mercenary leader, it was madness. The rules he had always lived by had now turned against him. In desperation, he glanced at his men, demanding support. The mercenaries hesitated, but prepared to move into battle. However, their steps were halted by the threat that loomed before them. Gislon, cold and determined, stood between them and the air, ready to spill the blood of anyone who tried to interfere. A heavy silence gripped the squad, rage replaced by restrained fear. And at that moment, Kawar finally realized that there was no help coming. Kawar's head slowly turned, as if searching for salvation or support, but instead his gaze met the heir's eyes. There he saw cold determination, a hint that the duel was not yet over. A smile twisted the mercenary's face, as if acknowledging the madness of the situation. The next blow to the head threw him back, leaving a ringing in his ears and flashes in his eyes. Thoughts surfaced in his mind that all nobles were the same, weak, pompous, and empty. They always seemed like arrogant pigs or pathetic lackeys. As soon as they sensed a threat, they instantly fell to their knees. How much pleasure it had brought him in the past to humiliate such people, to turn them into prey. And now the man who had been called a mad dog found himself the victim of the young heir. The very fact of defeat at the hands of this snotty-nosed nobleman tore at what remained of the captain's pride. His subordinates, watching what was happening, began to be tormented by doubts. The captain could die right before their eyes, but intervention would mean challenging a foreign power. The blows stopped, and a heavy tension hung in the air. The heir gave the others a look that made it clear that it was their time to act. Helping the captain now depended on them. Their silence betrayed their fear. No one wanted to be next. Only after a few moments did the mercenaries spring into action, hurriedly preparing water, bandages, and towels. Gislon remained impassive, watching as the usual predators turned into obedient servants. He could only acknowledge the obvious. The stubborn warriors had submitted to their young master. The world of mercenaries had always lived by the law of force, and now fists spoke louder than any rules. The heir had demonstrated that he was the new center of power. Soon, a sheet of paper appeared before the captain, as if to confirm the new order. The heir's gaze fell on the sheet, and his hand pointed confidently at it, a sign that the captain no longer had a choice. Reluctantly, as if acknowledging his defeat with every movement, Kawar began to sign his name. However, when he reached the end, he paused for a moment, as if he still had some pride left or a desire to say one last thing. The heir caught the hesitation and raised his eyebrows slightly, waiting. At that moment, a request broke through the captain's voice, simple and unusual for a warrior, to take care of his men. The heir squeezed his hand tightly, as if making a vow, and the response was silent consent. Now they were bound by ties that went beyond a mercenary contract, as if they were one family. This meant that they would share not only dangers, but also the future. Several days passed after that. On the outskirts of Berdium's domain, where the land still bore traces of previous skirmishes, the warriors gathered. Their discontent hung in the air. Why drag everyone out at dawn when half of them couldn't really get going until noon? Voices of doubt were heard in the crowd. Was it true that their new employer was a young man from the Berdium clan? It seemed that many saw him not as a leader, but as a convenient guide who would be easy to boss around. Suddenly, a loud voice caught the mercenaries' attention. The point was that in order to control such a snot-nosed kid, they would need a representative capable of dictating terms. All heads turned in one direction, and a name was heard in the crowd that made many frown: Gordon the Muscular. A huge figure stepped forward, not denying the guesses. It was him. His gaze swept over the faces, as if he saw only greed and weakness in each of them. But he reminded them that without unity, all their ambitions would turn to dust, as had happened before when an overly greedy tongue had ruined a deal. The crowd's interest grew louder. What was this big guy going to do? Gordon explained with lazy confidence. The main thing in such matters is to know when to stop. He was ready to speak for their group, apply a little pressure where necessary, and the rest would just have to wait for their reward. The crowd laughed approvingly. With Gordon at the helm, it seemed that everything would indeed go smoothly. His brute strength and confidence inspired calm in the mercenaries. This big guy was rarely wrong, and he had a better nose for money than a dog had for blood. But suddenly the noise of conversation died down. All eyes turned forward where the silhouette of a horseman appeared on the road. The mercenaries exchanged glances. A young aristocrat, alone, unaccompanied, slowly approaching them on horseback. The reaction was instantaneous, either laughter or pity. Could this boy really be their employer? Alone, without guards? He must be a complete fool, or simply unaware of where he had gotten himself into. Poor guy, Gordon will scare him away with a single glance, someone in the crowd muttered. Gordon, sensing their growing interest, waved his hand lazily. The mercenaries understood the signal. They needed to step forward and give the young gentleman a welcome, let him feel who the real masters were here. They spread out in a semicircle, preparing to teach the inexperienced nobleman a lesson. But suddenly the bully froze, as if something unexpected had appeared before him. His gaze darted behind the young man, and his expression changed from mocking to cautious. It became clear that Gislon had not come alone. Behind him moved a whole group, dozens of armed fighters. One of the mercenaries turned pale and cried out, "It's the Cerberuses! Helmets with dog faces!" A wave of confusion swept through the ranks. The Cerberus squad was known for obeying no one but themselves and their bloody laws. But now they were following the young master, as if recognizing his power. The mercenaries froze. Their faces showed not understanding, but fear, for what they saw broke the usual order of things. Gislon stopped his horse in front of them, his gaze immediately falling on Gordon's massive figure. He calmly asked him, "Are you the boss here?" The big guy hesitated, not expecting such a direct question, but nodded anyway. Then the heir asked him to give his name. The man, sensing the cold confidence in the aristocrat's voice, replied uncertainly that his name was Gordon the Muscular. Gislon smiled. He liked the name. He lightly but noticeably punched the man in the chest, not as a threat, but as a sign of recognition of his strength. Then, straightening up in the saddle, he said calmly but firmly, the heir to the Duchy of Berdium had arrived in person. His order was clear and without a shadow of doubt. Gordon was to gather all the mercenaries. Gislon's voice, though calm, sounded as if any delay would be considered insubordination. A serious task lay ahead, to begin exploring the forest of monsters, a territory where every step could turn into a deadly trap. After a while, a camp sprang up in the designated area. Wooden stakes, rough tents, smoke from campfires, and the smell of damp earth created an atmosphere of anticipation. All preparations were coming to an end. The weapons had been checked, the supplies sorted, and the sentries had already taken up their positions around the perimeter. The camp was alive with the buzz of voices and the clanking of armor. It seemed as if even the air was thick with anxiety and tension, foreshadowing an imminent clash. The main thing was different. The people were gathered, and for the first time in a long time, they had a single commander whom they could trust. Gislon, wanting to make sure that everything was going according to plan, turned to Valinda and instructed her to double-check the number of people. After a while, the girl returned with her report. According to her, 148 mercenaries had been hired through the agency, most of whom already had combat experience. They were joined by 41 warriors from Cerberus's squad, who now followed the young master without hesitation. As a result, Gislon had 192 fighters under his command. The young man noted that this was an impressive number, and asked if Valinda had managed to talk to Skovan. She confirmed that the conversation had taken place. The garrison commander himself volunteered to cover their advance from the forest, which greatly increased their chances. Satisfied with the answer, Gislon ordered all the mercenaries to line up before setting out on the march. His gaze was cold and focused, as if he could already see the coming battle. Behind him lay a fortified camp, and ahead lay a dark, almost lifeless forest of monsters, from which few ever returned alive. Anxious whispers ran through the ranks. There were too many legends about this place. Some said that creatures from the ancient world lived there, others that the land itself was cursed. Excitement quickly spread through the ranks, and even the most seasoned fighters exchanged doubtful glances. Noticing their hesitation, Valinda could barely contain her irritation. Each glance from her silenced the mercenaries and brought them back into line. Gislon paused briefly, then declared that no one was being held there by force. Anyone who was not prepared to risk their life was free to leave, but he promised a triple reward to those who stayed and saw the task through to the end. These words instantly changed the atmosphere. Whispers gave way to a murmur of approval. For such a reward, one could even risk entering the jaws of a monster. Valinda was amazed to hear such a generous promise. After all, the treasury was almost empty, and such a bet could turn out to be a disaster. However, Gislon remained unperturbed. He understood that what they needed now was not caution, but determination. If they succeeded, the reward would be 100-fold. The girl thought for a moment, but then nodded. The decision was made, and now all they had to do was follow the man whose confidence could inspire an entire army. Valinda reluctantly agreed, though her gaze clearly expressed doubt. She understood that it was useless to argue with the young master's decision, even if it seemed reckless. Kaur shook his head, calling the promise to triple the payment pure madness. It seemed to him that the young master had no idea how he was going to fulfill it. Jillian, standing nearby, calmly remarked that the young master had everything under control. A few moments later, Gislon announced that the expedition into the monster forest was officially beginning. His voice sounded confident, and the crowd stirred. Thus began the exploration of the forest. First, the mercenaries set about clearing a path, cutting down thick undergrowth and trees that blocked the way. The main character did not stand aside. He took up the work himself, surprising his men. After felling another tree, he looked around and noticed that it was now lighter. Sunbeams were shining through the gaps in the foliage. After that, he calmly ordered his men to continue clearing the path. The felled trees were sawn up and loaded onto carts, while the others set about uprooting the stumps. Remembering Duke Delphine's notes on the development of these lands, the young man understood that the forest was vast and full of dangers, but for now, they were only interested in resources and quick profits. He focused all his attention on the shortest route to the deposits of runestones. They could be the salvation of the Berdium family. If the expedition was successful, the riches would help strengthen the family's position and counter the conspiracies lurking in the shadows. Kaor was amazed. Their employer worked alongside everyone else, like an ordinary soldier. The others were also surprised. Some saw it as a sign of nobility, while others laughed, confident that the gentleman would quickly tire. Valinda, hearing these conversations, abruptly cut off the chatter and ordered everyone to work. She just shook her head, thinking that some people never learn. Then she quietly asked Gislon why he was taking on such hard work himself, since mercenaries had been hired for that purpose. The hero replied calmly, "The more hands, the faster they would finish. They couldn't linger here." Valinda was surprised. He spoke as if he knew the outcome in advance. Kaur smiled, noticing that even this stubborn girl was worried about her master. Jillian, not wanting to listen to more mockery, kicked Kaur with a log, causing him to almost fall. The mercenary growled as he jumped to his feet. It seemed that now he was really ready to fight. Despite his general fatigue from the road and work, Gislon liked the atmosphere so far. Everything looked organized, people worked together smoothly, and it seemed to him that the expedition was progressing without any serious problems. Memories from the pioneer's diary came to mind. When Duke Delphine had just conquered the kingdom and founded his dynasty, he began a large-scale exploration of the monster forest. The reasons for choosing this particular forest were never discovered, but notes about its riches, dangers, and the habits of the creatures living there have been preserved. This knowledge helped them prepare, but the situation remained tense. Some mercenaries whispered among themselves, wondering why their employer needed hundreds of expensive lanterns. In their opinion, torches would be much cheaper and more familiar at night. Gislon, on the contrary, felt a strange anxiety that nothing was happening. The forest seemed to have fallen silent, and this silence seemed suspicious to him. He was used to reading about such places only in diaries, but seeing everything with his own eyes was quite different. Therefore, he reminded the people once again not to relax. With each step, the forest grew denser. The sun barely penetrated the overhanging branches, and the air gradually became heavier. The mercenaries, though wary, continued to make their way, feeling no obvious threat. Someone, looking back at the surrounding darkness, noticed that it was not yet night, but the darkness was already thickening. Not a sound, not a movement, not even small animals were visible. Jokes began to circulate that all the rumors about monsters were lies. Gordon was lucky, they said. For triple pay, they were just cutting down trees. One of the fighters even nudged the big man on the shoulder, suggesting they return the money. Gordon did not respond to the joke, his gaze fixed on what lay ahead. Confused, he turned to those closest to him. Hadn't they just cut down a bunch of trees on the way here? They exchanged glances and confirmed that yes, that was correct. Gordon then asked where their trail was, because there was another wall of thickets ahead. Several people exchanged glances, and it was clear from their faces that there was indeed no trail, as if it had never existed. Gislon immediately gave the order for everyone to get ready. The mercenaries and their escorts quickly grabbed their weapons, sensing that something was wrong. Some did not understand what was happening. A minute ago, everything had been calm, and suddenly there was such a tense atmosphere. The young master looked at Gordon with cold concentration. He warned him that staying where he was deadly dangerous. If he wanted to live, he should slowly back away, step by step, without making any sudden movements. Gordon nodded briefly, showing that he understood the warning, and without wasting a second, began to carefully back away, trying to take each step as quietly as possible. However, the log he was carrying on his shoulder unexpectedly hit the trunk of the nearest tree. The impact was stronger than he had expected, and the surprise caused the burly man to lose his balance and fall heavily, raising a cloud of dust and leaves around him. Several mercenaries shouted something mocking, calling him clumsy and stupid, but Gordon was no longer listening. His instincts told him that danger was lurking nearby. He turned his head sharply, sensing someone's gaze. In front of him stood only a massive ancient tree covered with moss and roots. No signs of life. The others looked at each other in confusion, trying to understand what was happening. There was an oppressive silence in the air. Only Gislon remained calm. He remembered the notes of a researcher who had once described similar anomalies in this forest. Everything that was happening matched his words too closely. One of the mercenaries, unable to withstand the tension, snorted and said loudly that their employer was simply a coward. He pointed to the trees ahead and said that there was nothing unusual there, just thick undergrowth and the same landscape. In his opinion, the fool Gordon had scared himself. Gislon, without losing his composure, said that if he didn't move and leave immediately, he wouldn't live another minute. But the mercenary only snorted, assuring him that his master was trying to demonstrate his power by scaring them with his fantasies. His words were cut short. In the next moment, something powerful and cold grabbed his leg. The man's body jerked, then was quickly pulled deep into the thicket. He screamed, but the scream was cut off almost immediately, as if his voice had been swallowed by the earth itself. A terrifying creature emerged from the darkness. Its tree-like skin shimmered, and instead of a face, it had a huge mouth studded with sharp, uneven teeth. It moved silently, as if nature itself had come to life and decided to get rid of the intruders. Even a warning would not have saved anyone who encountered such creatures. Their attacks were lightning fast. These creatures from legends were called ent horrors, monsters born of the forest itself. And now, from the trees, as if out of thin air, dozens of similar silhouettes began to appear, slowly closing in on the mercenaries. The crowd of mercenaries scattered in panic, screams of terror piercing the silence of the forest. It seemed as if the earth itself was shaking beneath their feet as these monstrous silhouettes crawled out of the darkness. Fear gripped everyone. It seemed to them that the monsters were about to devour them all. Those who were closer to the thickets ran without looking back, losing their weapons and comrades. Their fears were instantly confirmed. Long, rope-like shoots stretched out from under the roots and branches, living vines trying to grab anyone who was nearby. Several people were caught, including Gordon. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the sticky tree grips, but to no avail. Panic gripped the squad. People rushed between the trees, losing all coordination, and many fell straight into the open mouths of the monsters. Those who had already been caught were beyond saving. The giant jaws closed instantly, grinding their bodies as if they were made of clay. Even Gordon, who had been so confident just a moment ago, was now flailing, clinging to a branch as if it were a lifeline. His face was frozen in horror and despair. One of the mercenaries, noticing him, rushed to his aid without thinking about his own safety. Gripping the axe with both hands, the man struck the vine with all his might, hoping to cut it and free his comrade. But the steel blade only left a superficial scratch. Like living armor, the woody tissue did not yield, blow after blow, and not the slightest effect. The next second, the vine jerked, and Gordon's body was pulled upward, straight toward the monster's huge, writhing trunk. His desperate cry echoed through the forest as he rapidly disappeared into the creature's mouth. It was at that moment that Gislon arrived. He moved quickly and decisively, his eyes flashing with cold determination. With one powerful swing of his sword, he cut through the very vine that was already reaching for its next victim. Sticky tree sap splattered onto the ground, hissing like acid. Without wasting a second, the young man lunged forward and struck the monster's large, red glowing eye. A piercing howl rang out, and the tree jerked, settling on its roots. The mercenaries froze, stunned by what they saw. They finally realized that the eyes were the weak spot of these monsters. But would they have time to use this knowledge? Gislon took a deep breath, and straining his voice, drowned out the general chaos, ordering everyone to focus. His words echoed across the clearing, bringing the people to their senses. He demanded that they immediately regroup, raise their shields, close ranks, and form a tight circle. If they stood together as one, no monster would be able to pull them out one by one. The command was passed from person to person, and soon the fighters were clutching their shields, covering each other. Panic slowly gave way to composure. However, fear still hung in the air. Someone whispered in a trembling voice that they would die here, but now that whisper was drowned out by the battle rhythm of footsteps and the clanging of weapons against shields. The main character rushed over to Kaoru, shouting over the noise of battle. Kaoru was already knee-deep in ash, clutching a bloodied axe. Gislon demanded to know where the oil lamps were. The mercenary, breathing heavily, replied that everything had been gathered as previously ordered. The next order followed without delay. All the lamps must be lit immediately and thrown at the monsters. Gislon understood that only fire could hold these creatures back. Now, Kaoru finally realized why the young master had insisted that they take lamps instead of torches. One of the fighters turned around and shouted that one of the ent horrors was staring right at them, its burning eyes pulsing with scarlet light from behind a thick wall of branches. Gislon ordered them to throw the lamps immediately. His voice, cold and confident, cut through the panicked noise, restoring the men's composure. The fighters hastily lit the wicks and began throwing the burning vessels at the tree-like creatures. The oil flared up in the air, leaving fiery arcs behind. Dozens, maybe even hundreds, of lamps flew toward the enemies. The fire lit up the entire forest, causing the monsters to flinch and stir. However, it soon became clear that the enemy was not so simple. Giant vines, like snakes, darted through the air, catching the burning lamps and throwing them aside. The ground around them was covered with oil and smoke, but the monsters themselves remained unharmed. The people looked at each other in despair. The lamps were breaking in the distance, but the flames did not cause any harm. If this continued, they would not be able to burn the monsters. While the fighters tried to figure out what to do next, the trees attacked again. Hundreds of roots and vines moved forward, sweeping away everything in their path. Gislon came to the rescue, bursting into the thick of the battle. His sword sliced through the tree tentacles with a crack, knocking them aside. Without hesitation, Valinda also joined the fight. Grabbing several oil-filled vessels, she deftly threw them directly at the nearest monster. One of the vessels hit its eye, and a bright flash erupted. Flames spread across the bark, causing the creature to howl wildly. Gislon ordered Gislon and Valinda to keep formation and cover the people of Cerberus's squad. Both understood without words that now was not the time to argue. Then he raised his sword and stepped forward, approaching the very center of the clearing. It was clear that he was going to draw attention to himself, giving the others time to regroup. Seeing this, Valinda watched his every move with concern. Deep down, she hoped that the young lord knew what he was getting himself into. When he got closer, one of the Ent horrors raised its vines and threw them at the target with a dull thud. But Gislon moved like lightning. His blade cut through the intertwined branches, not allowing a single one to touch his body. Other monsters, sensing the smell of fire and blood, joined the attack. Now the attacks came from all sides, and even he could not block everyone. He had to dodge, slide across the ground, and use every moment to avoid being hit. The young man's movements merged with the dance of light from the flashes of burning lamps. When he found himself directly in front of one of the monsters, the giant figure began to move. The tree-like giant slowly raised its massive limbs, and the ground beneath his feet shook. The mercenaries, watching from afar, froze in horror. Now they understood that these monsters could indeed walk. An entire forest had come to life, and was moving toward them, ready to crush everyone under its colossal feet. Everything went differently than observers expected. The monster's massive limb, raised for a blow, was instantly severed by Gislon's blade. The swing of his sword left behind a scarlet arc of light, and the monster's wooden body shuddered, emitting a crackling sound like a scream. Without wasting a second, the boy pushed off the ground and, using his momentum, jumped above the level of the branches. His blade plunged straight into the giant's burning eye, piercing the flesh of wood and living resin. The blind monster staggered, releasing clouds of smoke from the gaping wound. However, his actions did not go unnoticed. The other trees seemed to awaken with rage. All the eyes of these giants turned to Gislon, and the forest groaned as if it were a single living organism. The mercenaries realized that now the attention of all the creatures was focused on one person, their employer. Valinda, instantly assessing the situation, gave the order to act. The people around her understood her gesture and began to rush about, preparing their lamps. Now was their chance. While the monsters were distracted, they had to strike all at once. The mercenaries threw the lit vessels one after another, turning the air into a rain of fire and oil. This time, the flames reached their target. The lamps shattered against the wooden bodies, dousing them with burning liquid. In a few moments, the first Ent horrors burst into flames like torches. Their wooden bodies hummed with heat, and sparks flew in all directions. Kaur and the other fighters could hardly believe their eyes. The fire was finally gaining the upper hand. People shouted with delight, feeling fear give way to determination. But Gislon, seeing their joy, ordered them not to stop. The flames were the only thing that could give them an advantage, and they had to burn their enemies to the ground. At his command, the fighters lit the lamps again, throwing them into the smoke and crackling wood. With each passing minute, the flames grew, engulfing more and more of the forest. The air became thick and hot, like the breath of a blacksmith. The mercenaries looked at each other in amazement. For the first time, they had managed to turn the battle against these monsters in their favor. But along with the joy in their hearts came anxiety. The flames were spreading too quickly, and now it seemed that the entire forest could turn into a giant sea of fire. Someone even whispered that the monsters weren't as scary as they had been described, but the illusion of safety did not last long. Gislon, without lowering his sword, warned that it was too early to rejoice. The real battle was just beginning. The people looked at each other, not understanding the meaning of his words. The young man grimly noted that the fire had only affected the shell, but not what was hidden inside. At that moment, a thick gray-green fog descended over the battlefield. It spread across the ground like a smoldering poison. No one understood whether it was the remnants of smoke or something much more dangerous. The air became thick and heavy, making it difficult to breathe. Valinda and Gislon exchanged worried glances, turning to their master, but he was only watching the movement of shadows in the fog. He already knew what was happening. Everything that had been destroyed was only the outer shell. The true essence of the Ent horrors was awakening from within, and now they were about to face something that no explorer's diary had ever described. When the flames reached the damp core of the trees, the air around them hissed and filled with thick steam. Hot waves rose above the ground, and soon the entire forest was shrouded in a murky haze that reeked of burning and resin. This steam gradually thickened, turning into clouds of acrid fog, It spread across the ground as if alive, enveloping the burning trunks, until something monstrous began to emerge from its depths. Ugly bodies began to emerge from the fire and steam. It seemed as if the very bowels of the forest were giving birth to new monsters. Resin dripped from their bodies, and smoke wrapped around them like a snake. The horrors of Ent, stripped of their wooden shells, now looked even more terrifying and more vicious. Their flesh, covered with black bark and spikes, trembled with rage. The forest shuddered, as if sharing their hatred. Panicked whispers spread through the ranks of the mercenaries. The men could not believe their eyes. The creatures, burned and defeated, were rising again. The fire had failed to kill them. Gislon, realizing that fear was about to overwhelm his men, raised his sword, and the clang of steel cut through the noise of panic. His confident movement made everyone turn to him. He became their center, a fixed point amid the chaos. His gait, firm and decisive, seemed to say, now they would fight side by side, shoulder to shoulder, as long as at least one of them was able to hold a weapon. The young man moved forward, and those who were still hesitating followed him as if by invisible command. Step by step, the mercenaries began to take up their battle positions. Not everyone was able to overcome their fear. Some retreated, trembling at the realization that these creatures were several times taller than humans, and capable of crushing them like insects. In fear, it seemed that any mistake would be the last. The tentacle-like branches writhed like hundreds of hands ready to crush all living things. However, things were different for the Cerberus squad. For them, this was a long-awaited battle. Their commander Kaior had already moved forward, and his men followed him like predators sensing blood. Valinda, worried about her young master, did not stand aside. Her movements were precise and decisive, as if each swing of her sword was meant to protect not only herself, but also him. Jillian, standing behind, glanced at the others. Cold determination was written on his face, and it was this that made many of them take up their weapons again. He reminded them that trust was the only thing that could unite people in the face of horror. If the young master was leading them into battle, then he had a plan. These words had a stronger effect than any order. The men gathered their courage, their breathing became more even, and their hands regained their confidence. And then the mercenaries moved forward. Fear gave way to the sound of footsteps, and the glint of steel reflecting the dim light of the flames. Gislon reminded them that these monsters were now vulnerable. Without their protective shell, they were no longer gods of the forest, but simply twisted creatures. He knew that fear was their strength, and if people stopped being afraid, they could defeat even these giants. Now it was necessary not to tremble, but to strike without hesitation, because each of them had a chance to finish off a monster with one decisive movement. With a cry more like a growl, the united band of mercenaries rushed into battle. Their blades flashed in the smoke as they crashed into the circle of monsters, and the forest was once again filled with the sounds of steel and the roar of battle. On the battlefield, the slightest hesitation is tantamount to a death sentence. Where uncertainty reigns, death awaits anyone who hesitates for even a moment. For Gislon, there was only one goal at that moment: to tear doubt from the hearts of those who followed him. The people had to see before them not just an aristocrat, but a man capable of leading them through the abyss itself. He rushed forward without hesitation, as if fire itself flowed through his veins. His blade cut through the air, severing the limbs of monsters. Each fallen tree monster became a silent reminder that fear loses its power in the face of determination. The will of the people grew stronger with each of his movements. Where terror had reigned not long ago, faith appeared, the kind that makes the impossible possible. Gradually, the roar of battle subsided. The last of the Ent horrors collapsed, turning into smoldering piles of wood flesh. The battle was over. The mercenaries stood, breathing heavily, unable to believe their own victory. Their eyes darted between the charred remains and the young master, as if they were trying to comprehend that all this had really happened. Gislon raised his hand, ordering them to line up. His voice was firm, and even the exhausted men obeyed instantly. The forest they were in now seemed quieter, but the silence here was deceptive. This place breathed danger. Every root, every rustle could hide another monster. However, a strange calmness arose in the hearts of the warriors. They knew that with this man by their side, they could walk through hell itself. Gislon, standing at the front, seemed to become a guiding light in this gloomy thicket. His determination was contagious, and he made it clear that he would lead them on and not let any of his men perish. These words and actions gave the mercenaries confidence. Their eyes lit up, and the fire returned to them. Now no one was going to retreat. So the expedition moved on, deeper and deeper into the forest. Each new tree seemed like a living creature, and each step was a test. New monsters and traps appeared along the way, but the group moved in unison, dealing with threats faster than before. The men already knew the value of their own resilience. There were moments, however, when fear crept back in. When particularly menacing creatures appeared, courage began to melt away. Sometimes they simply lost themselves in exhaustion, not knowing how many more monsters lurked in the darkness, or if it would ever end. But at a time when many were losing their concentration, the Cerberus squad and Gislon acted without the slightest hesitation. They moved precisely and in unison, as if death itself were walking beside them. Every monster that approached the line of defense was met with their steel. They fought silently, turning the battle into cold-blooded work. At one point, one of the creatures, mortally wounded, staggered and began to fall directly onto the group of people. But Gislon managed to step forward and, putting all his strength into the blow, knocked the carcass aside, saving dozens of lives. Gislon seized the moment and delivered the decisive blow. His sword cut through the monster's flesh, ending the fight and securing their victory. After the battle, Gislon checked on his men, making sure no one was injured. Fatigue was evident on their faces, but they were all still standing. That meant only one thing: they were still in the fight. He noted to himself that if these people really wanted to return alive, they should stay close to him. Here, in the heart of the forest, weakness and confusion meant death. Let the monsters attack. The squad had already proven that it could withstand them. Gislon, watching their progress, noted to himself that their discipline had improved and their fear had been replaced by excitement. Kaur, standing nearby, smiled, deciding that there was no better teacher than danger. It was what turned people into warriors. Gislon agreed, but he understood that many trials still lay ahead. They had to keep moving while the sky remained clear. He gave the signal to continue cutting and widening the path, reminding them that delay was more dangerous here than the enemy. One of the mercenaries, young and inexperienced, looked on in amazement. Everything around him seemed insane. A deadly forest, burning monster trees, and in the midst of this chaos, their employer leading them all forward. He was beginning to think that everyone here had gone mad. Who in their right mind would go into such a thicket, where the earth itself seemed alive? But he couldn't help but admire those who fought alongside him. After several hours of travel, when the sun was already setting, the detachment came to the water. A large lake opened up before them, quiet, mirror-smooth, as if peaceful amid the wildness of the forest. The water in it seemed surprisingly clear. Several fighters bent down to drink and were surprised. It was cool, as if it came from a spring. For a moment, it seemed to everyone that the danger was behind them. But Valinda did not share their calm. Her gaze was wary. Such places often hide traps. She knew that nature that was too quiet often concealed something alive and hostile. Gislon, however, perceived everything differently. For him, this lake was not just water. It served as a point on the map, marked in the ancient diary of the pioneers. From here, the path led to ore deposits and stone sources. He ordered the camp to be set up, a short rest before continuing onward. The warriors lowered their weapons with relief, lit fires, and began to prepare food. Conversations began again among the mercenaries. Some joked, some complained, but every voice sounded tired and anxious. They were still at the very edge of the forest, and uncertainty lay ahead. One of them, named Manus, spoke more quietly than the others. His voice sounded anxious as he suggested not tempting fate and turning back while there was still a chance. He spoke sensibly. Gold is not worth a life. What good is a reward if no one returns to spend it? But Gordon, sitting nearby, disagreed. According to him, the journey was almost over. The goal was close, and their efforts would be rewarded. He was not going to back down now that they had come so far. Manus just snorted, convinced that his comrade blindly believed the aristocrat's promises. For him, Gislon remained nothing more than what they called behind his back, the thug from Berdium, someone who would not spare the lives of others for the sake of his own glory. The others listened to the argument in silence. One of the veterans reminded them that their employer had saved them all from death more than once. Wasn't that enough to earn their trust? After all, mercenaries lived off the money they earned with their blood. Manus did not give up. He argued that they had simply been lucky, and that luck would not last forever. One mistake, and they would all perish. There was bitterness in his words. He had seen aristocrats use mercenaries and then discard them when they became useless. For him, Gislon was no exception, but merely part of the same cruel world. His words made many think. Silence fell over the camp, broken only by the crackling of the fires. Everyone understood that fear and doubt still lingered among them, even if they tried not to notice it. Manus was pleased with himself. He believed that everything was going according to plan. The more doubts there were among the people, the easier it would be to control the crowd. After all, rushing into a forest teeming with monsters was pure madness. Deep down, he was already preparing to use these mercenaries as a shield if things went wrong. However, not everyone shared his mood. One of the fighters said quietly but confidently that if it weren't for the employer, they would have been dead long ago. The man pointed to the young gentleman standing by the fire. At that moment, Gislon was treating the wounded man, calmly and intently bandaging the wound as if he had been doing it all his life. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and blood, but his movements were confident. He reminded his subordinates not to go into the water with open cuts to prevent infection. The mercenary listened, nodding, a flash of respect in his eyes for someone who was not afraid to get his hands dirty for the sake of others. Valinda watched what was happening and looked dissatisfied. She was annoyed that her master was wasting rare medicines on simple mercenaries. After all, these potions cost a fortune. They couldn't even be found in the capital. Wouldn't it be wiser to save them for Gislon himself, in case something happened? But the young master seemed to think otherwise. He calmly replied that such things existed to save lives, not to gather dust in chests. With these words, he called over the next wounded man, showing neither fatigue nor irritation. The same mercenary who had previously tried to reason with Manus continued talking to the others. He quietly reminded them that the elixirs their employer used were more expensive than the people he was treating. Would he waste such treasures if he planned to leave us to die? He said, almost in a whisper, but loud enough for the others to hear. A murmur of agreement rippled through the ranks of the mercenaries. Everyone gradually realized that this young man was not one of those aristocrats who hid behind the backs of others. He genuinely cared about his people, and strange as it might seem, his presence gave confidence even to the most doubtful. Manus gritted his teeth in anger. His attempt to sow distrust had failed. Inside, he was seething with irritation. The old man had ruined his plan, and now Gislon's credibility had only grown stronger. He had to find another way, but time was running out. Soon, Gislon himself approached the camp. His steps were firm, his gaze focused. He briefly ordered everyone to stop idle talk and rest while there was still a respite. His voice sounded calm, but it conveyed an iron will. After that, the young lord called Jillian and Kaur over. Judging by the expression on his face, he was going to discuss something serious. Both subordinates immediately responded, dropping what they were doing. Kaur, straightforward as always, was the first to speak. In his opinion, the chatterbox should be punished by having his tongue cut out, for example. Gislon, however, replied calmly, "Let him live. The monsters themselves would teach him a lesson when the time came." Right now, they had more important things to do. All their attention had to be focused on preparation. According to their calculations, there were only 24 oil lamps left in the camp. This was less than expected, and Gislon clearly did not like this number. He ordered a recount to be done again, wanting to be sure. The count confirmed his fears. The supply was rapidly dwindling. With each passing day, as they advanced deeper into the forest, the monster attacks became more frequent. Day and night. It seemed they knew no rest. However, the last 2 nights had been suspiciously quiet, and this was alarming. Valinda and Kaur exchanged puzzled glances. They did not understand what their master was getting at. Jillian, however, understood before the others. He explained that they had crossed the border into the territory inhabited by night monsters. These creatures were far more dangerous than ordinary ones, stronger, faster, and more cunning. Gislon confirmed the guess with a short nod. Almost immediately after Gislon spoke, a strange rustling sound came from deep within the forest, as if someone was making their way through the branches, trying not to make a sound. The silence of the camp seemed to freeze for a moment. The young man quietly said that this was exactly what he had expected. Real danger was approaching, and everyone should be prepared for the worst. Night gradually took hold. The camp was bathed in the soft glow of the campfires, smoke curling above them. Outside, all was quiet, with only the occasional voices of the guards breaking the silence. Most of the mercenaries were already asleep or dozing, leaning against barrels and weapons. Others sat by the fires, staring into the flames, their eyes clouded with fatigue. Gordon was among those sleeping. His massive body barely fit under the blanket, and his loud breathing resembled the hum of a blacksmith's bellows. But suddenly, his peace was disturbed by a bright light that flashed nearby. The man struggled to open his eyes and saw a lamp slowly floating in the air right in front of him. He jumped up sharply, kicking it with his foot in confusion. The lamp flew to the side, and Gordon, looking around, could only squeeze out, "What the hell is this? Why is the lantern moving on its own?" The answer came instantly. Something appeared from behind the trees, a massive shadow with uneven contours. The light from the lamp momentarily illuminated someone's shining, unrealistically large eyes. Without hesitation, Gordon shouted that there was a monster in the camp and grabbed his axe. He waved his weapon in the air, as if trying to drive away an invisible enemy, but the more he swung, the more he panicked. It seemed to him that monstrous silhouettes were flashing around him, that the creature was about to pounce on him. The awakened mercenaries rushed to the source of the noise, but saw nothing suspicious around them. Gordon insisted with a tremor in his voice that he had seen a monster standing right in front of him. The men exchanged glances. Not a sound, not a trace, not a rustle, nothing. They began to think that the big guy had just imagined it. One of them grunted, saying that Gordon's nerves must have gotten the better of him after all these battles. Gordon himself looked around in confusion, feeling cold sweat running down his back. He was sure he wasn't dreaming. But if all this was real, then where had the creature gone? The mercenaries, deciding that it was just a nightmare, began to disperse. Someone threw a mocking remark at Gordon, saying that he had drunk too much before bed. But suddenly a voice rang out from the crowd. One of the Cerberus fighters claimed that Gordon was right. He said that he had woken up at almost the same moment, sensing someone's heavy presence nearby. And then, Right before his eyes, the flame in the lamp suddenly went out, as if someone had blown it out with their invisible breath. Soon, others joined in. Many had felt the same thing, a strange presence rustling in the darkness, sometimes barely audible and ominous laughter. Those who had not felt it were puzzled, attributing it all to fatigue or sleepy visions. A member of the Cerberus squad admitted that he could not say for sure what the phenomenon was, but he was convinced that something was in the forest and watching them. At that moment, Gislon approached the group. His appearance immediately brought order to the situation. Tasks and decisions began to take shape without unnecessary words. He was not alone. Jillian and Kaur stood nearby, ready to support any actions taken by their leader. The young man ordered everyone to gather in one place, around the fires and tents, so that it would be easier to control the situation. Those who were napping and those who were resting gathered at the meeting place. Footsteps and rustling sounds subsided, replaced by the sound of belts being thrown down and the sound of armor straps being tightened. Gislon himself and his closest associates found themselves in the center of the circle, forming a kind of security cordon around him. Gordon, still alarmed, tried to understand whether they were really surrounded by invisible predators. One detail bothered him: the creatures did not show themselves in the light. For Gislon, this was understandable. Such abilities were characteristic of those who hunted at night and used darkness as cover. The pursuit had probably begun at the lake, where invisible shadows had followed the group and now closed in on them. These creatures were called Failors, hunters of darkness. Their reputation was whispered, creatures of the night, blending into the gloom and infecting the space around them with their presence. Failors could not only blend into the darkness, but also make themselves practically invisible. Physical steel had little effect on them, and their hunting method consisted of drawing their prey into thick darkness, where they had a clear advantage. The mercenaries could hardly believe what they heard. It was difficult to imagine hundreds of such predators around them, and yet frighteningly probable. Valinda, finally realizing the reason for the disappearance of the lamps, understood that these creatures were playing with fire, extinguishing light and relishing fear. Kaur, being a man of action, suggested an immediate attack, to strike first and destroy the prey before it could gain the upper hand. Gislon, having studied the situation, preferred a different course of action: to wait, gather strength, and set a trap in order to strike back at the opportune moment. The mentor reminded him that most of the lanterns were already gone, and she didn't understand how much longer they could hold out. The loss of resources made the strategy risky. But Gislon's calculation was based on something else. A thoughtless wave of attack would only anger the night hunters, force them to disperse and change tactics. Then the chance to destroy them all at once would be lost. He wanted to wait for the moment when he could deliver the decisive blow. Jillian was somewhat surprised by the logic he heard, but quickly realized that it was about the possibility of crushing the enemy with a single powerful action. And indeed, Gislon had a plan that would allow him to strike hundreds of invisible and seemingly invulnerable creatures at once. He knew how to lure them out of the shadows. This required preparation, primarily magical. Valinda confirmed that she had prepared the scrolls the young man had requested. Each mercenary had already been assigned one scroll, and now all that remained was to wait for the hour when everything would come together. After a short pause, Gislon announced that it was time to explain exactly how they would fight. His voice sounded calm, but it conveyed the determination of a man who had already thought everything through. To make it easier for everyone to understand the plan, he lowered his sword and began to draw lines with it directly on the ground. In the soft light of the dying torches, the contours of the future battle appeared on the sand. The flock of fallows had already closed in around the camp on three sides. They were quietly stealing the light, one lantern after another, and with each passing moment, they were closing in, leaving the people with less and less air and confidence. Gislon showed that it was impossible to hold the defense against such creatures across the entire line. Their numbers were too small, and the enemy was too omnipresent. If they tried to meet them head-on, they would be bypassed on the flanks, crushing their defenses. Jillian noted that the proximity of the lake played into their hands. They couldn't be completely surrounded on that side. Gislon nodded. The light reflected off the water's surface, preventing the monsters from approaching from behind. The situation remained difficult, but not hopeless. The main character emphasized that despite the enemy's numerical superiority, the initiative still belonged to them, those who were able to think and act together. Some did not understand what he meant. How could he talk about initiative when they were standing in the middle of darkness, surrounded by invisible predators? Gislon continued, describing the structure of the upcoming battle. The unit would be divided into 3 parts, each with its own task, in order to use even limited forces as effectively as possible. The first line would be the defense squad, shield bearers who would take the first blow and hold the line. Behind them would be the crossbowmen. Their task would be to fire at the approaching enemies, slowing their advance and holding back the pressure of the darkness. And the third part, the strike force, led by Gislon himself, will have to break through the enemy lines and deliver the decisive blow. The center of the defense, a combination of shields and crossbows, must withstand the first wave until the flanks are ready to close the ring. The left flank will be key. This is where the strike force will break through and join the central line. Thus, the enemy will find itself between two fronts, and its own ring will close in on it. Jillian, who had been watching the drawings on the ground, understood everything at once. The others exchanged glances. The plan seemed daring, but with luck, it was quite feasible. However, Valinda suddenly stopped the discussion. She was troubled by an obvious question. They themselves had said that these creatures could not be hit with conventional weapons. How, then, could they be fought? A tense silence hung over the camp. Several men exchanged glances, not knowing how to respond. Kaor suggested that there was only one solution: to use mana. Magic was the only way. But Gislon had already thought of everything. He knew that brute force was powerless against the night shadows, so he had prepared another means in advance. With these thoughts in mind, he reminded them of the magic scrolls, the ones Valinda had handed out. Each of the mercenaries had received one, and now these sheets of paper were to become their main weapon against the darkness. It wasn't long before the battle began. The silence of the night forest was broken by the heavy sound of footsteps and the clang of weapons. Everything indicated that battle was inevitable. The defensive unit was ordered to keep their formation as tight as possible. Any gap could cost lives because in the darkness, it was impossible to see where the attack would come from. The men clutched their shields, remembering the words of their employer. Under no circumstances should they split up. The last lantern lighting the camp suddenly disappeared, as if someone had snatched it from its holder. This could only mean one thing: the enemy was close. At that moment, Gislon remembered the lines from the Duke of Delphine's diary, the very notes that had once saved the pioneers. They said that Phalors could not tolerate light. For creatures born of darkness, bright light was not just painful, but deadly. Following this thought, the young man activated the magic scroll. The symbols on the parchment flashed with golden patterns, and it became clear that something was about to happen. This action was a signal to everyone. Everyone holding a scroll understood that it was time to act together as one. On command, the mercenaries began to unfold their first circle scrolls. Thin strips of magical energy glided through the air, intertwining in a pattern of spells. From their center, a flame of light burst forth, rushing upward and tearing through the darkness of the night. For a moment, everything around was illuminated, as if a new day had dawned. For the Phallos, it was an invitation to death. The bright glare forced them out of the shadows, hissing and writhing in the dazzling light. One after another, magical flashes erupted around the perimeter of the camp, each burning away the darkness as if cleansing the air. The light penetrated the ranks of the previously invisible creatures, revealing their true form. Long, snake-like bodies intertwined with each other, with black claws and white eyes reflecting fear and rage. The mercenaries involuntarily held their breath. The legends about the night hunters turned out to be true. A monstrous ring of creatures really surrounded them on all sides. The fighters raised their weapons. No one had any doubts now. The battle had begun, and only fortitude and willpower would decide the outcome. The crossbowmen were the first to open fire. Bolts, flashing in the light of magic, pierced the bodies of the monsters, holding back their onslaught. Everyone understood that retreat was not an option. If the formation fell, no one would survive. The squad stood their ground to the last, holding the line against the onslaught of darkness. Gislon raised his sword above his head. This gesture was the signal for a general attack. The blade flashed with the reflection of light, as if it carried a particle of the sun within itself. Now the shadows were visible, and the Phalori could no longer hide. The moment of retribution had come. At the signal, the strike force rushed forward. Their footsteps echoed hollowly on the ground, mingling with the roar of the monsters. Led by Gislon, the fighters broke through deep into the cluster of creatures. Each swing of the sword left a glowing trail, and the bodies of the creatures fell one after another. Now that the Phalors had lost their main protection, the darkness, they no longer posed a deadly threat. Their movements became slower, and their reactions noticeably weaker. Watching them, Gislon pondered the nature of these creatures. They were truly the embodiment of the night, shadows made flesh, but once deprived of darkness, they became as fragile as rotting wood. With such a group of battle-hardened fighters, victory seemed only a matter of time. Gislon gave the order to reduce the number of monsters at any cost, and his men rushed to carry out the task without wasting a second. Jillian was the first to rush forward, taking the brunt of the attack. His blade flashed in the semi-darkness, distracting the enemies. At that moment, Kaor, taking advantage of the distraction, methodically finished off those who dared to come closer. His strength and accuracy were impressive. However, the pressure was so great that even he could not fend off the attacks. With each passing second, more and more creatures rushed towards him, surrounding him on all sides. Then Valinda appeared on the battlefield. Her figure flashed in the light of magic, and she entered the battle without hesitation. Her role was different, not to attack head-on, but to cut a breach in the dense ranks of monsters, creating space for a counterattack. When the enemy's defense faltered, the moment came for the decisive blow, the young lord's exit. Gislon stepped forward. His sword, enveloped in the light of the scrolls, cut through the air, leaving flashes of white fire in its wake. His every movement was precise, deadly, and unerring. The ground was soon covered with traces of battle. Severed limbs and heads of monsters lay in flames, and blood, thick and dark, soaked the soil. The fighters of the strike force, the best of the best in Berdium, fought alongside their master, forming an unshakable wall of steel and light. The magic scrolls continued to glow, preventing the darkness from closing in on them again. Their light pulsed like a living heart, beating to the rhythm of the battle. On the other flank, the defensive unit and crossbowmen continued to hold the line. Every bolt, every flash of light mattered, but the stream of enemies seemed endless. Monsters climbed over the bodies of their fallen kin, turning the ground into a bloody mountain just to get to the humans. Some of the mercenaries were beginning to lose confidence. Their arrows were running out, their strength was fading, and the darkness around them was thickening again. No one knew where the strike force was. Soon, the first creatures broke through the defensive positions. The men were already preparing for the worst, realizing that casualties were inevitable. But before despair could take hold, the shock troops burst onto the battlefield once more. Their appearance changed everything. The monsters rushing forward found themselves under the onslaught of blades and flames. Gislon glanced at the line of defense. His men were holding on, tired, wounded, but unyielding. Their steadfastness commanded respect. Seeing their employer, the fighters felt a surge of strength. It seemed that hope itself had returned with him, and fear gave way to confidence in victory. To finally turn the tide of battle, Gislon ordered his forces to expand their formation. They were to surround the Fowlers on all sides, leaving them no way to escape. With each passing second, the fighters tightened their ring, confident that victory was now only a matter of time. But suddenly, everything changed. The battle seemed to lose its usual rhythm. The monsters stopped attacking. Their movements became chaotic, as if confusion had arisen in their ranks. Soon, everyone noticed the obvious. The Fowlers were retreating. Fear was palpable in their ranks, and even the darkness of night no longer seemed to offer them protection. Gislon instantly realized what was happening. These creatures were much smarter than they seemed at first glance. They understood that the ambush had failed, and now they were trying to leave to regroup and attack again, on their own terms. The young man ordered Valinda to look for their leader. According to the descriptions in Duke Delphin's diary, he should have horns that emit a faint bluish glow. It was he who gave the signal to retreat. Some of the fighters wondered why they should pursue the retreating monsters. Victory seemed to have been achieved, but Gislon understood clearly. This was only a temporary retreat. The Fowlers do not forgive defeat, and will hunt them down to the end. Their squad was too depleted to withstand a second clash. The only way out was to destroy the leader. Without him, the pack would lose its connection and scatter into the darkness, dissolving like a shadow in the morning sun. Valinda listened carefully to the instructions. Everything was clear. Capture the leader, and the battle would be over. Realizing this, the girl focused. The wind ruffled her cloak as she looked up at the trees, her eyes flashing with determination. She took a rope with a metal hook from her belt and secured it to the nearest tree trunk. The metal clanged against the bark, and the loop hooked firmly onto a branch. The next moment, Valinda deftly pushed off with her feet and soared upward like a bird, using the rope as support. From above, she surveyed the entire battlefield. The light from the scrolls still illuminated part of the field, and in this uneven glow, she could make out many creatures writhing amid the smoke and ashes. Something special flashed in the crowd, a tall figure crowned with branched horns that emitted a dim, cold light. It was him, the leader of the Fowlers, a creature whose presence could be felt even through the noise of battle. Around him, other monsters moved more cautiously, as if protecting him. Valinda threw the rope again. The hook described an arc in the air and caught around the monster's neck, tightening the noose. Without wasting any time, she pulled, causing the beast to stagger, and signaled to her allies. Now the leader's position was exposed. Gislon instantly understood where to strike. His eyes flashed with determination, and his body lunged forward, pushing through the ranks of monsters. His sword cut through the darkness like lightning, leaving behind a trail of fire. Each step brought him closer to his goal, the very heart of the enemy pack. Reaching his goal, the young man delivered a powerful blow, aimed precisely at the chest of the horned monster. A flash of light blinded everyone around. When the glow faded, the leader lay motionless, and the remaining Fowlers rushed about, losing their coordination. Deprived of control, they began to dissolve into the darkness, returning to where they had come from. After the leader's death, the battlefield froze for a moment. The creatures, once raging, seemed to have lost their purpose. Their movements slowed, and their fury gave way to confusion. Gislon quickly realized that their chance had come. While the monsters were losing their coordination, he ordered his men to take advantage of this delay and destroy the remnants of the pack. His voice rang out across the battlefield, awakening the warriors' determination. The mercenaries obediently carried out the order. Shields, swords, and crossbows sprang into action once more. With a united assault, they rushed forward, sweeping away anything that still tried to resist. The Fowlers, once masters of the night, now found themselves helpless in the rays of dawn. Their bodies flashed in the glare of the light, as if they themselves regretted having dared to challenge humans. Kayor, not wanting to lose his fighting spirit, gave the command to his Cerberus squad. Their heavy footsteps echoed across the ground as they charged forward as one. He added that he had no intention of letting Gislon outshine him. The silent enmity between them only intensified the excitement of battle. The battle lasted until dawn. The sky gradually turned scarlet, and it seemed that the dawn itself had witnessed their final battle with darkness. When the first rays of the sun touched the earth, Gislon's blade pierced the body of the last monster. The enemy was finally defeated. The young man turned to his people. Their faces were covered with fatigue and ash, but their eyes burned with satisfaction. He reminded them that they had done it. This night belonged to them. In response, the camp filled with cheers. People laughed and hugged each other, unable to believe they had survived such a nightmare. For the mercenaries, it was not just a victory, it was a return to life. They had survived a night that most considered a death sentence. Gislon noted that everyone had performed admirably. Valinda, concerned about the young master's condition, looked at him intently, but he just nodded confidently, letting her know that he was fine. Then Gislon calmly gave new orders. He instructed Valinda to count the numbers and Kaoru to gather Cerberus's men. He himself went with Gislon to the edge of the camp to drag away the bodies of the fallen Fowlers. When Kaur asked about the point of this, Gislon explained that the smell of the slain monsters would scare off other creatures. Fowlers were considered top-tier predators, and no creature would dare approach their remains. The senior warrior smiled, adding that now the camp would be under reliable protection. Kaur just snorted irritably, unwilling to admit that he was right. Gislon watched their argument without interfering. Let the petty squabbles not distract him. The main thing was that his people were alive. 10 days had passed since they had entered this cursed forest. Every night here seemed like an eternity, but with each victory, their confidence grew. After the Fowlers, they didn't encounter a single truly dangerous monster. They cleared the way confidently and methodically, as if the forest itself had begun to surrender. Now all that remained was to begin mining the ore vein, the goal for which it had all begun. But as he watched the dawn break over the blackened trunks, Gislon caught himself thinking, was this really the end? Or was the forest simply holding its breath, preparing a new threat for them? After a while, Valinda approached Gislon. Her cloak was covered in ash, but her voice sounded as composed as ever. She reported that she had checked the entire personnel. 41 men remained in the Cerberus squad, and 120 mercenaries. There were only 3 casualties, which seemed almost miraculous given the nature of the battle. What was particularly striking was that not a single Cerberus fighter had been killed. Kaur straightened his shoulders upon hearing this. A proud smile flitted across his face. He was pleased. With a commander like this, he thought, they simply had no right to die. It was a matter of honor. Gislon asked who exactly was listed among the dead, but it turned out that the bodies had never been found. No one in the camp could determine which of the men had disappeared. Then Gordon wondered, where had Manus gone? Perhaps he had fallen in battle, but the absence of bodies raised doubts. If they hadn't been found, then there was a chance they were still alive. One of the mercenaries smiled wryly. Knowing Manus's character, he doubted that he had died heroically. More likely, he had simply run away. Everyone agreed that this was exactly what had happened. The coward and 2 others had fled the camp while the rest were fighting. At that moment, the 3 fugitives were indeed making their way through the thicket. One of them, breathing heavily, told the others how lucky they were. The battle there had been hellish, and if it hadn't been for Manus's determination, they would surely have been among the dead. Another suggested slowing down, saying they had already gotten far enough away. Manus looked back at his companions with irritation. He didn't understand how they could relax when the monsters were still somewhere nearby. They had to leave quickly while the creatures were distracted by the camp. However, his words hung in the air. The other 2 mercenaries froze, staring upward. Their eyes were filled with horror. Manus frowned, not understanding what was happening. He tried to call out to them, but received no response. One of his companions barely managed to squeeze out the words, advising him to turn around. And when Manus obeyed, his breath caught in his chest. Right behind him, 2 huge, blood-red eyes flashed. He was too terrified to even scream. The gaze of those eyes seemed to pierce right through him, paralyzing his body. A giant snake crawled out of the darkness, a monster that guarded the very place Gislon and his expedition were striving to reach. Its scales glinted with a metallic sheen, and its breath sounded like hissing steam. The creature gave the fugitives no chance. The 3 mercenaries disappeared in an instant, crushed, swallowed, or simply torn to pieces. After the massacre, the snake lay in wait, as if expecting new guests. It did not leave. It simply watched from the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, life went on as usual in the camp. The clearing work continued, and although fatigue was taking its toll, the people worked with unexpected enthusiasm. Everyone understood that the sooner they finished, the sooner they would leave this gloomy forest. Kaur noted to himself that the situation was surprising. No one was complaining or arguing. Everyone was working as a single unit. He admitted that this was the first time he had seen these perpetually lazy mercenaries display such discipline. Apparently, fear and respect for their master worked wonders. Gislon smiled and remarked that, unlike some, these people really knew how to work. Kaor snorted, not hiding his irritation. Even after the victory, the old man found a reason to take a dig. After a brief discussion, Kaor asked the young master what would happen after the entire operation was completed. Would he really send such experienced fighters home? It would be a shame to lose people who had gone through hell and survived. Gislon calmly replied that there was nothing to worry about. He intended to hire everyone who had proven themselves worthy into his personal guard. It was believed that mercenaries were rarely able to stand up to a regular army. Their ranks often fell apart at the first casualties, because everyone fought for their own benefit. But Gislon saw something different in his men. After all the trials in this forest, they were no longer just mercenaries. They had been tempered by blood, fear, and victory. Now they were a cohesive force, ready to become the backbone of House Berdium and change the balance of power in the region. Soon, Cerberus's fighters approached the camp. Their armor was covered in dirt and ash, but their expressions were satisfied. They reported that they had carried out their orders. The bodies of the Fowlers were scattered along the trail as the commander had ordered. Gislon praised Gazelle and the others. They had done an impeccable job. Kaur added that the method had indeed worked. From the moment they left the camp, not a single monster dared to approach. They didn't even encounter any lone creatures. It was as if the forest itself was now avoiding them. However, the young master remained wary. He couldn't shake the feeling that everything was too quiet. In places like this, silence was rarely a good sign. He tried to convince himself that his anxiety was unfounded, but somewhere deep down, he knew that his premonitions were rarely wrong. His thoughts were interrupted by Valinda's quiet but confident voice. The girl had returned from reconnaissance, her clothes covered in dust and her face showing signs of fatigue, but her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Hearing her approach, Gislon immediately asked if she had found anything ahead. Valinda confirmed that the target had been found. These words instantly transformed the atmosphere in the camp. The young gentleman felt a surge of strength. Finally, their journey was coming to an end. He stood up and ordered the workers to speed up. Now everyone had to work at maximum speed. The people responded enthusiastically, spurred on by the promise of a quick reward and pride in the journey they had completed. The goal was just a stone's throw away, and this proximity spurred everyone on to move forward. And finally, after a short time, the forest parted, revealing the long-awaited place. When they stepped into the clearing, the mercenaries froze, struck by what they saw. Even the roughest among them felt awe at the scene that unfolded before them. Gislon confirmed that this was indeed the final destination of their expedition. Before them lay a deposit of rune stones, and not just any stones, but ones of the highest quality. Their glow pierced through the earth, as if magic itself was bursting out. Kaur could not contain his surprise. Everything Gislon had said turned out to be true. The expedition really did have a deeper meaning. Even he, who was used to everything, felt awe at such a discovery. Valinda did not hide her joy. She was delighted not only by the discovery itself, but also by how the young master had been able to predict the location of this place. It seemed as if he had known about it in advance, guided by some unknown intuition. The other mercenaries stood stunned. Before them lay riches that an ordinary person would never see in a lifetime. Everyone understood that if they managed to get these stones, they would become truly rich, and the name of Gislon Berdium would go down in history forever. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out from the thick haze ahead, as if the fog itself had spoken in human words. The stranger said with anguish, none of them would go any further. He added that it was all over, and after these words, his breath stopped. When the smoke cleared slightly, everyone saw who had spoken. It was Manus. Surprisingly, he was still alive, or rather, he had been just a moment ago. His body slowly sank to the ground, lifeless and contorted with horror. Several mercenaries, recognizing their former comrade, rushed to him. They did not understand how he had ended up here, so far from camp, or what had happened to him. However, Gislon stopped them abruptly. He ordered them to stay away, warning them that the place was unsafe. His voice was cold and confident, causing everyone to instinctively retreat. To prove the seriousness of his words, he swung his sword, and a powerful wave of air rose from the blade, scattering the clouds of gray smoke. When the veil cleared, the people saw what had been hidden beneath the fog. The ground was littered with bones. The white remains stretched into the distance, like a field of death. Among them were broken armor, charred blades, and claw marks on the stones. The people were stunned. The corpses belonged not only to monsters, but also to humans. It seemed that a terrible battle had once taken place here, but against whom? The mercenaries instinctively moved forward, covering their young master, but Gislon just shook his head. The simple search for runestones had turned into something much bigger. According to him, the number of remains indicated one thing. They were standing right on the nest of a high-ranking monster. There were fresh traces among the bones, and the light fog was saturated with poisonous fumes, which is why they did not notice the threat immediately. Gislon recalled Duke Delphine's notes with annoyance. They did not mention any danger near the veins themselves. Perhaps the explorers simply did not return to warn others. He ordered everyone to be on guard and prepare for battle, feeling the air grow thicker, as if the forest itself had held its breath. But before he could finish his command, the ground beneath their feet shook. Something gigantic rose from the clouds of smoke. A monstrous snake crawled out from behind the hill, its scales glinting with a metallic sheen. With a hiss like the roar of the wind, it opened its mouth, preparing to swallow the nearest people. Gislon didn't waste a second. With a loud order to spread out, he rushed forward, directing the fighters in different directions. When the monster lunged at him, he dodged with incredible agility, sliding along its body and ending up on top of its giant back. Taking advantage of the blind spot under its scales, he raised his blade and struck a powerful blow, aiming directly at the creature's head. The blow hit its target. The sword cut through the flesh, leaving a deep wound from which thick, black blood gushed. The snake roared, and the air was filled with a sound that made everyone's ears ring. However, to Gislon's surprise and bitter disappointment, his blow did not even leave a scratch. The blade slid off the scales like steel, leaving only sparks. Gislon, who was watching, couldn't believe his eyes. Even a weapon reinforced with magic couldn't pierce this armor. "It's impossible," he gasped. "What are these scales made of?" The snake, sensing the attack, turned its head sharply toward its attacker. Its gaze fell on Giselle. Now all the monster's fury was focused on him alone. The monster opened its mouth, and this time it wasn't to swallow a human. A stream of poisonous liquid burst from the depths of its throat, sparkling with green flashes in the dim light. Gislon instantly realized the danger. This poison could kill even through touch. He managed to cover himself with his cloak, exposing the fabric to the attack instead of his skin. He managed to avoid a direct hit, but the fabric instantly began to smoke, as if acid had been poured on it. The cloak began to corrode before his eyes, and the snake was already raising its tail for the next attack. The blow was swift, but Gislon grabbed his sword with both hands and tried to parry the massive tail. The collision reverberated through his body like he had stopped a stone boulder. The enemy's strength was monstrous. He couldn't hold off the onslaught for long. The ground beneath his feet cracked. The next blow knocked him off balance. The boy's body collapsed to the ground, and the heavy tail crashed down nearby, raising clouds of dust and debris. Valinda screamed, fear in her voice. She rushed toward her master, but thick smoke and the monster's movements prevented her from reaching him. The enormous snake writhed and struck the ground with its body. Its movements split the soil like the blows of a giant hammer. Where the mercenaries stood, everything turned into chaos. People screamed, commands to dodge and not stand still rang out. But in the midst of this madness, no one understood where this monster had come from. It seemed to have grown right out of the ground, out of the ore vein itself. Gislon, without losing his composure, rushed to those who were trapped under the rubble. He pulled people out, saving them from under the monster's tail. Valinda and Kaur joined him, covering the wounded. They worked together seamlessly, as if they had been training for this moment their whole lives. Gislon himself, though knocked off his feet, remained alive and conscious. Through the roar, he could hear the desperate cries of people begging for help and the moans of those who were searching for him with their eyes, not knowing if their master was alive. Lying in the dust, Gislon finally understood the scale of what was happening. Everything fell into place. The dead bodies, the poison, the fumes, the fear that had settled in this place. The true master of the ore vein was before him. It was not just a beast. It was a blood python, an ancient and deadly monster whose power was considered legendary. The existence of such creatures was confirmed only by old chronicles. No one expected to encounter one here, on the edge of the forest, where humans usually did not venture. Gislon understood that there was almost no chance of survival in open combat. He could retreat and return with reinforcements. But then the rune vein would disappear, and the entire expedition would be in vain. Now Gislon had no time to think. Delay meant death, not only for him, but for everyone who believed in him. If he retreated now, everything they had achieved, all the suffering and losses along the way, would be meaningless. He couldn't let their journey end in disgrace. Summoning his will and focusing his mana, the young man felt energy coursing through his veins. He had to make this creature obey, or else the ore vein they had worked so hard to extract would be lost. At that moment, a power flared up inside him. The third core, awakened to its full potential. The flame of mana pierced the air, and his eyes flashed with determination. The blood python, sensing the threat emanating from the man, let out a low growl. Its body tensed, and the beast lunged forward with such speed that the ground shook. But Gislon, relying on instinct and experience, managed to dodge. He slid under the scaly body, avoiding the deadly blow, and without wasting a moment, counterattacked. His blade struck the creature's torso, but once again, the steel slid helplessly off the invulnerable scales. There were no cracks, no marks. It was as if he had struck stone. Realizing that it was impossible to pierce the armor, Gislon instantly changed tactics. Focusing, he jumped higher and struck the only vulnerable spot, the eye. The blow hit its target. The blade cut through the flesh, and the snake roared, writhing in pain. But the wounded monster did not retreat. On the contrary, its fury flared up with renewed strength. The python lashed out with its tail, seeking to bring all its might to bear on the man. Gislon managed to notice the movement, and gathering his last ounce of strength, raised his sword to meet the blow. With a crash, metal collided with flesh. The weight was monstrous. The guy barely managed to stay on his feet. His muscles tensed to the limit. His joints creaked with the effort. Despite its wound, the python continued to attack furiously. Its movements became sharper, its rage more blind. It seemed that the pain only increased its strength. Gislon managed to hold his defense, parrying blow after blow. Each maneuver was at the limit of his endurance, but he did not allow the monster to break him. Deep down, he understood that even if the chance of victory was slim, there were battles that could not be avoided. Just as his father had once done, he must accept his fate and fight to the end, bearing the responsibility for all those who stood behind him. When the fog cleared, the mercenaries saw a majestic, almost unreal picture before them. The young lord, surrounded by flashes of light and dust, stood face to face with the giant creature. In an instant, he lunged forward, putting all his strength and will into the blow. The sword flashed with mana and cut through the air, piercing the python's body. The recoil threw Gislon backward, and he fell to the ground, rolling over, but immediately got back on his feet. Looking up, he saw the monster's body shudder. It seemed as if the snake was about to collapse. But the python did not move. It froze, as if assessing its opponent. An uneasy silence hung in the air before a new wave of fury. Keeping the third core active for too long could prove fatal. Mana was rapidly depleting, and the hero's resources could run out before the monster was finally defeated. At that moment, a noise reached Gislon. People rushed to him from all sides, gathering at the scene of the battle. His subordinates instantly formed a circle around him, ready to protect their master and check on his condition. Their faces tense, each one checking to see if the man who had led them on this expedition was still alive. Valinda demanded an immediate retreat, ready to hold off the monster on her own if it meant saving the people. But Gislon insisted otherwise. He gave the order for the men to leave, taking the survivors far away from the enraged creature. At first, those present were confused. Many found it difficult to decide whether to stay and fight or obey the order and retreat. Even Jillian, who was used to acting quickly and decisively, paused for a moment, trying to understand the young lord's intentions. Gislon explained that he could not guarantee the safety of all his subordinates if they continued to fight a monster of such size, and that the risk of losing the entire group was too great. He could not allow the people who believed in him to die in vain. Their lives were worth more than any loot. Valinda still did not understand why he was willing to take such a step. For her, abandoning the team was tantamount to the master's self-sacrifice. Part of this misunderstanding was explained by a miracle. Everyone was still alive after what the squad had been through, so the risk seemed unjustified to her. That is why her anxiety seemed justified. It seemed unimaginable to leave the young master alone with such a creature. Their thoughts were interrupted by another display of the python's fury. It spat venom again, reminding everyone of the mortal danger. Hearing this, Gislon hastily reinforced the order to retreat, realizing that further delay would be fatal. His subordinates began to retreat into danger, but not in fear. They moved in an organized manner to get as many people as possible out of the danger zone. Many of them, however, stood next to their master, unwilling to leave him alone. The retreat was replaced by a rush to return and cover his rear. Gislon was struck. He did not expect people to respond so decisively to his choice. Their gaze and determination spoke otherwise. They would rather fight side by side. His subordinates reverently expressed their willingness to fight alongside him. Their duty and gratitude for the lives saved became stronger than their personal fear. The men's behavior was shaped not only by fear, but also by gratitude. The man who had repeatedly rescued them from danger received their collective loyalty in return. Now, the thought of leaving Gislon alone seemed impossible to them. If victory was possible, it would be shared, and then the fruits of the expedition, the rune stones, would become the spoils of all, not the feast of one. Jillian did not back down either. He was going to distract the monster's attention in order to create a breach in its defenses and give Gislon a chance for a decisive blow. His subordinates believed in their master. Now they wanted him to trust them in return. Their determination was stronger than their fear. Gislon listened silently, assessing the balance of power and the risks. He understood that the enemy was monstrously huge, and its power was destructive. The python's scales were as strong as metal, its venom deadly, and a single blow from its tail could bring down an entire section of rock. Any delay would cost the lives of dozens of people. But the monster was not invulnerable. It had an open wound and a damaged eye. This gave hope. A blow there could decide the outcome of the battle. Gislon commanded everyone to prepare. The expedition that had gone through the horrors of the forest had to finish the fight together. The mercenaries were inspired. doubt gave way to excitement. Now everyone wanted to contribute to the victory. In the next moment, the python moved forward again, cutting through the air with a roar and a blow of its body. Gislon was the first to meet the attack, and the others followed him, unleashing a barrage of blows on the enemy. The blades left small but frequent cuts. With each new lunge, the monster lost speed and accuracy. These wounds were insignificant individually, but their cumulative force exhausted the python, causing it to lose concentration. Seizing the moment, Gislon broke through closer and struck the already blinded eye. There was a dull crack, and the creature howled in pain. But even a well-thought-out strategy rarely goes perfectly. The chaos of battle made its own adjustments. Gislon understood that if he hesitated, people would die, and so he could not afford to take a step back. He decided to stand his ground until the end, because the fate of the entire expedition and the future of these lands depended on him. Only he knew why all this was happening, and what secrets this territory held. But when he made a new lunge, the python suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed him whole in one movement. The people froze in horror. Screams pierced the air. Everyone thought their master was dead. But in the next moment, a blade burst out of the monster's head. It cut through the flesh from the inside, and a scarlet line ran down the snake's neck, widening more and more. With a last effort, Gislon, overcoming pain and fatigue, cut the monster's head in two. The blade cut through flesh and bone, and the huge body of the python crashed to the ground with a loud crack. Gritting his teeth, he got up, barely able to stand, but still smiled. Not for himself, but for those who had been waiting for this moment. The victory was theirs. He understood clearly that he could not stop. After all, he was not just a member of the expedition, but the heir to Berdium, the one who was obliged to pave the way for the future of his family. At that moment, an anxious atmosphere reigned in the Berdium family castle. In the council chamber, a loud thud of a fist on the table was heard. One of the men, overcome with anger, declared that Gislon's actions could be considered a serious crime against the will of the family. The young lord ignored the steward's prohibition and went to the forest of monsters anyway. The old advisor Homer tried to calm Albert down, but he was beside himself. Albert replied sharply that Gislon had always been willful and proud. While the head of the clan was away, the young man imagined himself a full-fledged lord and acted without permission. Homer sighed. It was too late to be upset now. Gislon had been in dangerous lands for 2 weeks, where every day could be his last. The old man reminded him that it was all Scoven's false report that was to blame. If not for that, they could have intervened earlier. Now the knight who had covered for the young man risked losing his title. The advisors gathered around the long oak table unanimously agreed. The heir's disobedience could not go unpunished. Measures must be taken before the situation got out of control. Upon his return, he would have to be taken into custody and subjected to a strict investigation. Count Berdium listened to these words in gloomy silence. Deep down, he understood how serious his son's actions were, but he was even more concerned that he might not return at all. Suddenly, the door flew open, and Randolph, a loyal subordinate of the Berdium family, entered the room. He bowed low and, out of breath, reported that something unexpected had happened, and that the Count should leave immediately. The advisors became alert, demanding an explanation. Randolph looked up and said that young Master Gislon had returned. With these words, all eyes turned to the door, and indeed, standing at the castle threshold was the heir, tired and covered in battle scars, but there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. After a while, the same people gathered in the hall again. The air was tense, as if before a storm. The advisors exchanged glances, waiting to see how the conversation would end. No one dared to break the silence first. The Count sat at the head of the table, clutching the armrests of his chair. His eyes were full of anger and fatigue, and he was barely holding back from exploding. Finally, Gislon stepped forward and calmly announced that he had returned from the forest. His voice sounded confident, but there was a hint of hidden fatigue from what he had been through. In response, the Count's heavy voice reminded him of the broken order. He had forbidden his son to enter the forest of monsters, and he had disobeyed. Gislon bowed his head and quietly uttered words of apology. He realized that he had disobeyed a direct order, but he felt that he could not have acted otherwise. His duty to his family and to the future demanded this step. The advisors looked at each other in confusion. No one understood what he meant when he said he had to. Randolph, who was always straightforward, asked if the young man thought this was a valid reason for disobeying the Lord's order. One of the senior advisors sternly reminded him that entering the forest of monsters was a serious crime not only under the internal laws of the House of Berdium, but also under the county code. After all, if the monsters had followed him out of the forest, they could have attacked the castle, putting everyone in danger. Gislon replied calmly, though there was steel in his voice. He pointed out that, as everyone could see, he was alive, and the monsters were still within the forest, meaning the danger had not spread. These words caused a wave of indignation. The advisors, red with rage, considered them insolent. Albert rose sharply from his seat and asked if the young man really found the situation amusing, since he was speaking as if it were all insignificant. The man admitted that since the expedition had ended without disaster, they could temporarily turn a blind eye to the violation, but no one had cancelled responsibility. Albert took a folded sheet of paper from his inside pocket and unfolded it on the table, stating that words were meaningless in the face of facts. Gislon took the letter and immediately recognized the seal of Ryfold County. Albert confirmed that the document had arrived recently. He said that as soon as Gislon's unauthorized return became known, news came from Ryfold that the young man had extorted 20,000 gold pieces from Lady Amelia. Considering that the woman already sent money regularly to maintain the castle, such an act seemed like blatant insolence. In his letter, Count Ryfold expressed extreme anger. He announced the termination of financial support, the withdrawal of slave servants, and the dissolution of the engagement between Amelia and Gislon. This jeopardized the future of the entire House of Berdium. Gislon silently examined the letter. It was indeed signed by Ryfold, a count whose cold contempt for Amelia was well known to everyone, but even so, it seemed impossible to forge his style and signature. A mixture of disappointment and pain boiled inside Gislon. It all looked like a carefully thought-out intrigue. Amelia, driven by a thirst for power, had probably allied herself with their enemies to destroy his reputation and weaken the house. Now it was clear. No agreements or deals could restore trust. Any movement of money, any trade contract would serve as proof of his guilt. He noted to himself that if he had returned later, he would have been trapped, accused and isolated inside the castle. Everything that was happening confirmed that time was indeed against him. Then Adrian, one of the oldest advisors, turned to the Count and asked if he had anything to say to his son. While the discussion was going on, Homer suggested that the first thing to do was to return the 20,000 gold pieces. Randolph supported him, noting that this amount could provide for the Order of Knights for months to come without worrying about expenses. But Gislon calmly interrupted the discussion, saying that there was nothing to return. The money had already been spent. Everyone present froze. The young man clarified that it was with these funds that the expedition to the Forest of Monsters had been organized, allowing them to destroy the threat and discover the deposits of runestones. After these words, a heavy silence fell over the room. The air seemed to freeze. No one dared to speak first, not knowing whether to consider what they had heard an excuse or madness. Adrian broke the silence, his voice sounding almost incredulous. He rose from his seat and asked if the young man had really spent all the gold on an expedition into the cursed forest teeming with monsters. Gislon replied calmly, without trying to justify himself. He admitted that it was true, and that he had no excuses. Not to his father, not to his house, not to the allied county of Ryfold. Suddenly, someone grabbed him sharply by the shoulder. It was Randolph, his face contorted with rage. He shouted that such behavior was a disgrace to an heir. How could this boy, not yet old enough to rule, sell the future of an entire county for a crazy scheme? Homer supported the outburst of anger. The old advisor declared that from that moment on, Gislon was no longer an heir, but a criminal, and should be immediately imprisoned to prevent further misfortune. But the young man did not back down. He replied that he would make up for everything, and from now on would personally replenish the castle's treasury, including the sum of 20,000 gold pieces. The Count, who had been silent all this time, finally looked up at his son. His voice sounded hoarse but firm. What did he mean? Where was he going to get that kind of money? Gislon gestured to Valinda, who was waiting outside the door to enter the room. The girl came in, holding a small wooden box in her hands. While she placed it on the table, the young man continued speaking. If he had simply wanted to prove his stubbornness and return from the forest empty-handed, he would not have started all this. When the lid of the box clicked open, surprised exclamations rang out in the hall. Dozens of bright crystals sparkled inside. These were high-quality runestones, shining with a soft, living light. Their rarity and purity amazed even the most experienced advisors. Homer and Adrian exchanged glances. The young man's theory, which they had only heard about in stories, turned out to be true. One of the advisors muttered in confusion. Had he really bought all this for the 20,000 gold pieces he had borrowed from Ryfold? Gislon shook his head. These stones were not bought. They were mined in the very heart of the monster forest, thus proving that his expedition was not reckless, but purposeful. Adrian frowned. If the crystals were real, their value would be enormous. But even so, would it be enough to maintain the entire estate? Gislon allowed himself a slight, almost weary smile. He replied that these treasures would be more than enough. After all, the box was only a small part of what had been extracted from the depths of the forest. And soon the young man's words were confirmed. Wagons stood in the castle courtyard, where mercenaries carefully unloaded sacks and boxes full of sparkling stones. Workers sorted them, removing dirt and roots so as not to damage the precious finds. Homer looked at the young man in amazement. Could he really have obtained all this in just 15 days? Even the most experienced miners would not have brought back so much in years. Heavy breathing could be heard in the hall. No one could believe their eyes. The Count, still not believing what he saw, turned to Valinda. He wanted to hear confirmation from someone he trusted. The girl replied firmly, yes, All this had been found during the expedition, and it was the young Mr. Gislon who led the operation, risking his life to bring everyone back alive. Soon, mountains of trophies began to be unloaded in the castle courtyard, the remains of the Ent horrors, the skin and bones of a blood python, and other traces of monsters that once held the forest in fear. Among them were boxes filled with rune stones, which shone dazzlingly in the light of the torches. And yet, as Gislon noted, this was only a small part of what had been obtained during the expedition. He rose from his seat, and looking at his advisors, calmly stated that every effort, every drop of sweat and blood, had been directed toward the good of his homeland. Everything obtained was not for glory or wealth, but to strengthen the House of Berdium, and maintain the mansion, which was now safe from harm. Adrian, leafing through the appraiser's records, addressed the Count with restrained enthusiasm in his voice. According to rough estimates, the value of the rune stones and trophies found is so great that the county will be able to forget about debts and hardship for many years to come. Moreover, the House of Berdium will now have the opportunity to reaffirm its influence in the region. The very same advisors who had recently demanded that the young man be imprisoned now exchanged confused glances and hastily changed their tone. Their faces, recently contorted with anger, now expressed respect and admiration. One by one, they approached Gislon, bowing their heads. Words of approval and praise poured in from all sides. In their opinion, the young Count had shown not only reckless courage, but also a prudence rare for his age. They wished him rest after his arduous expedition, and assured him that the House of Berdium would now stand stronger than ever before. After a short pause, Gislon looked up and calmly announced that he had only a few conditions. The first was to immediately release Scoven and Ricardo. These men, he said, were only following orders, and it would be unfair to punish them for their loyalty. The second condition was secrecy. He insisted that the entrance to the monster forest remain closed to all outsiders. Spreading rumors about the expedition and its results could result not only in the envy of neighbors, but also in the attention of those who craved easy prey. The advisors exchanged glances, pondering what had been said. Their eyes showed agreement. The young man's demands sounded reasonable, but they realized that fulfilling them would require caution and diplomacy. Gislon then added that he had a third and final condition. He demanded that control over security and the recruitment of mercenaries be transferred entirely to him. Every delay, every request for permission from senior officials would take up precious time when it came to matters of life and death. Randolph couldn't take it anymore and jumped up from his seat. His indignation was obvious. He loudly declared that such a request was tantamount to creating a personal army. After all, who knew what the young master's true intentions were? Adrian, trying to remain calm, remarked that the young man might be crossing the line. He was not asking for leniency, as would be appropriate after so many violations, but demanding powers that even the Count's council did not have. However, Gislon did not flinch. He explained everything with the same cold confidence, now addressing Albert. This was not an attempt at rebellion, or a desire to undermine the authority of his elders. He only wanted to create a system in which the House of Berdium would no longer depend on the mercy of a foreign county. His words sounded firm, and everyone present understood that they were based on careful calculation. If, due to bureaucracy or external pressure, the county found itself on the brink again, the consequences would be far more dangerous than the temporary autonomy of the military forces. Albert, confused and depressed by what was happening, looked at his brother as if seeking support. He whispered that his son was literally bargaining with the future of the House of Berdium. The Count remained silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere was interrupted by a loud noise from outside. Voices and the clatter of boots could be heard outside the windows. Gislon's subordinates entered the hall, accompanied by a murmur of approval. They greeted their master, and rejoiced that he had finally returned unharmed. They looked tired, but their eyes shone with pride. Jillian stepped forward and reported that the loading of the runestones was almost complete. All that remained was to wait for the young master's orders to arrange transportation. Kaur, as always, added with a note of professional confidence that everything was going according to plan. The remains of the Ent horrors were safe for storage, and the blood of the bloody python, if properly processed, could prove to be a valuable alchemical material. Gislon nodded, adding that the carcass had already been cut up. The poison, blood, flesh, and skin must be carefully separated from each other to prevent decay and preserve the value of all components. The subordinates replied in unison that they understood everything and hurried to carry out the orders. Then the Count turned to Randolph and asked quietly what he thought of it all. For the first time in a long time, he was at a loss for words. The scale of what was happening, the discipline, the number of people, their confidence in their master, made a far greater impression on him than any words could. Randolph could not explain what was happening. He saw before him mercenaries who usually obeyed only force or fear, but now acted in unison, like a single organism. It was incomprehensible how the young master had managed to get such strong-willed and proud people to work together. The Count's thoughts about his son's talent only grew stronger. He too realized that he was not just an heir, but a man capable of uniting people. He said aloud that Gislon's men looked like a real elite squad, tempered not by orders but by trust in their commander. Getting mercenaries like these to follow orders was almost impossible. However, Gislon gently objected that this was not the case. It was thanks to these people that the expedition had taken place at all. Without their participation, the journey into the Forest of Monsters would have ended in disaster. The Count listened to his son, and realized that there was no youthful boasting in his words, only honesty and awareness of his responsibility. So he stood up and, glancing briefly at his advisors, ordered the meeting to be adjourned. This decision surprised many. No one expected the conversation to end so quickly. The Count announced that this time he would turn a blind eye to what had happened, but he did so with a heavy gaze. However, he warned his son that if he disobeyed an order even once, punishment would be inevitable. Gislon responded calmly, with a slight smile, thanking his father for his leniency. Before leaving, the ruler uttered a phrase that sounded both proud and weary. He said that one day his son would inherit this mansion, and the name of the Berdiums. He already saw in him the spirit of the Northern Wolf, a legacy that cannot be faked. Gislon knew well what this expression meant. Spirit of the Northern Wolf was a title given to Count Berdium, defender of the northern borders of the Kingdom of Lutanian. This title belonged to his father when he single-handedly held the border, where there were neither soldiers nor allies. The man devoted his entire life to war, defending the lands of the Berdiums and the mansion, remaining without support, without his wife Elena, and almost without his son. And yet his life ended modestly, without parades, without glory. He was remembered only by those who stood beside him on the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the camp, Kaur was already rejoicing that the mercenaries could finally afford a respite. Valinda approached and asked the young gentleman if he was now going to head straight to the mansion. But Gislon shook his head. He ordered everyone to prepare for departure. They had to be ready at any moment. Valinda frowned. Was he really not going to rest, even now? Jillian intervened cautiously, reminding him that he was being too hard on himself. His body had not yet recovered from the battles. Valinda added that it was a miracle he was alive at all, having survived an encounter with a blood python. She reminded him how much effort and time it had taken to remove the poison from his blood and bring him back to life. Gislon silently approached her, placed his hand on her shoulder, a gesture that conveyed gratitude and confidence. He simply said that he was counting on her, as before. Valinda, like the others, understood that there was no point in arguing now. His determination was unshakable. The young lord was ready for action again. The news that the county of Berdium had discovered deposits of runestones spread rapidly throughout the region. The very next day, it was being discussed in all the taverns and estates, and rumors even outpaced official reports. And, as is usually the case, the news attracted not only the curious, but also those who dreamed of acquiring these lands at any cost. Gislon understood perfectly well where this would lead. Such riches could not go unnoticed. And now, not only the neighboring county would be watching Berdium, but the court itself. He realized that there was no time to rest. It was necessary to strengthen his influence, gather troops, and build defenses so that the House of Berdium would become so powerful that no one would even dare to think of attacking it. But while his mind was making plans, his body refused to obey. Exhausted by constant struggle, Gislon lost his last strength and collapsed to the ground. His subordinates, noticing this, cried out and rushed to him. Alarm once again gripped the camp. At the same time, far from Berdium, in another castle, a carrier pigeon landed on the arm of an influential man. The man took the message from its feet, unfolded the sheet, and carefully scanned the lines. The letter reported on the partial exploration of the Forest of Monsters and the discovery of rune stones. It was followed by an order to take advantage of the situation, start a territorial war with the House of Degenerate, and destroy the Berdium family in the process. After that, as indicated, the duchy would intervene and establish a new order. The recipient of this message was not only unsurprised, but also clearly satisfied. He had long been waiting for the right moment to wipe Berdium off the map of the northern lands. At a meeting held that same evening, the discussion was lively. It was decided that the time had come to make the lands of Berdium no man's land, deprived of an heir and protection. The Duke intended to personally appoint a new tax owner of these territories. One of the aristocrats asked how many of their people remained within the borders of Berdium. The answer was short: only 2 vassals and 1 knight, left behind to keep watch. The leader of those present nodded and gave the order. Send these vassals to the Degrades and tell them the false news that their heir, who had disappeared earlier, had died on the lands of Berdium. This pretext would be enough to start a war. Victor was put in charge of the whole operation, a man whose name caused instant tension among the nobility. A muffled murmur spread through the hall. Someone whispered that using Victor was too risky. Desmond was their strongest warrior, their trump card, whom they had been saving for a special occasion. If Frank had carried out his mission properly, Berdium would have fallen on its own, without intervention. one of the advisors dared to ask aloud. Wasn't the duchy being too hasty in revealing its cards? Until now, their actions had been secretive and cautious, and now, open war. Why did the Duke of Delphine, renowned for his cold calculation, suddenly decide on such direct intervention? The chief aristocrat replied coldly, "It was all because of the forest of monsters." Those present looked at each other, not understanding. Then he explained, the order came directly from the Duke of Delphine, and his decisions were not open to discussion. The order was clear: prepare for war. The time for secret games was over. The man giving the orders turned out to be Count Gerald Desmond, head of one of the oldest houses in the duchy, whose loyalty to Delphine was unquestionable. He rose from his seat and asked in an icy voice, "Is there anyone else who knows about the current situation?" His gaze swept across the hall, and everyone fell silent. During the same period, anxiety reigned in the Duchy of Ryfold. News of the discovery of the rune stones had reached the local estates, disrupting the usual order. Amelia was overcome with rage and despair, and her heart filled with indignation at the good fortune that had befallen Gislon. Her personal knight tried to keep the situation under control, taking measures to prevent his mistress from acting impulsively. Amelia's irritation was also dictated by the fact that the very vein had been obtained thanks to 20,000 gold coins squeezed out of her under pressure, money that had previously been taken from her and unsuccessfully returned. Even the mercenaries hired to eliminate the problem proved powerless, and Amelia herself was forced to swallow her pride and humiliatingly ask her father to stop supporting Berdium, a step that left her in a vulnerable and ridiculous position. The knight noted that such behavior was not consistent with the lady's former demeanor. Her previous decisiveness had been replaced by confusion. Finally, Amelia took a deep breath, trying to release her pent-up anger and regain her clarity of thought. Realizing that emotions would not help her bring back the past, she admitted that she had given in to her feelings too much and now needed to act prudently. In the end, she came to understand that what had happened could not be changed. All that remained was to bravely accept the consequences and plan her next steps. At Bernard's request, she refocused on her duties and began giving orders, returning to her usual role as mistress of the house. It soon became apparent that the discovery of the vein would radically change Berdium's financial situation. Amelia's mind flashed with the prospect of celebration and debt relief. But the market was not yet ready, and there was only a minimal amount of time to organize sales channels. The rune stones had been found very recently, no more than 2 days ago. This circumstance prompted her to take advantage of her rival's temporary advantage and intervene before Berdium had time to sell the find. The knight clarified the tactic: not a direct attack on Gislon, but an interception of shipments, preventing the goods from reaching buyers. Amelia noted that there were few sales options. In the north, there was only one serious entity capable of purchasing large quantities of rune stones: the Crimson Tower, ruled by the 7th Circle Archmage Delmuth. Magical research was interested in runes, and the tower's suppliers always attracted close attention. Therefore, Amelia's plan required an ambush operation on the main roads leading to the tower. The target was not Gislon itself, but the caravans and workers transporting the runes. The task was to organize lightning raids and interceptions, and keep the rune stones for themselves. Bernard wondered whether they should also consider the Tower of the Scarlet Flame in Briavante, but Amelia replied that the situation there was worse. The market had dried up and competition was weaker. The conclusion was simple: Gislon, with his pragmatism, was unlikely to be inclined to deal with a less profitable tower, so concentrating efforts on the Crimson Tower seemed logical. Amelia's determination grew. This time, the plan was not just simple intervention, but the systematic deprivation of all the benefits that Berdium had wrested from him with his rune stones. Meanwhile, Gislon himself lay unconscious in his chambers. His body was motionless, and his breathing was barely perceptible. In his unconsciousness, he dreamed of the very moment when he found himself in the jaws of the Crimson Python, a terrible moment that was forever etched in his memory. The predator slowly prepared to swallow its prey, as if enjoying the anticipation. Before closing its epiglottis and letting its victim pass, the monster secreted poison from the inner lining of its throat, a viscous, sticky liquid that corroded flesh to make it softer for digestion. However, the mana from Gislon's third core reacted with the poison, burning it on contact. This saved the body from poisoning, but caused thick smoke, a poisonous fog that was impossible to breathe. Any other victim would have died at this stage. Most lost consciousness before the python finished its meal. But Gislon, despite the pain and weakness, forced himself to hold on. He understood that if he lost consciousness, it would all be over. His expedition, his dreams, everything he considered his future depended on whether he could survive. If it was impossible to avoid poisoning, then he had to subdue the poison, take control of it, make it his strength. The toxins that had entered his bloodstream gathered in the area of his mana core, turning into a deadly vortex inside his body. Then Gislon decided on a risky move. He accelerated the rotation of the mana to neutralize the poison, using the pure energy of the core as an antidote. Such control required superhuman concentration. Only those who were called superhumans were capable of such a feat. He was going to turn the poison into a source of power, fuel that could withstand even a mana explosion and strengthen his body from within. The moment the process was complete, clarity flooded Gislon's consciousness. The danger had passed. The first thought that flashed through his mind after waking up was a sense of relief. He was alive. The guy sat up and looked around. Yes, this was his room in the castle. His memories were hazy. He only remembered a flash of pain and someone's voice before everything was engulfed in darkness. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar silhouette in front of him. It was his younger sister, Elena. The girl happily rushed to her brother and, unable to contain her emotions, hugged him tightly. With a smile, she told him that Gislon had been asleep for 2 days. Everyone was worried. He had left without warning, returned, and immediately lost consciousness. Then Elena quietly added that she was just glad to see him again, alive and unharmed, and affectionately greeted her brother. The girl, embarrassed by her own feelings, suddenly pushed her brother away, and he lost his balance and fell back onto the bed. Her face showed a mixture of confusion and relief, as if the realization that he was alive had only just dawned on her. Blushing, she hurriedly ran out of the room, hiding her embarrassment behind her hasty steps. In the corridor, her voice echoed off the stone walls. The maid was instructed to report that the master had regained consciousness. Silence fell upon the room. Thoughts gradually came together, like dust settling after a storm. The realization that 2 days had passed seemed almost unreal. After the battle with the monster, the help he received was superficial, just bandages and rest. Despite his weakness, the young man continued to work for several more days, trying to keep everything under control. His body withstood the unbearable strain until, at some point, it broke down. And yet, contrary to expectations, his overall condition was surprisingly good. The wounds had healed, his breathing had become even, and his muscles no longer ached. For such a short recovery, it was unthinkable. There was something unnatural about what was happening. It was as if the body itself knew how to repair the damage, acting faster and more accurately than before. The internal flows of mana were different, denser, deeper. It seemed as if its very nature had changed, becoming stronger and freer. These changes bore the mark of an alien force, perhaps the energy of that very monster. It was possible that the blood python's venom had reacted with the mana, creating a new, dangerous fusion of human and animal power. Nothing like this had ever been mentioned in any treatise. Such a combination seemed impossible, but reality refuted everything that had been known before. The risk taken without calculation turned into a discovery capable of changing the very nature of power. This assumption had to be tested in practice. If confirmed, this effect would allow one to develop faster than any mage of previous eras, but the price for such power could be exorbitant. Right now, the primary task remained the sale of the rune stones. Too much depended on time. 2 days of rest could cost him the initiative. Rumors had surely already spread throughout the neighborhood, which meant that envious people would appear. Preparations were proceeding quickly when a soft but confident knock sounded in the corridor, a sound that brooked no delay. Heavy footsteps approached, conveying the confidence of a man accustomed to giving orders. Standing in the doorway was a figure whose presence could not be mistaken for anyone else. The head of the clan entered the chambers, accompanied by several close associates. His gaze reflected fatigue, but deep in his eyes there was a glimmer of relief. His appearance combined the severity of authority with a barely noticeable pride in someone who had managed to return from the heart of the forest. The unexpected appearance of the head of the house in his private chambers was perceived as the beginning of a conversation that would change many things. Valinda's words reached the Count before his son had time to recover from the events. She recounted in detail how the young man, risking his life, had thrown himself into the monster's jaws and been poisoned by its venom. Now, standing next to the bed, the father watched his heir's awakening with restraint, wondering how serious the consequences of his ordeal would be. Seeing that his breathing was even and his gaze clear, the Count felt a slight relief, which, however, did not show on his face. In his case, joy was expressed by silence and a short approving nod. Valinda, standing slightly behind him, still looked agitated. Her master's loss of consciousness had taken everyone by surprise, and now she found it hard to believe that he was really all right. Anxiety was evident in her every movement. After a short pause, the Count spoke again, his voice sounding calmer than usual. He announced that they had a serious conversation ahead of them, one that concerned only the two of them. His tone was restrained, but also had a certain gentleness that was unlike his previous orders. He was about to make a request, which was unusual, as Count Berdium was not a man who was capable of asking for things. His son was surprised. In his mind, his father was more likely to give orders than to ask for favors. Such words seemed unusual and even alarming. A little later, they both found themselves in the training arena. The stone floor still bore traces of previous battles, and the cold morning sun fell on the swords waiting for their moment. Everything that was happening resembled not just an exercise, but a kind of ritual. It was the first time that father and son stood side by side without witnesses, without the pressure of titles, without the gaze of advisors, just them and the silence of the arena. Once, the young man avoided such meetings, unable to bear his father's stern gaze and fearing inevitable condemnation. But now, there was no longer the same turmoil in his soul. The Count broke the silence and apologized for calling the heir immediately after he woke up. His voice conveyed respect for the trials he had endured, even though he did not say so directly. The response was calm. There was no need for concern. The recovery had been successful, and his strength had returned. Nevertheless, the question remained. What was the head of the family trying to achieve with this conversation? What request was he hiding behind his outward composure? The Count held his gaze on his son, as if assessing how ready he was to hear what was about to be said. Then his gaze shifted to the side, as if an invisible weight forced him to avoid direct contact. The man's behavior betrayed an inner struggle, a desire to speak and an inability to find the right words. At that moment, the young man remembered his mother's words, spoken once in his childhood. At the time, their meaning had seemed mysterious, but now he was beginning to understand their true essence. His mother had said that the head of the Berdium family was unable to openly show his emotions, preferring the power of feelings to expression. The boy did not understand then why a person who protected others did not allow himself to be simple. For his father, there was only one duty: to be a support for his subjects, to put the welfare of the estate above his own desires, to maintain cold composure even in the face of pain. Only once did this man allow himself to stray from the rules, a declaration of love that became the only revelation in his life. That is why his mother asked him to be lenient with his father, not to see his coldness as indifference. She said that this man simply did not know how to express his feelings in words, and sometimes replaced care with severity, and tenderness with silence. Now everything became clear. The head of the Berdium family, Svalter, suggested that his son raise his sword, not for the sake of argument, not for the sake of power, but as a way of communicating, where words give way to steel. The heir accepted the challenge without hesitation. He understood that this was how his father showed his affection, through a duel, where respect was expressed not with words, but with blows and fortitude. Soon, two blades clashed, cutting through the air with a ringing echo. A duel began in the arena, more like a quiet conversation than a fight. The father moved first. His step was firm, and his strike was precise and confident. The young opponent had to take a defensive stance to withstand the onslaught. But soon the initiative passed to the young man. Now it was he who was pressing his opponent, forcing him to go on the defensive. Their movements were precise, as if they could read each other's minds. There was no malice in their blows. They were filled with respect, testing, a desire to understand the limits of their strength. A few moments later, the weapons froze in the air, the blades crossed, and both stopped, catching their breath. The heir felt the weight of his father's sword. It carried with it years of experience in war, the weight not only of metal, but also of the responsibility that rested on its owner's hands. This power was not just physical. It resembled an iron will, capable of subduing any enemy that rose from the north. But for all the power in Svalter's movements, there was also softness, defensive, restrained, as if the steel itself understood where the line between threat and care lay. His father did not allow himself any leniency. His attacks remained precise and rhythmic, each requiring maximum concentration from his opponent. However, the young man did not give in. His blows showed his determination to prove that he was worthy of the name Berdium. More flexible and resilient, he used techniques that combined speed and calculation, traces of a school different from that professed by his father. Soon, the two swords met at a dangerous point where any movement could be decisive. The blades stopped at their opponents' necks, and it became clear that victory could go either way. The silence was broken by Svalter's voice. He acknowledged that his son's sword skills had improved significantly. It was not just praise, but recognition of strength and maturity. The heir bowed his head in respect, accepting the words without pride. But the lesson was not over. The Count added that true mastery lay not in the power of the blow, but in the ability to restrain it. If you ease the pressure at the moment of crossing swords, your opponent will not be able to read your intentions and will lose momentum. These words touched the young warrior. Usually, in battle, he acted on intuition, relying on a flow of feelings and mana, but now he understood that even in the heat of the moment, there was a place for control and tact. A simple but important thought flashed through the young man's mind. For the first time, someone was really trying to teach him, not just evaluate the result. It felt unusual, not an order, not a reproach, but real instruction, in which there was room for care. Before that, all his skill had come from experience and instinct. Every movement was the result of battles, not training. His style was strength, but not a system. Honed survival, but not a school. Without a teacher, he might not have noticed the weaknesses hidden behind his confidence. His father, unlike others, pointed them out not to reproach him, but to guide him. Thanks to this, Gislon realized for the first time that relying on oneself does not mean rejecting the knowledge of others, but being able to accept it when it is offered with a sincere intention to help. As a sign of respect, the young man thanked his mentor, uttering these words for the first time not out of politeness, but from the heart. Svalter looked up, a slight surprise flashing in his eyes. He had expected excuses, not gratitude. He had not intended to be lenient. He was going to reprimand the heir for his disobedience. The violation of the order remained a fact, and as the head of the house, he could not forget that discipline was the foundation of order. Without it, any achievement would turn into a source of chaos. But at the same time, he saw that before him was no longer the hot-headed young man, but a man whose eyes reflected maturity. Previously, his son had sought glory, seeking recognition in every action, but now there was a different goal behind his actions, a conscious one, connected with the future of the family and the lands entrusted to him. Therefore, his father's words sounded not like instruction, but like a testament, to move forward, not for himself, but for Berdium and those around him, to fulfill his duty not out of fear, but out of conviction. These words resonated within him, and something forgotten came to mind, a promise that his father had once intended to make, but never got around to. Then Gislon remembered. Svalter had indeed mentioned some kind of request, but had not yet uttered it. The man paused, as if torn between pride and the need to speak. His voice, usually firm, now sounded uncertain, with a barely noticeable tremor, unusual for a man accustomed to giving orders. Finally, he uttered something completely unexpected, a request, simple and strange at the same time, to borrow some money. This moment seemed to break the heavy atmosphere, bringing both of them back from the world of duty and honor to simple human reality. Some time later, the scene shifted to a garrison on the edge of the monster forest. The air there was filled with the smell of steel and bonfires, and people stood in neat rows, waiting for their master. The subordinates, noticing the approach of their commander, stood up straight, their eyes filled with respect and joy. Not feigned, but genuine. Gislon, coming closer, felt a warm feeling, not haughty pride, but satisfaction that these people were safe. He first inquired about their condition, as if confirming that caring for them was more important than any reports. The response was cheerful, discipline was maintained, and spirits were high. The warriors looked rested and confident. Kaur joined the conversation. His voice sounded lively and slightly mocking, but there was respect in it. Jillian, in turn, noted that the gentleman looked better than expected. The atmosphere gradually became softer, almost homely. The young man inquired about Rachel's condition, wanting to make sure that she had recovered after all she had been through, because her fate was now tied to the success of their common cause. The old man replied that he had not even thought she would be able to walk again. All this was only thanks to the young gentleman. As a sign of gratitude, the subordinate bowed again. The young man smiled and turned back to his comrades. He told them he had something important to tell them. Their lands were now in great danger. His subordinates became alert and began to listen more attentively. In the end, the main character told them everything about the attack on Elena. He told them how they had prevented the attempt to kill her and use it as a pretext for war, and also about the body of Prince Degrad that had been found, and about the forces that threatened the House of Berdium. They were being watched, and those people had probably been operating within their lands for a very long time. They now had neither the time nor the resources to prepare for an attack. Now it was clear to Valinda why the young gentleman was in such a hurry, and she thought that after finding the runestones, they would be able to take a break. Kaur smiled. After that scary forest, war awaits them. It seems that there will be no time to get bored in these lands. Jillian also joined the conversation. As the young gentleman said, Berdium is now an ideal target. Weak military power, poor lands, and on top of that, they found a whole vein of runestones here. The main character confirmed the previous speaker's words. They would definitely not be left alone. The girl noted that such a serious matter should have been discussed immediately. She suggested urgently informing the vassals and the lord. Gislon objected that it was not yet time for that. After all, even among Elena's knights there were traitors, so there could be spies among the vassals as well. Until they could know for sure who their enemies and friends were, it was better to keep this between themselves. Thanks to Elena's survival, the enemy's plans had been thwarted, and now they had gained some time. But after the runestones were found, the enemies would not delay any longer. That is why a difficult battle awaits Berdium. In the end, everyone understood the seriousness of the situation, and silence fell upon the room. Kaur broke the silence. He asked them to simply tell him what they needed to do. After all, it was always quite interesting to be around their master. Jillian joined in. He had already dedicated his life to him and would be with him until the end. Valinda was also encouraged. The guys noted that indeed who else but her would protect their young master. Gislon smiled. He liked this attitude of his subordinates. The main enemy of the Baron at the moment was the Duchy of Delphine. In addition to him, there were also Count Desmond and Amelia, who carried out his orders. The main character was going to prevent them from acting as they pleased. Therefore, he informed his subordinates that they were heading for the Tower of Scarlet Flame. Kaor, without really understanding, was glad that they would finally not sell those rune stones and would now live very well. But Valinda was a little confused. Why should they go to the Tower of Scarlet Flame? After all, the Crimson Tower was much closer, and the prices there were much higher. Gislon explained that choice by saying that there would be fewer unnecessary problems at the Tower of Scarlet Flame. The girl did not understand what problems he was talking about. At that moment, everything became clear to Jillian. After all, when transporting valuable cargo, uninvited guests often appear. Especially when it comes to precious stones, it is wise to prepare in advance. Valinda realized that, just like last time, there could be an ambush there. The hero thought that after the head of the Crimson Tower, Delmud, became a 7th Circle Archmage, the Tower of Scarlet Flame suffered losses. Since then, it has been considered more profitable to sell runestones to the Crimson Tower, which is the best in the north. The Tower of Scarlet Flame is trying to restore its former glory, but it is not easy, and yet, the reason they are going there lies in it. There was something in the Tower of Crimson Flame that attracted the main character. There, a worried girl sat on the floor near a huge pile of books. She was talking to her teacher, Renato. She didn't understand when the light the man had spoken of would appear. After a short time, the main character and the others set off. The subordinates were delighted. So this is the Scarlet Tower of Magicians. It is very tall. One of the mercenaries noted that he had heard so much about it, but never thought he would see it in person. Even from its appearance, it was clear that this was a completely different level compared to the lands of Berdium. So this is where the magic scrolls are created. Wow, it seems like there are real wizards there. Some are seeing magic not from a scroll for the first time. I wonder what these people are doing here. Hearing the mercenaries' conversation, the wizards glared at them maliciously. Then they immediately cast some spells, thanks to which they instantly disappeared from view. The mercenaries were confused. Where did they go? It's so cool that it's crazy. Gislon explained that it was invisibility magic. It seemed that these people were not particularly happy to see them. Kaor asked his subordinates to stop acting like country bumpkins, because they stood out. Valinda joined the conversation. The tower may have lost its former grandeur, but it is still impressive. The lands of Brywant are considered some of the richest in the kingdom. Gislon himself understood that outwardly all this was true. Who would have thought that this mighty tower would fall into ruin? Soon, the young man announced that they had arrived. Kaora couldn't bear to look up. Valinda noted that the territory was so large that it would take a long time to walk to the main gate. But suddenly something seemed strange to her. Where were the guards? All around there was only some armor lying around. Suddenly someone above shouted for these people to stop. The magical armor lying on the ground suddenly began to move. As a result, the entrance was soon completely blocked. This was done by the wizards above. Without permission, entry into the tower is strictly prohibited. Let these people state their names and the purpose of their visit. For the girl, it was unbelievable. The armor moved like dolls. Kaor was indignant that these people did not even come down to them like typical tower guards. Jillian reported that the heir to the Count of Berdium, Gislon, had arrived. Let the wizards call the person in charge of trade. They have excellent goods. The wizards didn't even listen to them and said they weren't interested. Valinda was outraged. What did that mean? They hadn't even seen what they were offering. The wizards said that because it was Berdium. Those are the impoverished lands in the north, right? The only things that can be brought from there are materials from low-level monsters and cheap potions. That's why there's no point in wasting time on people like them. So let them get lost right now. The girl was indignant at how he dared to call them beggars. Let them come down here and get a beating. Jillian asked what the young master wanted him to do in this case. Was he all right? He had been silent for a long time. The guy exchanged glances with the wizard. Then he picked up the runestone and said that since he was a magician, he should understand perfectly well what it was, and that it was very rare. His interlocutor did not see what was in his hands, and therefore did not understand what it was. But soon it dawned on him. It was a runestone. Could it be that they had brought it here for her? Gislon smiled and asked again, "Are they still not interested?"